Chapter 307. The Southern Mountain Range's land family was an overlord-class power. Within the Southern Mountain Range, it was considered a peak power. The three of them originally thought that Fang Chen would be afraid when they mentioned the land family's identity. But they thought too much. From the start, Fang Chen wasn't afraid at all. Hearing the blue-clothed man's voice, Fang Chen raised his head and said, "What does the land family have to do with me? Why should I give the land family face?" Fang Chen was very unhappy. He had saved the three of them for the water spirit essence. He didn't expect that after the crisis was resolved, the three of them would use the land family's identity to pressure him and make him retreat. "Brat, you!" One of the men was furious. But he was stopped by the blue-clothed man. He was well aware of Fang Chen's strength. Even if the three of them joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Fang Chen. Now that Fang Chen wanted the water spirit essence, it seemed that the three of them wouldn't be able to keep it. "Brother, is there really no room for discussion?" asked the blue-clothed man. "Either hand over the water spirit essence or die. You choose," said Fang Chen. The blue-clothed man also knew that Fang Chen was angry. He didn't dare to say anything and directly handed over the water spirit essence. Bringing the other two cultivators with him, they quickly left the mountain range. Before leaving, the blue-clothed man viciously looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen ignored the three of them. Looking at the milky white ball of light in his hand, his face was filled with an excited smile. The water spirit essence was a treasure. After swallowing it, it could raise one's water concept. "I wonder if it can help my water concept reach the second minor realm," said Fang Chen. After that, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and swallowed the water spirit essence. An hour later, Fang Chen had completely absorbed the water spirit essence. At this time, Fang Chen was surrounded by an extremely dense water concept. Hiss! When Fang Chen had completely absorbed the water spirit essence, Fang Chen sensed that his water concept had already reached the peak of the first minor realm. He was only one step away from reaching the second minor realm. "Just a little bit more," Fang Chen said softly. He thought that he could reach the second minor realm with the help of the water spirit essence, but it seemed that it was still a little difficult. Fang Chen slowly stood up. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. He said, "The three of them found the water spirit essence in the depths of this mountain range. Could it be that there is some kind of treasure in the depths of this mountain range? Under normal circumstances, a place that could nurture water spirit essence would definitely have an extremely dense water concept. If he could find such a place, Fang Chen's concept of water might be able to reach the second minor realm." After that, Fang Chen identified a direction and quickly moved forward. 6 hours later, Fang Chen arrived at the depths of the mountain range. Along the way, he encountered many powerful demonic beasts. However, with his current strength, it was very easy to deal with them. After reaching the depths of the mountain range, Fang Chen discovered that there was a large lake here. Around the lake, there were countless trees. "This lake is so quiet," Fang Chen thought to himself. There was not a single demonic beast around the lake. It seemed that these demonic beasts were very afraid of this lake. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, his eyes suddenly flickered. This was because in the middle of the lake, there was a milky white ball of light floating up. Water spirit essence. Fang Chen did not expect that there would be water spirit essence in this lake. Hua-la, with a tap of his feet, Fang Chen appeared directly above the lake. His palm suddenly stretched out and grabbed the water spirit essence. At this moment, Fang Chen felt a powerful aura coming from the lake. Whoosh! Fang Chen landed on the shore and stared at the lake. In the next moment, Fang Chen felt an evil aura. The aura of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen was startled. Soon after, he discovered that in the middle of the lake, there was a dark figure. This dark figure was obviously a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. "There's actually a human." The moment the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect appeared, his figure flashed and he launched a fierce attack, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Whoosh! Fang Chen's star-concealing sword instantly swung out, directly piercing into the body of the remaining Akron sect member. With a bang, the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect fell to the ground, barely breathing. At this time, Fang Chen saw that this remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was only a captain. His cultivation was at the peak of the Qi transformation realm. Speak. Are there any other remnants of the Yellow Spring sect here? Fang Chen asked coldly. After a round of questioning, Fang Chen learned that at the bottom of the lake, besides the captains of the Yellow Spring sect, there was also a sleeping hall master. I didn't expect this to be a secret stronghold of the Yellow Spring sect, Fang Chen said inwardly. After that, Fang Chen learned that the reason why the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect chose this lake as their stronghold was because there was a hidden treasure of the Yellow Spring sect hidden under the lake. Within the treasure, there was a powerful inheritance of the Yellow Spring sect. I can't let them get the inheritance, Fang Chen said inwardly. Fang Chen knew the dangers of the Yellow Spring sect, so no matter what, he couldn't let them open the treasure. Fang Chen even thought that the sleeping hall master might be waiting for the day the treasure was opened. Once the treasure was opened, the sleeping hall master might wake up. Pucci. After Fang Chen killed the captain, he absorbed the water spirit essence. In an instant, his water concept reached the second minor realm. The second minor realm. Fang Chen was very excited. With his water concept reaching the second minor realm, he could definitely fight against a warrior at the peak of the 7th level of the Qi High realm. After doing all this, Fang Chen dived into the lake. After entering the lake, Fang Chen felt a strong suction force. After a while, Fang Chen was sucked into the depths of the lake by this suction force. After an hour, Fang Chen reached the bottom of the lake. At the bottom of the lake, there was a huge bronze coffin. More than 10 captains of the Yellow Spring sect surrounded the bronze coffin. On top of the bronze coffin, the hall master of the Yellow Spring sect sat cross-legged. It seems that this bronze coffin is the treasure they were talking about, Fang Chen said softly. Who is it? At this moment, Fang Chen was discovered by the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. One of the captains shouted loudly. Immediately, more than 10 captains noticed Fang Chen. Damn it, a human came in. Kill him without mercy. One of the captains shouted. Immediately, more than 10 captains attacked, wanting to kill Fang Chen. But in front of Fang Chen, they were not even worth mentioning. Fang Chen used his secret soul technique, the Great Luo Soul Killing Flame. Wherever the fire dragon passed, captains of the Yellow Spring sect would die. Ah, damn it, this human warrior is too strong. We are not his match. As soon as they exchanged blows, they discovered Fang Chen's strength. Pucci. In the blink of an eye, half of the captains of the Yellow Spring sect were dead. The remaining half hid behind the bronze coffin. While at this moment, the hall master of the Yellow Spring sect suddenly opened his eyes on the bronze coffin. Human, you dare to kill a member of the Yellow Spring sect? The hall master said coldly. When the hall master spoke, his eyes flickered. Fang Chen noticed it. Fang Chen concluded that the hall master must be seriously injured and unable to move. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect should be killed by everyone, said Fang Chen. Back then, any human who dared to speak like this in front of me would have long since been slapped to death by me, said the hall master. Unfortunately, you're heavily injured and can't leave the bronze coffin, laughed Fang Chen. You. Now that Fang Chen knew he was injured, the hall master's expression changed. In the end, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. Brat, although I'm heavily injured, I'm still more than enough to deal with you. However, I think that we might be able to avoid a major battle, the Yellow Spring sect's hall master said. Oh. Fang Chen sneered. How about we make a deal? The hall master looked at Fang Chen. What deal? A deal. The hall master of the Acheron sect was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly waved his hand. Instantly, a tyrannical palm print blasted out and struck Fang Chen's body. Bang! Fang Chen was forced back several steps. He gloomily looked at the hall master on the bronze coffin. How can your physical body be so strong? The hall master's expression changed. Just now, he had spoken to Fang Chen in order to confuse Fang Chen. He wanted to catch him off guard and injure Fang Chen in one move. However, Fang Chen's physical body had exceeded his expectations. Chapter 308. Fang Chen had killed many of the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, including some hall masters. Therefore, Fang Chen was not afraid at all when he learned that the hall master had not recovered his cultivation. The hall master of the Yellow Spring sect was at the peak of the Qi High realm at his peak, but the hall master in front of him obviously had not recovered his cultivation. After missing his attack, the hall master of the Yellow Spring sect was obviously shocked. He did not expect Fang Chen's physical body to be so strong. "Kid, if you destroy the bronze coffin, you will die without a burial place," the hall master of the Yellow Spring sect roared furiously. Fang Chen sneered. He did not give the hall master of the Yellow Spring sect a chance. His figure flashed, and the hidden star sword in his hand instantly slashed out. Puchie majestic sword light pierced into the body of the Yellow Spring sect hall master, killing him instantly. After the hall master of the Yellow Spring sect died, Fang Chen casually waved the water and fire sword technique to kill all the captains of the Yellow Spring sect. After doing all this, Fang Chen began to approach the bronze coffin. What Fang Chen did not know was that when he killed the hall master of the Yellow Spring sect, a gloomy aura flowed from the hall master into the bronze coffin. Hiss hiss hiss. Just as Fang Chen approached the bronze coffin, a gloomy sound suddenly came from the bronze coffin. Fang Chen was puzzled. Why would such a strange sound come from the bronze coffin? Dong! The bronze coffin shook violently. In the blink of an eye, the lid of the bronze coffin suddenly opened. Crack! The moment the lid of the bronze coffin opened, a skeleton appeared. The skeleton exuded a terrifying aura. With a wave of its hand, a black aura immediately rushed into Fang Chen's body. Swoosh! Fang Chen could not dodge in time, and the black aura entered his body. His face immediately changed. "This is poison gas." Fang Chen cried out involuntarily when he noticed the change in his body. The skeleton seemed to have sensed that someone was approaching the bronze coffin and launched a fierce attack. However, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand displayed the 6th level of the water and fire sword technique and instantly shattered the skeleton. After shattering the skeleton, Fang Chen discovered that the bronze coffin emitted a blinding light. The next moment, the skeleton fell into the bronze coffin. Under Fang Chen's gaze, the shattered skeleton reappeared, and its bones were intact. This surprised Fang Chen. "Ian, why is it like this?" Fang Chen was astonished. The star-hidden sword in his hand once again bombarded the skeleton's body. In an instant, the skeleton once again shattered and fell into the bronze coffin. Then, just like before, the skeleton came back to life, which surprised Fang Chen. He finally realized that all of this had something to do with the bronze coffin. Could it be that the bronze coffin can resurrect skeletons? Fang Chen thought inwardly. Thinking of this, Fang Chen waited for the skeleton to appear. He didn't attack the skeleton. Instead, his body flickered as he approached the bronze coffin. He grabbed the skeleton and flung it out of the coffin. Yi Shiwen suddenly brandished the star-hidden sword and casually smashed the skeleton into pieces. However, the shattered skeleton didn't regenerate this time. The moment Fang Chen shattered the skeleton, a powerful suction force came from the bronze coffin and instantly sucked Fang Chen into the bronze coffin. Then, with a bang, the bronze coffin lid closed on top of the bronze coffin. Fang Chen was sealed in the bronze coffin. In an instant, there was no movement outside the bronze coffin. Jianzhou City, sword-worshipping sect, outer sect. Time passed little by little. There was less than half a month left until the outer sect disciple competition. During this time, the outer sect disciples were all intensely cultivating. Of course, there were also some disciples who were discussing who would be able to obtain the top 3 positions in this year's outer sect disciple competition. As for first place, all the disciples unanimously agreed that it would definitely be Xiahou Wu. Besides Xiahou Wu, no one else could obtain first place. As for the top 3, it was hard to say. There were even some disciples who were guessing what kind of result Fang Chen would obtain. Based on his current results, entering the top 5 shouldn't be a problem. However, entering the top 3 would be a little difficult. On a mountain peak in the sword-worshipping sect, disciples were usually not allowed to come to this mountain peak. Only elders were allowed to set foot on this mountain peak. This was because this mountain peak was a forbidden area of the sword-worshipping sect. At the peak of this mountain peak, there was a towering palace that pierced through the clouds. Today, many elders had rushed to this mountain peak. When they arrived in front of the palace, they all bowed towards it. This palace looked like a palace, but in reality, it was an extremely huge tomb. After the sect leaders of the sword-worshipping sect passed away, they were all buried in this palace. And this palace was also the place where every sect leader went into seclusion. The current sect leader entered this place 3 years ago and entered seclusion. If he didn't break through, he wouldn't be able to come out. In these 3 years, the sword-worshipping sect was like a dragon without a leader. Jian Wufeng was in charge of the overall situation. Although the sword-worshipping sect was a 2-star sect and had a strong foundation, Jian Wufeng's strength was a little weak. For a short period of time, he could still guard the sword-worshipping sect. For example, if the sect leader of the sword-worshipping sect was present, not to mention Luo He and Luo Hanshan, even if Tianhe Martial Marquis appeared, he wouldn't dare to say anything. In this world, the strong were respected. As long as you were strong, you would be respected wherever you went. 3 years, in these 3 years, there wasn't the slightest movement in this palace. It was deathly silent. All the elders were worried that the sect leader might have encountered a problem in the process of cultivation, leading to his death. This kind of thing had also happened to the sect leaders of the sword-worshipping sect. The most taboo thing for ordinary cultivators was to enter seclusion. Once they entered seclusion, it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. If they didn't break through, they would never be able to come out. In fact, during seclusion, they would exhaust all the spiritual qi in their body and eventually die. Although in these 3 years, the elders had been making wild guesses, Jian Wufeng had always firmly believed that his senior brother was still alive. He would definitely be able to break through the bottleneck and successfully walk out of the palace. And today, for the first time in 3 years, there was a trace of movement in the palace on the mountain peak. This trace of movement shook the entire sword-worshipping sect. At this time, all the elders of the sword-worshipping sect appeared on the mountain peak one after another. Their eyes were filled with excitement. There's movement in the palace. Could it be that the sect leader has come out of seclusion? An elder said excitedly. That must be it. The sect leader has already been in seclusion for 3 years. He must have broken through. Haha, when the sect leader comes out, our sword-worshipping sect will definitely become the absolute overlord of Sword Prefecture City. What's going on? Why is there a sudden movement in the palace? More and more elders gathered on the mountain peak. They were all discussing whether or not the sect leader would come out. At this moment, Jian Wufeng, who was the leader of the many elders on the mountain peak, had a worried look in his eyes. His pitch-black eyes were looking at the entrance of the palace with worry in his heart. Dong. Just as everyone was discussing, the silent palace shook once more. All the cultivators widened their eyes as they looked at the shaking palace. Following that, the palace shook even more violently. Many elders were puzzled. Roughly 15 minutes later, the palace shook less and less until it finally disappeared. The palace once more fell silent. However, at this moment, the door of the palace suddenly opened with a rumble. An old figure calmly walked out of the palace. Sect leader. When the elders saw this, they cried out in alarm. The sword-worshipping sect's sect leader, Tian Zhenzi, had finally come out after 3 years of seclusion. The entire sword-worshipping sect was filled with excitement. Sect leader, you've finally come out. Senior apprentice brother, you've broken through? Jian Wufeng smiled excitedly. Tian Zhenzi's expression didn't change at all. He nodded slightly at the elders and said, I've just come out of seclusion. I'm a bit tired. You can go back first. Jian Wufeng, stay behind. All the elders nodded when they heard Tian Zhenzi, and then they left the mountain. It didn't take long for only Tian Zhenzi and Jian Wufeng to remain there. Senior apprentice brother, is something wrong? Jian Wufeng looked at Tian Zhenzi. Cough. At this moment, Tian Zhenzi staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. His face was incomparably pale. Jian Wufeng hastily helped him up. Senior apprentice brother, how did you get injured? Asked Jian Wufeng. Tian Zhenzi's body was on the verge of collapse. His aura was weak. He had clearly been heavily injured. With Jian Wufeng supporting him, Tian Zhenzi did his best to circulate his spiritual qi to heal. After a long time, he finally recovered a bit. Junior apprentice brother, do you know what I experienced in these 3 years? Tian Zhenzi looked at Jian Wufeng. Jian Wufeng shook his head. Tian Zhenzi took a deep breath and said, there is an extremely terrifying remnant of the Yellow Spring sect hidden within this palace. What palace? How could there be a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect in there? This palace could be said to be the sword-worshipping sect's ancestral land. All the past sect masters of the sword-worshipping sect were buried there. How could there be a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect? Jian Wufeng was completely baffled. He looked at his senior apprentice brother in confusion. I was trapped in this palace for 3 years. If I hadn't coincidentally broken through today, I wouldn't have been able to leave, said Tian Zhenzi. What's going on? Jian Wufeng urgently asked. Chapter 309. After talking for 2 hours, Tian Zhenzi finally finished explaining the situation in the palace to Jian Wufeng. What? This Yellow Spring sect's remnant is trying to revive the sect leaders of the sword-worshipping sect. After hearing Tian Zhenzi's words, Jian Wufeng was shocked. From what Tian Zhenzi had said, the remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect was extremely strong. It was highly likely that he was one of the protectors of the Yellow Spring sect. However, his strength had yet to recover to its peak. The reason he was able to sneak into the ancestral land of the Sword Reverence sect was because he possessed the soul of a dying sect leader. When the dead sect leader of the sword-worshipping sect was buried in the ancestral grounds, he naturally entered the ancestral grounds. After entering the ancestral land, he recovered his strength while carrying out his plan. Senior brother, what about you? Jian Wufeng looked at Tian Zhenzi and asked in shock. Because this Yellow Spring sect's protector has not recovered his strength and he is trying his best to revive the sect leaders of the sword-worshipping sect, he could not use his full strength to deal with me. He could only trap me in a corner of the palace. Tian Zhenzi said. In these 3 years, I saw everything he did with my own eyes. As long as he had a bit of time, he would definitely be able to revive all the sect leaders of the sword-worshipping sect. At that time, the sword-worshipping sect would suffer the greatest loss in history, and we would most likely be wiped out from the Golden Crown Nation. So, while he was carrying out his plan, I have been working hard on my cultivation for these 3 years. Finally, today, I broke through the bottleneck and reached the condensing reality realm. That was how I managed to escape. Tian Zhenzi said. What, senior brother? You broke through to the condensing reality realm? Jian Wufeng's face was filled with excitement as he looked at Tian Zhenzi. 3 years ago, Tian Zhenzi's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. His strength was stronger than most of the Marquis on the Martial Marquis list. But because of his age, he was unable to enter the list. However, no Marquis dared to look down on Tian Zhenzi. But because Tian Zhenzi's cultivation had not reached the condensing reality realm, the sword-worshipping sect had always been at the bottom of the 2-star sect in the central continent. This was because the minimum requirement to be a 2-star sect was to have a condensing reality realm expert in the sect. Although almost all of the sect leaders of the worshipping sword sect had reached the condensing reality realm, Tian Zhenzi still hadn't reached the condensing reality realm. This caused Tian Zhenzi to become very anxious, which was why he decided to go into seclusion. However, if it weren't for the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, Tian Zhenzi might have already stepped into the condensing reality realm. The condensing reality stage is the stage after the Qi High stage. In the Qi High stage, one's true core would be shattered, turning into a Qi sea and liquefying one's true Qi. As for the condensing reality realm, they would refine treasures in their Qi sea. Every condensing reality realm warrior would refine treasures in their Qi sea. However, the treasures refined by every martial artist were different. Some people would refine a long sword as a treasure. In that case, the long sword would be able to provide a boost to the cultivator's sword Dao. Some people refined treasure wings. This kind of refined treasure could increase a martial artist's speed. Some people refined cheetahs as treasures, which could increase a martial artist's strength. In short, different treasures would have different amplifications. The reason why condensing reality realm warriors were more powerful than Chi High realm warriors was because they could refine treasures in their Chi Sea. Every martial artist could only refine one treasure when they stepped into the condensing reality realm. However, it was said that in the history of the ancient Sword Continent, there was a peerless genius who had refined 2 treasures. His strength was so strong that it shocked the whole continent. At this moment, when he heard that Tian Zhenzi had stepped into the condensing reality realm, Zhen Wufeng's face revealed an excited smile. From now on, their worshipping sword sect was officially a 2-star sect. Congratulations, senior brother. Zhen Wufeng laughed and said. Tian Zhenzi nodded slightly. Although he was happy that he had stepped into the condensing reality realm, the most important thing right now was to deal with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect in the ancestral land. I want to seal the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect in the ancestral land. Tian Zhenzi said. Zhen Wufeng's face froze, then he asked, Senior brother, are you going to set up the Absolute Heaven Sword Array? Hearing this, Tian Zhenzi nodded heavily. Only by setting up the Absolute Heaven Sword Array around the ancestral land could they seal the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Of course, this was only a temporary measure. All right, I'll do my best to help senior brother. Zhen Wufeng said in a low voice. Then, Tian Zhenzi activated his tyrannical power and set up the Absolute Heaven Sword Array. After 2 hours, the Absolute Heaven Sword Array was set up. The entire ancestral land was enveloped by a layer of sword chi. Seeing this, Tian Zhenzi finally heaved a sigh of relief. Because he had forced himself to set up the Absolute Heaven Sword Array, Tian Zhenzi's vitality was greatly damaged and he needed to recuperate. Don't tell the outside world about the situation here. Tian Zhenzi said. Yes. The sect master of the worshipping sword sect, Tian Zhenzi, had been in seclusion for 3 years. Today, he came out of seclusion and shocked the entire Sword State City. In the depths of a mountain range not far from the Sword State City, at the bottom of a lake, Fang Chen was trapped in a bronze coffin. When Fang Chen was sucked into the bronze coffin, he was shocked to discover that there was no Yellow Spring sect's inheritance in the coffin. Instead, there was a human skin. This is, Fang Chen could clearly feel that the tyrannical suction came from this human skin. How could this be? Fang Chen thought to himself. At the same time, the powerful suction disappeared. Fang Chen lay in the bronze coffin with a puzzled look on his face. He wanted to open the lid of the bronze coffin to get out, but no matter what he did, he couldn't open the lid. Am I going to be trapped here forever? Fang Chen's face was full of helplessness. Hiss. At this moment, the human skin in the bronze coffin suddenly let out a sigh. Who's sighing? Fang Chen was shocked and cried out involuntarily. After the sigh disappeared, the shriveled human skin began to wriggle and soon wrapped around Fang Chen. I didn't expect someone to be able to enter this place so many years after my death. An ancient voice came from the human skin. Who are you? Fang Chen finally confirmed that the voice came from the shriveled human skin. Who am I? It's been too long. Even I have forgotten, the human skin said with a sigh. Fang Chen was shocked. From the human skin's words, he seemed to be an expert from ancient times. Senior, are you a human expert? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. When I died back then, I placed myself in the bronze coffin. In the future, when I absorbed enough energy, the bronze coffin would open again. Once the bronze coffin was opened, it would be my final chance, said the shriveled human skin. A long time ago, I sensed that there were many remnants of the Yellow Spring sect around the bronze coffin, but there was nothing I could do. I was waiting for someone to kill them. As long as they died, I would be able to absorb their energy and open the bronze coffin. Finally, this day came. Over the countless years, I absorbed a large amount of energy. After absorbing the energy of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, I gained the ability to open the bronze coffin. The moment I opened the bronze coffin, an aura that shocked me surged out of your body. At that moment, I felt like I had returned to ancient times, said the shriveled human skin. I sensed a familiar aura from your body. That aura seemed to belong to that legendary person, continued the shriveled human skin. What aura? Fang Chen was puzzled. The shriveled human skin didn't continue. Instead, it said, It was because of your help that I was able to open the bronze coffin. Are you willing to help me? From the shriveled human skin's words, Fang Chen could tell that this shriveled human skin must have been an indomitable figure before he died. Senior, what can Junior do? Asked Fang Chen. Whether or not I can be reborn will depend on this. I hope you can help me, said the shriveled human skin. This human skin contains a sliver of my consciousness. As long as you fuse with this shriveled human skin, you'll be able to let this sliver of my consciousness remain with you forever. Once your strength reaches a certain level, you'll be able to revive me. Fuse with the human skin? Fang Chen was startled. He hesitated, unable to make a decision. Seeing Fang Chen's hesitation, the shriveled human skin continued, if you can help me, I'll definitely give you a huge opportunity. Senior, can you fuse your will into a weapon? Fang Chen suddenly asked. No. Before the shriveled human skin could finish speaking, Fang Chen interrupted him. He took out the python sword and showed it to the shriveled human skin. This is a python sword. The shriveled skin suddenly said when it saw the sword. He was an ancient expert, so how could he not know what a python sword was? He excitedly said, your luck isn't bad. You actually managed to obtain this python sword. I naturally wouldn't be able to fuse with ordinary weapons, but this python sword is different. It has undergone 9 stages of tribulation lightning. It's not something ordinary weapons can compare to. The shriveled human skin told Fang Chen many things. In the end, the shriveled human skin successfully fused his will into the python sword. Of course, during this time, the python had also been struggling. After all, this was its territory, and it didn't allow outsiders to enter. But the shriveled human skin was an ancient expert, and his will had existed for countless years. How could the python compare to it? In the end, the shriveled human skin's will and the python's soul both occupied the demonic sword. After that, Fang Chen began to fuse with the human skin. That was because he was the master of the python sword. The python sword was unable to fuse with the human skin, so he could only fuse with it. Fang Chen's process of fusing with the human skin went very smoothly. It didn't take long for Fang Chen to successfully fuse with the human skin. Just at this moment, Fang Chen noticed motes of light appear on his skin. In an instant, Fang Chen's physical strength sharply increased. 3-star Dao physique. Fang Chen was excited. He had been stuck at a 2-star Dao physique for a long time, but he had finally reached a 3-star Dao physique. Temph, isn't it just a 3-star Dao physique? Why are you so excited? A voice came from the demonic sword. Chapter 310. The shriveled human skin was an ancient warrior and had seen many things. To Fang Chen, the 3-star Dao body was very exciting, but to the shriveled human skin, a 3-star Dao body was nothing. Fang Chen was speechless, he didn't know what to say. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly realized that the divine demon body refining technique seemed to be loosening. A smile appeared on his face as he sat cross-legged on the bronze coffin and started to cultivate his divine demon body refining technique. The divine demon body refining technique had a total of 5 stages. Every stage would make the body much stronger. Before, Fang Chen had cultivated the divine demon body refining technique to the 1st stage. Now that he had merged with the shriveled human skin, Fang Chen's body had reached the 3-star Dao body. At the same time, the bottleneck of the divine demon body refining technique was loosening. While Fang Chen was cultivating, a disdainful voice came from the demonic longsword. What kind of body refining technique is this? It's trash. However, Fang Chen didn't care at all. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. One day, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He had successfully broken through to the 2nd stage of the divine demon body refining technique, and his body had reached the middle stage from the early stage of the 3-star Dao body. His body's strength had increased again, which made Fang Chen very happy. This time's training had allowed Fang Chen's strength to increase by leaps and bounds. It's time to go back. After calculating the time, Fang Chen knew that there wasn't much time left until the outer disciple competition, so he decided to go back. One day later, Fang Chen returned to the Reverent Sword Sect. After returning to the Reverent Sword Sect, The first thing Fang Chen heard was that the reverent sword sect's current headmaster had been in seclusion for 3 years. He had finally come out not long ago, which shocked the entire Sword State city. I heard that Tian Zhenzi had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm 3 years ago. He was even stronger than most of the martial lords. Now that he has come out, does that mean that he has reached the condensing reality realm? Fang Chen said after hearing the news. However, Fang Chen didn't think much about it. This matter didn't have much to do with him. Tomorrow was the day of the sword-worshipping sect's outer disciples' grand competition. Every time, the top 3 disciples would be rewarded handsomely by the sect, and this year was no exception. Although the grand competition had yet to begin, many martial artists were already rubbing their fists and preparing to do their best to enter the grand competition's top 3. As for Fang Chen, he was very carefree. After returning, he rested leisurely. After knowing that Fang Chen had returned, Mo Yiqing's face turned cold. Beside him stood 2 young disciples, both of whom were ranked in the top 10. We must kill Fang Chen in this competition, Mo Yiqing said coldly. These 2 disciples were Mo Yiqing's direct subordinates. Mo Yiqing had made up his mind to kill Fang Chen this time. He didn't want what happened to Zi Xin to happen again. Therefore, he found 2 of the top 10 disciples. Even if one of them failed, the other would still have a chance to kill Fang Chen. As long as they could kill Fang Chen, Mo Yiqing was willing to pay a high price. Elder Mo, don't worry. We will not let you down, the 2 disciples said while cupping their hands. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was the 2nd day. Today was the day of the outer disciples' grand competition. The sword sect was very lively. Early in the morning, the whole square was packed with people. All the disciples had gathered in the square. This year's outer disciples' grand competition was hosted by Tian Zhenzi himself. He came to the platform early and looked at the sea of disciples in the square with a smile on his face. Standing in the crowd, Fang Chen looked at Tian Zhenzi on the platform and sighed. He could clearly feel that there was a strong aura coming from Tian Zhenzi. Condensing reality realm expert. Fang Chen clenched his fists. He didn't know when he would be able to reach the condensing reality realm. Strange. Suddenly, a strange voice came from the spatial ring. However, this voice could only be heard by Fang Chen. What? Fang Chen asked. This Tian Zhenzi is injured and very weak. I can feel a trace of Yellow Spring Sect's aura on his body. Yellow Spring Sect's aura? Fang Chen's face changed. Tian Zhenzi was a condensing reality realm expert. How could he have the aura of the Yellow Spring Sect? Could it be that he was injured by the remnants of the Yellow Spring Sect? He should have fought with the remnants of the Yellow Spring Sect. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. Could it be that the person who fought with Tian Zhenzi was a peak guardian of the Yellow Spring Sect? Fang Chen's mind was in a mess. At this moment, Tian Zhenzi slowly stood up and said, "The annual outer disciple competition officially begins today. Before that, I have something to say to everyone." Tian Zhenzi had a great reputation in the sword-worshipping sect. As soon as he spoke, the crowd went silent. Countless disciples looked at Tian Zhenzi. This year's outer disciple competition will be the same as before. The first round will be a battle royal. There are more than 100 outer disciples. When there are only 40 disciples left on the martial stage, the first round will end. Next will be the battles until the top 3 are decided. Tian Zhenzi said. Everyone nodded. This rule was the same as before. Then, Tian Zhenzi talked about the rewards for the top 3. According to our discussion, the 3rd place disciple will be rewarded with a spot to enter the Sword Pagoda. The 2nd place disciple will be rewarded with a spot to enter the Sword Pagoda and a low-grade spiritual weapon. As for the 1st place disciple, other than the spot to enter the Sword Pagoda, he can also make a request. As long as the sword-worshipping sect is able to do it, we will definitely help him. Hearing Tian Zhenzi's words, the disciples went crazy. The rewards for the top 3 this year were much more generous than before. Not to mention other things, just the spot to enter the Sword Pagoda was enough to make countless disciples drool. It was a spot to enter the Sword Pagoda, One should know that in the entire sword-worshipping sect, outer disciples were not qualified to enter the sword pagoda. Only inner disciples could enter the sword pagoda. But the top 3 in this year's competition actually had a spot to enter the sword pagoda. This made countless disciples go crazy. Oh my God, there's actually a spot to enter the sword pagoda. This is great. Countless disciples were excited. Of course, the most exciting thing was the reward for the first-place disciple. Being able to make a request to the sword-worshipping sect's higher-ups was definitely the most important reward in the history of the competition. Countless disciples were excited. Tian Zhenzi waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. He then said, "The sword-worshipping sect is a 2-star sect. The disciples must always work hard to show the sword-worshipping sect's prestige. The competition officially begins." As soon as Tian Zhenzi's voice fell, more than 100 disciples stepped onto the central stage. This stage was very big. It was specially built for the outer disciples competition. It was enough to accommodate more than 100 cultivators. The competition officially began. Countless disciples fell into a chaotic battle. Fang Chen looked around and did not make a move. Instead, he walked to a corner. As if they knew how powerful Fang Chen was, none of the surrounding disciples were willing to attack Fang Chen. They were constantly fighting with the weaker disciples. Bang! Bang! Time passed bit by bit. There were constantly weak disciples who were thrown out of the stage. Of course, there were also some disciples who took the initiative to admit defeat. After half an incense stick's worth of time, there were only 70 disciples left on the stage. More than 30 disciples had been eliminated. Xia Houwu and the others stood there quietly. They did not make a move. None of the disciples dared to challenge Xia Houwu. Fang Chen looked around and did not say anything. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared beside Fang Chen and attacked Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen fiercely punched out. Immediately, the shadow was sent flying. Seeing this scene, many of the disciples gasped. They did not dare to challenge Fang Chen anymore. After half an incense stick's worth of time, the first round of the competition ended. On the stage, there were still 40 disciples who stood there quietly. The first round of the competition has ended. The remaining 40 disciples will enter the second round and fight in pairs. Tian Zhenzi announced. Next was the second round of the competition. Xia Houwu was the first to go on stage. His opponent was a warrior at the peak of the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. Before Xia Houwu could make a move, the warrior had already admitted defeat. "I admit defeat," the disciple shouted loudly. Facing Xia Houwu, he did not even have the courage to make a move. He could only admit defeat. Many of the disciples nodded their heads. His decision was wise. Who was Xia Houwu? If he forced himself to fight with Xia Houwu, the result would be a serious injury or even death. Xia Houwu, relying on his overwhelming strength, made his opponent directly admit defeat. The next few battles were all between the top 10 outer disciples. Their opponents also admitted defeat one after another. After half an hour, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. Fang Chen's opponent was a warrior at the mid-7th level of the Qi High Realm. He was ranked in the top 20 of the outer disciples. When he found out that his opponent was Fang Chen, a smile appeared on his face. Although Fang Chen's strength was tyrannical, he was confident that he could defeat Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, everyone says that you have the strength to enter the top 10. I want to see how you will defeat me," the disciple said coldly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, "You are not my opponent." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the disciple's eyes were filled with anger. He said in a low voice, "Arrogant guy." As soon as the disciple finished speaking, he suddenly exploded with a tyrannical strength and launched a fierce attack towards Fang Chen. At this moment, the aura around Fang Chen's body exploded. At that moment, Tian Zhenzi, who was on the martial arts practice platform, was astonished. 4th level of the Qi High Realm? Tian Zhenzi was puzzled. "Senior brother, I personally recruited this disciple. His talent is monstrous. Although he is only at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm, he can instantly kill a warrior at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Jian Wufeng said with a smile. When he recruited Fang Chen, he felt that there was a majestic sword intent within Fang Chen's body. Although the sword intent did not belong to Fang Chen, he concluded that Fang Chen was a genius sword cultivator. Sure enough, Fang Chen did not disappoint him. In such a short time after entering the sword sect, he had grown to such a level. Xiu Fang Chen clenched his fist. He did not even take out a weapon. The powerful strength of the 3-star Dao body gathered on his fist and punched out. Bang! Chapter 311. A mid-Qi High Realm warrior could not even force Fang Chen to use his full strength. With just one punch, the warrior was sent flying. Bang! The warrior who was yelling at the beginning fell heavily onto the ground. His face was pale, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Fang Chen's body had reached the level of a 3-star Dao body. Just the strength of his body was not something he could withstand. Fang Chen sent the disciple flying with one punch, causing an uproar. Even Tian Jianzi, who was on the VIP platform, was shocked. 3-star Dao body. Tian Jianzi was strong and knowledgeable. Naturally, he could see the strength of Fang Chen's body. This kid is not bad. He is able to reach the 3-star Dao body at such a young age. Tian Jianzi thought to himself. After Fang Chen's battle ended, the rest of the matches were more intense. The second round of matches lasted for 2 hours before it ended. In total, 20 disciples were eliminated in the second round. The remaining 20 disciples entered the third round. In the third round, 20 disciples would fight in pairs. There would be 10 matches in total. The first to go up was still Xia Houwu. His strength was too strong. His opponent did not even have the courage to fight him, and directly admitted defeat. Fang Chen's match was in the 7th match. His opponent was Liang Han, a top 10 outer disciple. He was at the late stage of the 7th Qi High Realm. When Liang Han saw that Fang Chen was his opponent, a sinister expression appeared on his face. Mo Yiqing, who was at the back of the VIP platform, saw this scene and sneered in his heart. Liang Han was a disciple that he had arranged to kill Fang Chen. He did not expect to meet him in the third round. Fang Chen, you are dead. Mo Yiqing said coldly. In the square, countless disciples were staring at Fang Chen and Liang Han. At this moment, on the martial arts stage, Liang Han's face was filled with an arrogant smile. Fang Chen, although you are strong, you can only stop when you meet me, Liang Han. Liang Han laughed coldly. Fang Chen squinted his eyes. He could feel a trace of killing intent from Liang Han. Killing intent? Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, he quietly observed Liang Han. Even though Liang Han tried her best to hide it, Fang Chen still managed to catch it. Liang Han did not give Fang Chen too much of a chance. His figure flashed, and he directly displayed his overbearing cultivation method, wanting to take the opportunity to kill Fang Chen. After feeling Liang Han's killing intent, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword. This was the first time that Fang Chen had taken out the hidden star sword. While the blade of the hidden star sword exuded a terrifying aura. Then, Fang Chen displayed the 6th level of the water and fire sword art. Swoosh! A majestic swordlight instantly shot out from the hidden star sword. In the next moment, this swordlight directly collided with Liang Han's long sword. Crack! Liang Han's long sword instantly shattered. At this moment, the smile on Liang Han's face disappeared and was replaced by a look of fear. How is this possible? Before Liang Han could finish his words, Fang Chen's water and fire sword ruthlessly pierced into his body. Bang! Liang Han's body fell heavily onto the ground. His qi was weak, and his life was fading away. How is this possible? The whole square was in an uproar. Countless disciples were shocked, and their hearts were in turmoil. In the second round, Fang Chen sent a mid-Qi High Realm warrior flying with a punch. And in the third round, Fang Chen seriously injured Liang Han with a sword. Before the crowd could recover from the shock, Liang Han had already lost his life. Liang Han is dead, a disciple shouted. Suddenly, many elders on the rostrum frowned. At this moment, Mo Yiqing's face was cold as he said, "Sovereign, this kid is too vicious. He actually killed a fellow disciple in the large competition. That's right, Sovereign. With this kid's strength, he could easily crush Liang Han. But he chose to kill Liang Han directly, breaking the sect rules. He should be crippled of his cultivation and expelled from the sect. A few elders said one after another. They were furious at Fang Chen's actions. Tian Zhenzi squinted his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. He realized that even he could not see through Fang Chen. The more it was like this, the more curious Tian Zhenzi was about Fang Chen. Under the condemnation of the crowd, Tian Zhenzi finally spoke. Fang Chen killed Liang Han by mistake. In the past large competitions, there have been many disciples who have died because of mistakes. So, I believe that Fang Chen did not break the sect rules. Tian Zhenzi said in a deep voice. Even Tian Zhenzi stepped out to protect Fang Chen. The other elders did not dare to say anything, especially Mo Yiqing. He stared at Fang Chen angrily. If looks could kill, Fang Chen would have been killed by him many times. Fang Chen's expression was calm. He bowed slightly to Tian Zhenzi to express his thanks. Fang Chen's attack was too shocking. Even the top 5 outer sect disciples were looking at Fang Chen. Within the crowd, the outer sect's number 1 disciple, Xiahou Wu, had a golden light flash in his eyes. It's been a long time since I've met a worthy opponent in the outer sect. I wonder if you'll be able to make me use my full strength, muttered Xiahou Wu. The third round of the competition ended in a state of shock. Once the third round was over, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. The disciples who could enter the fourth round would be able to enter the top 10 of the outer sect. Entering the top 10 would not only allow them to obtain a large amount of resources, but they would also obtain unimaginable benefits. Many disciples were filled with envy. As expected, Fang Chen easily entered the top 10. Now everyone was guessing whether or not Fang Chen would be able to enter the top 5. That would be revealed in the fourth round. The fourth round of the competition was about to begin. Tian Zhenzi ordered the 10 disciples who had entered the fourth round to take a break. Fang Chen nodded and sat down in the resting area, preparing to recover his spiritual qi. At this moment, a tall and sturdy man walked in front of Fang Chen. His face was filled with resentment as he looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you killed Liang Han, icily said the tall and sturdy man. So what? Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the tall and sturdy man. If you want to kill someone, then you have to be prepared to be killed. The tall and sturdy man sneered. So, asked Fang Chen. So in the next round, you'd best pray you don't run into me. Otherwise, you won't live past today. The tall and sturdy man turned and left. After the tall and sturdy man left, a disciple beside Fang Chen said in a low voice, Fang Chen, you have to be careful. Zhu Yuan is a vicious and merciless person. Since he dared to say that, he will definitely kill you in the next round. Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything. Zhu Yuan was one of the top 5 disciples in the last round. Although he was only ranked 5th, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Although they were both at the peak of the 7th level of the Qi High Realm, he couldn't compare to Xiahou Wu. However, Zhu Yuan believed that he could kill Fang Chen. The time it took for a stick of incense to burn passed quickly. The resting time was also over. In the third round, a total of 10 disciples were eliminated. The remaining 10 disciples entered the fourth round. The disciples who were able to last until now were all very strong. When the fourth round began, Fang Chen's opponent was a slightly weaker disciple. When he saw that Fang Chen was his opponent, his face was filled with helplessness. In the end, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he admitted defeat. With his opponent admitting defeat, Fang Chen easily entered the top 5. This made many disciples sigh. The 5 rounds ended quickly. Among the top 5 disciples, besides Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu, there was also Zhu Yuan who had threatened Fang Chen before. The other 2 were also the top 5 disciples in the last round. After the fourth round ended, the next round would be the competition to determine the top 3. This round of competition wouldn't be carried out in a duel format. Tian Zhenzi had already thought of the competition's process. At this moment, Tian Zhenzi slowly stood up and looked at the 5 disciples. The 5 of you are able to enter the top 5. Very good. The next round of competition will be different from the previous rounds. Many disciples listened to Tianzhen's words. In this round of competition, the 5 of you will climb the sky-piercing pillars. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the final ranking will be based on the height each of you climbed the sky-piercing pillars. Tianzhen said. Suddenly, countless disciples cried out in surprise. The sky-piercing pillars had been sealed in the sword reverence sect for many years. Who would have thought that it would reappear in the world for the 5 disciples? The sky-piercing pillars were originally just an ordinary stone pillar. However, after a long time, the sky-piercing pillars had absorbed the sword intent of every generation of martial artists in the sword reverence sect. Finally, after a long time, the sky-piercing pillars contained boundless sword intent. Ordinary martial artists couldn't even get close to the sky-piercing pillars. Only those extremely talented sword cultivators could get close to the sky-piercing pillars. Wanting to climb the sky-piercing pillars was an impossible task. This time, Tianzhen unsealed the sky-piercing pillars because he wanted to see how strong the sword Dao potential of this batch of outer disciples was. The sky-piercing pillars have been unsealed. Could there be a heaven sword sun in this batch of outer disciples? In the previous rounds of the competition, whenever the sky-piercing pillars appeared, there would be a heaven sword sun. This time is no exception. This is really exciting. I didn't expect that after so many years, a heaven sword sun would appear in our sword reverence sect. There's no need to think about it. The heaven sword sun is Xiahou Wu. No one can shake Xiahou Wu's position. When they heard that the sky-piercing pillars were about to be unsealed, many disciples went crazy. Even Xiahou Wu's group of 5 were filled with excitement. If they could climb the sky-piercing pillars and become the champion of this batch, they would become the Heaven Sword Sun of the Sword Reverence sect. The Heaven Sword Sun was a title given to the top disciples of the Sword Reverence sect. If they could become the Heaven Sword Sun, they would definitely become a sword cultivator that would shock the entire ancient sword continent. Among the Heaven Sword Sons of the Sword Reverence sect, except for those who died prematurely, the rest of the Heaven Sword Sons would eventually become powerful sword cultivators that would shock the entire ancient sword continent. This time, the Heaven Sword Sun would definitely appear among the 5 of them when the sky-piercing pillars were unsealed. Becoming the Heaven Sword Sun also meant that he would become the next sect master of the Sword Reverence sect. Chapter 312. There were many versions of the origin of the sky-piercing divine pillar, but as the sect leader of the Sword Reverence sect, he was the clearest about it. This secret had been passed down from generation to generation. A long, long time ago, the Sword Reverence sect didn't exist yet. The founder of the Sword Reverence sect established the Sword Reverence sect. At that time, the founder of the Sword Reverence sect chose the Reverence Sword Peak. Coincidentally, at that time, there was a stone pillar on the Reverence Sword Peak. This stone pillar was so tall that it pierced through the clouds. However, the founder of the Sword Reverence sect knew that this stone pillar was just an ordinary stone pillar, so he didn't think too much about it. In the following days, the disciples of the Sword Reverence sect cultivated here every day. As time passed, the Sword Reverence sect was filled with an incomparably dense aura. After that, the sky-piercing divine pillar continuously absorbed the tyrannical sword intent, and in the end, it evolved into an extremely mysterious stone pillar. It was said that if a cultivator could climb this stone pillar, they would be a natural sword cultivator. Their talent in the sword Dao was astonishing. Later, the Sword Reverence sect sealed the sky-piercing divine pillar. Every time a peerless genius appeared, they would unseal the sky-piercing divine pillar. And every time the sky-piercing divine pillar appeared, a Heaven Sword Sun would be born. Heaven Sword Sun meant a sword sun bestowed by the heavens. To become the Heaven Sword Sun, not only must one climb the sky-piercing divine pillar, but one must also be unrivaled in the same generation. Moreover, once one became the Heaven Sword Sun, they would automatically become the next sect leader. Once the sect leader abdicated or died, he would become the new sect leader. The Heaven Sword Sun was a symbol of status in the Sword Reverence sect. Because Heaven Sword Sun became the Heaven Sword Sun, he changed his name to Heaven Sword Sun. Ever since Heaven Sword Sun, There hadn't been a Heaven Sword Son in the Sword Reverence sect for a long time. And this time, Heaven Sword Son was going to unseal the sky-piercing divine pillar himself. This caused many disciples to be extremely excited, especially the top 5 disciples. In other words, the Heaven Sword Son would be born among the 5 of them. At this moment, the eyes of the 5 disciples were filled with passion. The other 3 disciples had already regarded Xiahou Wu as their greatest enemy. They looked at him with vigilance. As for Fang Chen, they chose to ignore him. They didn't believe that Fang Chen would become the Heaven Sword Son. Rumble. While everyone was still in shock, a deafening sound suddenly rang out from the top of the Reverence Sword Peak. Following that, the ground trembled as a stone pillar suddenly appeared at the top of the peak. The moment the stone pillar appeared, it began to rise at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Not long after, the heaven-piercing divine pillar quietly stood at the top of the Reverence Sword Peak, emitting a terrifying sword essence around it. This is the sky-piercing divine pillar. Seeing the sky-piercing divine pillar appear, countless disciples retreated because they could not withstand the powerful sword intent emitted by the sky-piercing divine pillar. Only Fang Chen and the other 4 stood there quietly, not retreating. After the sky-piercing pillar appeared, Tian Jianzi and the others stood up and looked at the sky-piercing pillar with smiles on their faces. This pillar is the sky-piercing divine pillar. In this generation of disciples, I see the shadow of the Heaven Sword Son. If you want to become the Heaven Sword Son, you have to climb the sky-piercing divine pillar, said Tian Jianzi loudly. You should already know the specific rules. You only have 1 incense stick's worth of time. Within this incense stick's worth of time, you can do anything you want, even if it's to deal with other disciples. The Heaven Sword Son selection is based on results, not process, Heaven Sword Son said. Hearing Tian Jianzi's words, Zhu Yuan and the others glanced at each other, and then looked at Xiahou Wu. From start to finish, Xiahou Wu's expression had not changed. Only when the sky-piercing divine pillar appeared did he become slightly excited. All right, now the competition begins. Following Tian Jianzi's words, Zhu Yuan and the others' figures flickered, and a powerful energy erupted from them. They joined hands to surround Xiahou Wu. Bang! Xiahou Wu prepared to move, but he was stopped by Zhu Yuan and the others. You want to stop me? Xiahou Wu's expression was extremely gloomy as he looked at the 3 people in front of him and said coldly, Xiahou Wu, you are the strongest. Only by defeating you can we become the Heaven Sword Son. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. That's right, Xiahou Wu. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too strong. Let's join hands and defeat Xiahou Wu. The 3 of us will rely on our own strength to climb the sky-piercing divine pillar. The 3 of them reached an agreement and started attacking Xiahou Wu together. Although Xiahou Wu's strength was tyrannical, when facing 3 peak Qi-high warriors, he was unable to break free in a short time. Damn it! Xiahou Wu was forced back by the 3 of them. His expression was gloomy as he cursed inwardly. Shortly after, a transparent long sword appeared in his hand. When the crowd saw the transparent long sword, they were all shocked. Xiahou Wu hadn't taken out his weapon in a long time in the outer court. That year, when Xiahou Wu wasn't the number 1 outer court disciple, he used the black tortoise sword in his hand and defeated all the outer court disciples by himself and became the number 1 outer court disciple. Since then, no one had seen Xiahou Wu use the black tortoise sword again. And this time, Zhu Yuan and the other 2 joined hands and finally forced Xiahou Wu to take out the black tortoise sword. Black tortoise sword technique. When Xiahou Wu took out the black tortoise sword, he shouted in a low voice and used the black tortoise sword technique. Countless sword lights shot out from the black tortoise sword and floated above Xiahou Wu's head. Under Xiahou Wu's control, the countless sword lights gathered together and formed a huge black tortoise. Black tortoise. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yuan and the other 2 were shocked. They immediately used their fierce methods to stop Xiahou Wu from using the black tortoise sword technique. On the square, countless disciples' gazes were all attracted by Xiahou Wu. Even Tian Jianzi and the others on the platform were paying attention to this battle. However, on the square not far from where Xiahou Wu and the others were fighting, Fang Chen scratched his head and said, "Could it be that I don't have a presence?" Fang Chen shook his head slightly and glanced at the 4 people who were locked in battle. He then turned around and walked towards the sky-piercing divine pillar. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In a short moment, Fang Chen had reached the halfway point of the reverent sword peak and was about to reach the summit. As long as he reached the summit, he would be able to touch the sky-piercing divine pillar. Boom! After a loud explosion, Xiahou Wu held the black tortoise sword and directly slashed at the 3 people's attacks. Immediately, the 4 of them were pushed back. Xiahou Wu, who had just stabilized himself, suddenly saw Fang Chen halfway up the mountain. He coldly snorted and said, "A bunch of idiots." Hearing Xiahou Wu's words, the 3 of them realized that something was wrong. They turned around and saw that Fang Chen was easily reaching the summit. "Damn it, stop him. Don't let him go up," Zhu Yuan coldly said. Trash like you dares to touch the sky-piercing divine pillar. You're really looking for death. Attack together and kill him. Then we'll surround Xiahou Wu." The 3 of them angrily roared. At the same time, the 3 of them flashed and rushed towards the summit, wanting to stop Fang Chen. Xiahou Wu's eyes flashed as he followed closely behind and climbed up the mountain. Without the obstruction of the 3 people, Xiahou Wu's speed was very fast. In a short while, he had reached the summit. However, when he reached the summit, Xiahou Wu encountered a huge resistance. Is this the resistance of the sky-piercing divine pillar? Xiahou Wu had already understood the sky-piercing divine pillar and knew that there was a huge resistance around the sky-piercing divine pillar. "Kill Fang Chen and then stop Xiahou Wu," Zhu Yuan loudly shouted. In Zhu Yuan's view, Fang Chen's strength was very weak. If the 3 of them worked together, they would be able to kill Fang Chen and then quickly stop Xiahou Wu. "Brat, go die." The 3 of them caught up to Fang Chen and each of them displayed a powerful attack. 3 majestic sword lights directly appeared behind Fang Chen. Fang Chen sensed the strength of these 3 auras and stopped. His expression slightly changed as he coldly said, "Do you really think I'm a pushover?" As soon as Fang Chen's voice faded, he suddenly displayed the 6th level of the fire and water sword technique. When he executed the 6th level of the water-fire sword technique, Fang Chen also activated his 3-star Dao body and blasted a punch at Zhu Yuan. Crack! The 3 majestic sword lights collided with the fire and water sword technique and instantly exploded. At the same time, Fang Chen's fist also smashed into Zhu Yuan's body. With a bang, Zhu Yuan was caught off guard and was directly forced back by Fang Chen's fist. Chapter 313. Fang Chen's ferocious fist caused Zhu Yuan and the other 2's expressions to change. Especially Zhu Yuan, he used all the strength in his body to block Fang Chen's fist. Bang! Fang Chen's fist fiercely landed on Zhu Yuan's body, emitting a deafening sound. Zhu Yuan's body was forced back. The other 2 stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhu Yuan, coldly looking at Fang Chen. Just as the 3 of them were waiting, thinking that Fang Chen would attack again, Fang Chen suddenly revealed a cold smile. In the next instant, without waiting for the 3 of them to react, Fang Chen's figure flashed, directly approaching the sky-piercing divine pillar. When the 3 of them saw this, their faces became completely gloomy. Shortly after, they furiously roared and chased after Fang Chen. At this moment, Xiahou Wu was already infinitely close to the sky-piercing divine pillar. As long as one was within a certain range of the sky-piercing divine pillar, they would be repelled by the sword intent within the sky-piercing divine pillar. Xiahou Wu was the same. Even if his strength was heaven-defying, he was still repelled by the sky-piercing divine pillar. However, Xiahou Wu's strength was heaven-defying. Most importantly, his talent in the sword Dao was too tyrannical. Any disciple who could get close to the sky-piercing divine pillar and obtain its approval were all geniuses in the sword Dao. And the last 5 people in the outer sect grand competition were all geniuses in the sword Dao. The closer Xiahou Wu got to the sky-piercing divine pillar, the slower his speed became. On the other hand, Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast. After catching up to Xiahou Wu, Fang Chen's speed still didn't decrease. He maintained a very fast speed as he approached the sky-piercing divine pillar. This scene caused the entire Sword Reverence sect's disciples to be shocked. How is this possible? On the platform, Tian Jian's face was filled with shock. Even a heaven-defying genius like Xiahou Wu would be repelled when he approached the sky-piercing divine pillar. How could Fang Chen's speed be so fast? Could it be that Fang Chen wasn't repelled by the sky-piercing divine pillar? Not only was Tian Jianzi shocked, even Xiahou Wu and the others were shocked. Zhu Yuan's team of 3 had originally been chasing after Fang Chen. However, after approaching the area enveloped by the sky-piercing divine pillar's sword intent, their speed plummeted. They simply could not catch up to Fang Chen. At this moment, they saw how fast Fang Chen was and how he was about to make contact with the divine pillar. Their hearts were filled with stormy waves. Damn it, how can Fang Chen be so fast? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Could it be that he didn't encounter any resistance from the sky-piercing divine pillar? We must catch up to him and kill him. Zhu Yuan and the others were extremely furious. Xiahou Wu looked at Fang Chen's back and narrowed his eyes, continuing to approach the heavenly pillar. At that moment, Fang Chen finally took a step forward and stepped onto the sky-piercing divine pillar under everyone's dumbfounded gazes. The instant he stepped onto the sky-piercing divine pillar, Fang Chen's feet hooked onto the sky-piercing divine pillar. His hands also wrapped around the sky-piercing divine pillar. Others might not know, but Fang Chen was very clear that the reason he wasn't rejected by the sky-piercing divine pillar's sword intent was entirely because of his golden heart. When he approached the sky-piercing divine pillar, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body began to rapidly beat. Waves of formless sword intent were emitted from Fang Chen's body. Apart from the sky-piercing divine pillar, no one else was able to sense it. It was because of this formless sword intent that the sky-piercing divine pillar's sword intent was unable to stop Fang Chen. Fang Chen easily stepped onto the sky-piercing divine pillar. At this moment, of the other 4 people, the one closest to the sky-piercing divine pillar was Xiahou Wu. Fang Chen glanced at Xiahou Wu behind him, and then slowly climbed up the sky-piercing divine pillar. In the blink of an eye, half an incense stick's worth of time had passed. There wasn't much time left for Xiahou Wu and the others. At this moment, Fang Chen had already climbed over a meter on the sky-piercing divine pillar. As for Xiahou Wu, he had just stepped onto the sky-piercing divine pillar. As for Zhu Yuan and the other 2, they still hadn't touched the sky-piercing divine pillar. As time passed, everyone was already convinced that if nothing unexpected happened, Fang Chen would definitely be this year's Heaven Sword son. Everyone's hearts were filled with tempestuous waves. At the beginning, they had thought of many possible outcomes, but they hadn't thought that Fang Chen would be so far ahead of the others. The Heaven Sword son is mine. Xiahou Wu looked at Fang Chen, his eyes filled with a fiery light. In the next instant, a terrifying sword intent erupted from Xiahou Wu's body, and his speed suddenly increased. Look, Xiahou Wu is using his full strength. He wants to surpass Fang Chen and take the Heaven Sword son. Xiahou Wu's speed has increased greatly. In just a moment, he'll be able to surpass Fang Chen. As long as Xiahou Wu can maintain this speed, the Heaven Sword son will be within reach. Fang Chen won't be able to compete with him. However, Fang Chen is also powerful enough. To be able to leave Zhu Yuan and the other 2 in the dust, he should be proud of himself. Seeing Xiahou Wu's speed increase, many disciples began to discuss amongst themselves. At this time, many of the elders on the platform had already stood up. Even Tian Jianzi was excitedly standing, his eyes fixed on Fang Chen. Junior apprentice brother, who do you think will obtain the Heaven Sword son this time? Asked Tian Jianzi. Jian Wufeng muttered to himself for a moment. I originally thought that no one would be able to compete with Xiahou Wu. But now it seems that Fang Chen has the strength to compete with him. There's still a bit of time before the competition ends, but Xiahou Wu has also begun to use his full strength. The Heaven Sword son should be one of them. Tian Jianzi nodded when he heard Jian Wufeng's words. Above the sky-piercing divine pillar, a majestic sword intent enveloped the entire sword reverence sect. Countless disciples stared fixedly at the figures on the sky-piercing divine pillar. Through their tireless efforts, Zhu Yuan and the other 2 had finally stepped onto the divine pillars. But the difference between them and Xiahou Wu was already enormous. Unknowingly, Xiahou Wu had already caught up to Fang Chen. He was on the verge of surpassing Fang Chen. Seeing this scene, The golden heart in Fang Chen's heart started beating even faster. Suddenly, the aura around Fang Chen's body skyrocketed. The formless sword will was integrated into the sky-piercing god pillar. Swish! Just as he was about to be overtaken by Xiahou Wu, Fang Chen's speed suddenly increased once more. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had shaken off Fang Chen. No matter how Xiahou Wu chased, he was unable to catch Fang Chen. How is this possible? Looking at Fang Chen's back, Xiahou Wu's heart was extremely complicated. He hadn't expected Fang Chen to still be hiding his strength. An incense stick's worth of time passed in the blink of an eye. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Fang Chen had already climbed to the 9th meter of the heavenly divine pillar, while Xiahou Wu was right behind him at the 8th meter. As for Zhu Yuan and the other two, they were at the 3rd meter. Time's up. Following Tian Zhenzi's roar, the competition for the Heaven Sword Sun title came to an end. All the martial artists looked at the figure at the top of the divine pillar with disbelief. Heavens, Fang Chen really did become the Heaven Sword Sun. He snatched the title of Heaven Sword Sun from Xiahou Wu's hands. He really is heaven-defying. Fang Chen's name will enter the annals of our sword reverence sect. Many disciples cried out in alarm. Tian Zhenzi waved his hand, indicating for everyone to quiet down. Then he solemnly said, "This time's Heaven Sword Sun selection is over. According to the order of climbing, Fang Chen will be this year's Heaven Sword Sun." As soon as Tian Zhenzi said this, Zhu Yuan and the other two's expressions became incomparably gloomy. They were unwilling to accept that the Heaven Sword Sun title they were about to obtain had been snatched away by Fang Chen. If it had been Xiahou Wu who obtained it, they wouldn't have said anything. But for it to be snatched away by Fang Chen, they were extremely dissatisfied. Xiahou Wu didn't say anything. He directly jumped down from the divine pillar and calmly stood there. "I refuse to accept this. Fang Chen's strength is inferior to ours. What ability does he have to become my sword reverence sect's Heaven Sword Sun?" Raged Zhu Yuan. "That's right. My sword reverence sect's Heaven Sword Sun not only has heaven-defying talent in the sword Dao, but his strength is also outstanding. I refuse to accept Fang Chen as the Heaven Sword Sun. I also refuse to accept this. Fang Chen's strength is inferior to even the three of us. He can't be the Heaven Sword Sun." Zhu Yuan and the other two expressed their dissatisfaction. On the platform, Tian Zhenzi frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. Just at that moment, Fang Chen jumped down from the divine pillar with a whoosh. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhu Yuan and the others. He said coldly, "Then who do you think is qualified to be the Heavenly Sword Sun?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, the three of them became even more infuriated. "Fang Chen, of the five of us, you're the weakest. You still have the nerve to call yourself the Heaven Sword Sun? That's right, Fang Chen. As long as you can defeat the four of us, we'll willingly let you be the Heaven Sword Sun. Otherwise, please scram. You don't have the qualifications to be the Heaven Sword Sun." The three of them were filled with disdain. They wouldn't accept Fang Chen unless Fang Chen defeated them. Tian Zhenzi was just about to speak when Fang Chen cut him off. He knew that in the sword reverence sect, strength was revered. If he didn't display his strength, the three of them would definitely refuse to accept him. The Heaven Sword Sun. "I, Fang Chen, will definitely obtain that title," declared Fang Chen. If he could obtain the title of Heaven Sword Sun, he would be a candidate to become the next sect master. Moreover, he would be the only candidate. Once Tian Zhenzi stepped down, he would become the new sect master. A candidate to become the sect master of a two-star sect would definitely have a high status. Fang Chen wanted to use this to get close to the Luo family branch and ask about his mother. Although he wasn't sure if his mother was a member of the Luo family. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the three of them laughed sinisterly. "You three, who will go first?" Fang Chen's eyes were filled with a powerful battle intent as he coldly asked. He, Fang Chen, wanted to use a powerful stance to defeat the three of them. He wanted to let them know that he was also qualified to be the Heaven Sword Sun. "I'll go first." The person who spoke was called Yu Kunshan. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. He was currently looking at Fang Chen with a gloomy expression. Tian Jianzi wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Jian Wufeng. Let him deal with it himself, Jian Wufeng said. The three of them would definitely refuse to accept Fang Chen as the Heaven Sword Son. This would leave a hidden danger for the sword reverence sect. It was better to deal with it now. Hearing this, Tian Jianzi slowly nodded. Chapter 314. If it was before, Fang Chen wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. However, it was different now. His water concept had reached the second minor realm, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Moreover, his Dao body had reached the 3-star level. All of this had caused Fang Chen's strength to increase rapidly. Facing Yu Kunshan's attack, Fang Chen's expression was very calm. Crash! Wild sword intent appeared around Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, he held the hidden star sword in his hand and casually waved it. Suddenly, an extremely wild sword light was emitted from the hidden star sword. This sword light was formed from the two concepts of water and fire. It was extremely powerful. This, seeing the power of the fire and water sword technique, even Tian Jianzi's face revealed a trace of shock. It seems like Fang Chen's strength isn't as simple as it seems on the surface, Tian Jianzi said. Boom! With a loud sound, Fang Chen's hidden star sword suddenly stabbed towards Yu Kunshan. At the same time, the majestic sword light in the sky directly attacked Yu Kunshan. Whoosh! After the two concepts of water and fire had reached the second minor realm, the power of the fire and water sword technique had once again increased. This time, the 6th level of the fire and water sword technique that Fang Chen had displayed was enough to shock Xiahou Wu. Boom! With a loud sound, the fire and water sword light in the sky immediately bombarded Yu Kunshan's sword light. Immediately after, Fang Chen's hidden star sword collided with Yu Kunshan's long sword. With a cracking sound, Yu Kunshan's long sword loudly shattered. Immediately after, the sword light above his head also shattered. Bang! Yu Kunshan's body was heavily sent flying, and he fell to the ground. His face was incomparably pale, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Fang Chen. This, even Yu Kunshan hadn't expected that Fang Chen's strength would be so strong. He was too strong. When Fang Chen used his cultivation technique, he felt as if a wild beast was in front of him. Who else is there? At this moment, Fang Chen's entire body was emitting a wild aura, as if he was a wild beast. The Zhu Yuan duo only recovered from their shock when they heard Fang Chen's voice. There was a tinge of fear in their eyes as they looked at Fang Chen. How could he be this powerful? Zhu Yuan wondered to himself. For Zhu Yuan to be able to reach this level, his IQ was naturally very high. He had the deepest impression of the power that Fang Chen had just unleashed. With Fang Chen's current strength, he had no chance of winning against Fang Chen. Damn it! He must have had a fortuitous encounter. Zhu Yuan screamed silently. However, he didn't step forward to fight Fang Chen. He knew that he was no match for Fang Chen. Zhu Yuan didn't want to fight with Fang Chen, so naturally, the other disciple also didn't want to fight with Fang Chen. Now, only Xiahou Wu was left. Fang Chen looked at Xiahou Wu. It just so happened that Xiahou Wu was also looking at him. Fang Chen, your strength has exceeded my expectations, Xiahou Wu said faintly. When Fang Chen had first entered the sword reverence sect, Xiahou Wu hadn't even recognized him. But later, Fang Chen had gradually revealed his talent. At that time, Xiahou Wu had begun to pay attention to Fang Chen. In the grand competition not long ago, although Fang Chen's strength was valiant and had stunned countless disciples, Xiahou Wu still believed that although Fang Chen's strength was strong, it was not enough to threaten his position. So Xiahou Wu had only treated Fang Chen as an ordinary opponent. But later, when the sky-piercing divine pillar had appeared, Fang Chen had suppressed him and taken first place in the sky-piercing divine pillar. Only then did Xiahou Wu realize that Fang Chen was truly unfathomable. He couldn't see through Fang Chen. And just now, Yuekuan Shan hadn't even been able to block one of Fang Chen's attacks. This made Xiahou Wu's heart ripple. The sword technique that Fang Chen had used was formed from the combination of the two intents of water and fire. It was extremely powerful. Moreover, with Xiahou Wu's insight, He naturally knew that Fang Chen's water and fire concepts had respectively reached the second minor level. To be able to cultivate two intents at the same time and reach the second minor realm was enough to see how strong Fang Chen was. "I'll only use one move." Xiahou Wu nodded at Fang Chen. Fang Chen faintly nodded. In the next instant, the sword intent around his body skyrocketed. The hidden star sword in his hand drew a strange trajectory in the air. Wherever the hidden star sword passed, the sword light of water and fire would burst forth. The majestic sword light, under Fang Chen's control, gathered together and formed a peerless battle weapon. And at this moment, a soft sword appeared in the hands of Xiahou Wu, who was facing Fang Chen. His face was filled with a calm expression as he looked at Fang Chen and casually waved his soft sword. A dull sword light shot out from the soft sword and directly attacked Fang Chen. Seeing this dull sword light, Fang Chen's pupils shrank and his figure immediately dodged. This sword intent, in Fang Chen's heart, a storm was set off. Xiahou Wu's sword intent was much stronger than his own sword intent. Sixth level of the water and fire sword technique. At this moment, Fang Chen displayed the sixth level of the water and fire sword technique. The hidden star sword heavily collided with the dull sword light. Boom! A loud sound rang out and a wild sword intent engulfed the entire reverence sword peak. All the warriors opened their eyes wide and looked at the reverence sword peak. They wanted to see who exactly had lost. After the smoke dispersed, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu quietly stood on the reverence sword peak. On their faces, there was a trace of a smile. Even Tian Zhenzi did not know who had the upper hand in this battle. But at this moment, the smile on Xiahou Wu's face disappeared. Immediately after, a wild aura emerged from Xiahou Wu's body. In the next moment, a rumbling sound came from within Xiahou Wu's body. He broke through. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in surprise. Xiahou Wu had actually broken through to the 8th level of the Qi High Realm at this moment. "Fang Chen, the title of Tian Zhenzi is yours." Actually, Xiahou Wu could have broken through long ago, but he had been suppressing his cultivation level. He had thought that this time he would be able to obtain the title of Tian Zhenzi, but now it seemed that there was no need to suppress his cultivation level. "I will wait for you in the inner sect." Xiahou Wu had broken through to the 8th level of the Qi High Realm and naturally became an inner sect disciple. And Fang Chen had become the Heaven Zhenzi of the Reverence Sword sect and the new number 1 in the outer sect. Until Xiahou Wu left, no one understood why Xiahou Wu had voluntarily given up the title of Tian Zhenzi. Only Fang Chen was clear. In the battle just now, he had reached the 6th level of the water and fire sword technique and its power had increased tremendously. Xiahou Wu had also felt that Fang Chen's strength had increased, so after one strike, he had decided to give up. If he had fought with all his strength, Xiahou Wu believed that even if he had fought until the end, he and Fang Chen would have both been injured. In his opinion, this result meant that he had already lost. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the Qi High Realm, while Fang Chen was only at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. Thus, Xiahou Wu had broken through to the 8th level of the Qi High Realm on the spot and had given up the title of Tian Zhenzi. Looking at Xiahou Wu's back as he left, Fang Chen nodded slightly. This Xiahou Wu was a real man. Since it is like this, then I will now officially announce that Fang Chen is the Heaven Zhenzi of the Reverence Sword sect for this term. Do you have any objections? Tian Zhenzi asked loudly. The entire square was dead silent. Fang Chen's strength was obvious to all. Naturally, no one dared to object. Just like this, Fang Chen had become the second Heaven Zhenzi of the Reverence Sword sect after Tian Zhenzi. The moment Fang Chen became the Heaven Zhenzi, a boundless sword qi from the heaven-piercing pillar suddenly rushed into Fang Chen's body. Baptism of sword qi, this was something that every Heaven Zhenzi would experience. Everyone looked at Fang Chen who was being baptized by the heaven-piercing pillar's sword qi, and their eyes were filled with envy. After 15 minutes, the sword qi baptism ended and the outer competition ended. Tian Zhenzi was the leader of the Reverence Sword sect's upper echelons, and they all congratulated Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you brat, you really hid your strength well. You actually made Xiahou Wu give up on the fight for the Heavenly Sword Sun. Jian Wufeng had a pretty good relationship with Fang Chen and said with a chuckle. Yes, you are too strong. The other elders laughed. Next up was the reward for the top 3 of this term's outer competition. The 3 of them all received a spot to enter the sword pagoda, and Fang Chen could also make a request to Tian Zhenzi. After everyone had left, Tian Zhenzi looked at Fang Chen and laughed. Fang Chen, as the winner of this term's outer disciple competition, other than the spot to enter the sword pagoda, what other requests do you have? Fang Chen pondered for a moment before saying, Sect Master, I want to enter the ancestral land to cultivate. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Tian Zhenzi and Zhen Wufeng's expressions instantly changed. A cold light flashed in their eyes. Fang Chen, why do you want to enter the ancestral land to cultivate? Asked Tian Zhenzi. Others might not know, but Tian Zhenzi was the clearest about the situation inside the ancestral land. He had used the absolute heaven sword formation with great difficulty to seal the ancestral land, not allowing the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect to come out. How could he send Fang Chen, the new heaven Zhenzi, to his death? I heard that the Sword Reverence Sword sect's ancestral land is where the past sect masters are buried. That place is filled with dense sword intent. Cultivating there will definitely be twice the result with half the effort, said Fang Chen. No, Fang Chen, we won't agree to your condition, said Zhen Wufeng directly. Fang Chen was stunned. He didn't understand why Zhen Wufeng had directly rejected his request. He couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Fang Chen, we can't agree to your request. The ancestral land is a forbidden area of the Sword Reverence Sword sect. Ordinary people can't enter. Tian Zhenzi continued, you can go back first. Once you've thought of other requests, you can come tell me. After saying that, Tian Zhenzi led Zhen Wufeng and the others away. After returning to the courtyard, Fang Chen was speechless. Senior, why did you make me make such a request? Asked Fang Chen. So it was Ancestor Bronze who had made Fang Chen make such a request. As for why, Fang Chen didn't understand. Ancestor Bronze was the shriveled skin within the bronze coffin. His remnant will had entered the python sword and hidden it within Fang Chen's spatial ring. He was looking forward to the day when he could reform his physical body. Fang Chen had only learned later that he was called Ancestor Bronze. Perhaps it had been too long, but Fang Chen didn't remember such a peerless expert. Chapter 315. The Sword Reverence sect's ancestral land is where the past sect masters are buried. Boundless sword intent is gathered there. If you can cultivate in the ancestral land, your cultivation base will definitely advance, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen curled his lip helplessly. But the sect master won't agree to my request. The reason he won't agree to your request is because the ancestral land is currently blocked by a formation, said Ancestor Bronze. What? The ancestral land is wrapped in a formation? Fang Chen was puzzled. Yes, it's blocked by a formation. It seems the ancestral land has some unspeakable secret, said Ancestor Bronze. Is there a way? Asked Fang Chen. Of course. Ancestor Bronze told Fang Chen a method and then went back to sleep. Early the next morning, Fang Chen left the courtyard and arrived at Zhen Wufeng's place. Uncle Master, I want to see the sect master. Fang Chen went straight to the point. Fang Chen, you want to convince senior apprentice brother to let you cultivate in the ancestral land? Zhen Wufeng looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. Zhen Wufeng frowned and shook his head. Fang Chen, give up. You can't enter the ancestral land. Uncle Master, can I see the sect master? Asked Fang Chen. It's useless even if you see the sect master, said Zhen Wufeng. I just want to see the sect master. If he doesn't agree, I'll immediately leave, said Fang Chen. In the end, Zhen Wufeng brought Fang Chen to Tian Zhenzi. Sect master, I want to enter the ancestral land to cultivate, said Fang Chen. Tian Zhenzi frowned and icily said, Fang Chen, as the Sword Reverence sect's Tian Zhenzi, you should abide by the Sword Reverence sect's rules. If I say you can't enter the ancestral land, then you can't enter. Are you not even going to listen to the sect master? Seeing Tian Zhenzi's displeasure, Fang Chen continued, Sect master, the reason you sealed the ancestral land is probably because there's some unknown danger inside, right? Tian Zhenzi's expression changed when he heard Fang Chen's words. His eyes flickered as he looked at Fang Chen in shock. How did you know? I once looked at the ancestral land from afar. I can feel that the ancestral land is surrounded by a powerful formation, Fang Chen said slowly. After listening to Fang Chen's words, Tian Zhenzi's heart was filled with shock. How could a fourth-level Qi-high warrior like Fang Chen be able to sense the existence of the absolute heaven sword formation? What do you want to say? Asked Tian Zhenzi. Sect Master, what if I say that I can resolve the crisis inside? Fang Chen suddenly asked. What? You said you could resolve the danger inside, asked Tian Zhenzi. Fang Chen, do you know what you're saying? Do you know what kind of danger is inside the ancestral land? Asked Zhen Wufeng with a serious expression. Although I don't know what kind of danger is inside the ancestral land, I'm 90% sure that I can resolve it, said Fang Chen. Of course, this was all because of the bronze ancestor. Fang Chen, since you've said so, I can tell you clearly that there is a condensing reality realm survivor of the Yellow Spring sect in the ancestral land. Tell me, how are you going to resolve this crisis? Asked Tian Zhenzi in a deep voice. A condensing reality realm survivor of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen nodded. No wonder Tian Zhenzi had used the absolute heaven sword formation to surround the ancestral land. Now, do you still want to enter the ancestral land? Asked Zhen Wufeng. After all, Fang Chen was the heaven sword son of their sword-worshipping sect. They wanted to make Fang Chen retreat. Once Fang Chen entered the ancestral land, he would definitely die. Their sword-worshipping sect couldn't afford to lose a heaven sword son. However, Fang Chen obviously wouldn't listen to their advice. Sect Master, to tell you the truth, not long ago, I found a supreme treasure in an ancient ruin. This supreme treasure can be used to deal with the Yellow Spring sect survivors. As he spoke, Fang Chen took out the python sword. Suddenly, a wild aura erupted from the python sword. This aura shocked Tian Zhenzi. Tian Zhenzi was puzzled. Fang Chen put away the long sword and said, "This sword contains an extremely majestic aura. Once activated, it can instantly kill a condensing reality realm warrior. Therefore, I'm willing to enter the ancestral land and kill the Yellow Spring sect survivors." If Tian Zhenzi hadn't seen the python transform into a sword, he definitely wouldn't have allowed Fang Chen to enter the ancestral land. However, after seeing the python transform into a sword, Tian Zhenzi's thoughts actually changed. Perhaps, he can really kill the Yellow Spring sect survivors. Tian Zhenzi thought to himself. After discussing with Zhen Wufeng, Tian Zhenzi decided to take the risk. Even with his strength, he felt his heart palpitate when he felt the aura of the python sword. This meant that once it was activated, it would definitely pose a threat to a condensing reality realm warrior. As long as Fang Chen had this long sword, even if he couldn't kill the Yellow Spring sect survivors, he could still escape unscathed. If Fang Chen could kill the Yellow Spring sect survivors, the ancestral land of the Sword Reverence sect would be restored. This would change the fate of the entire Sword Reverence sect. Fang Chen, you are the Tian Zhenzi of the Sword Reverence sect. No matter what, you have to prioritize your own safety. Tian Zhenzi said slowly. Fang Chen, if you can't kill the Yellow Spring sect survivors, hurry up and come out. We'll wait for you outside. Zhen Wufeng said. Fang Chen nodded. Under the guidance of the two, he arrived at the ancestral land of the Sword Reverence sect. At this time, the ancestral land was surrounded by the absolute heaven sword formation. Dense sword intent filled the entire sky. After giving some instructions to Fang Chen, Tian Zhenzi used his means to open the absolute heaven sword formation. Fang Chen. At this moment, Tian Zhenzi bellowed. Seeing this, Fang Chen's body flashed as he dived into the ancestral grounds. The moment the doors of the ancestral grounds opened, an evil aura gushed out. Crash! The absolute heaven sword formation closed, and the ancestral land fell into silence once again. Zhen Wufeng and Tian Zhenzi stared nervously at the ancestral land palace. They hoped that Fang Chen would succeed. At this time, Fang Chen, who had entered the ancestral land palace, instantly felt an evil aura filling the entire palace. Although it was called a palace, it was actually very spacious. There were countless tombstones in the palace. These tombstones were the burial places of the sword reverence sect masters. It's really the Yellow Spring sect survivors. Senior Bronze, do you have a way? Fang Chen asked. If it were not for the fact that the old ancestor said that he had a solution, Fang Chen would not have come in. After all, the old ancestor was a condensing reality realm cultivator from the Yellow Spring Martial School. If Fang Chen ran into the old ancestor, he would have been killed in the blink of an eye. He's trying to revive all the sword reverence sect masters in the ancestral land. He's implicated and can't leave the bottom of the tomb. Ancestor Bronze said. At this time, a gloomy voice came from the bottom of the tomb and entered Fang Chen's ears. Keek, such a weak martial artist dares to enter here? Did Tian Jianzi send you to your death? After hearing this voice, Fang Chen was certain that this remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was just as Forefather Bronze had said. He was trapped underground and couldn't come out unless he completed his plan. However, a condensing reality realm expert could refine a treasure in his Qi and condense a Dharma idol. Even if he couldn't come out from underground, he could still attack from a distance. He could injure Fang Chen, or even kill Fang Chen. Therefore, Fang Chen was very careful. Whoosh! At this time, an ear-piercing light shot out from the ground. Seeing this, Fang Chen hurriedly dodged. At the same time, the python sword appeared in his hand. With a bang, the python sword slashed at the light. With a cracking sound, the dazzling light instantly shattered. A soft sound of surprise came from underground. Obviously, the Yellow Spring sect survivor didn't expect Fang Chen to be able to block his attack. After using the python sword to block the attack of the Yellow Spring sect survivor, Fang Chen was overjoyed. At this time, Ancestor Bronze said, "Take 3 steps forward and use the python sword to split open the tomb. Go underground. I have a way to kill him." Hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen nodded. He took 3 steps forward and appeared in front of a tomb. With the python sword in his hand, he immediately split open the tomb. Then, Fang Chen entered the tomb. After entering the tomb, Fang Chen found that there was a small palace under the tomb. At the front of the palace, there was a coffin. In front of the coffin, there was a skinny old man. His body emitted a wild aura that was constantly transmitted into the coffin. Seeing Fang Chen come down, the old man transmitted his aura and said coldly, "Kid, do you think you can defeat me just because you blocked my attack? You're too naive." As soon as his voice fell, a cheetah appeared above the old man's head. This is an Dharma idol. It was an Dharma idol refined by a condensing reality realm expert. Looking at the cheetah above the old man's head, Fang Chen understood that the old man's Dharma idol was a cheetah. Boom! The moment the cheetah appeared, Fang Chen felt a shocking power coming from the old man's fist. At this moment, old Ancestor Bronze let out a low growl. Immediately after, a wild ray of light shot out from the python sword. This ray of light was the last bit of old Ancestor Bronze's strength. Crack! The beam of light hit the old man's fist and instantly shattered it. The old man stared in disbelief as the beam of light penetrated his body. At this moment, the old man felt a trace of fear. The python sword actually contained such a tyrannical power. How is this possible? The old man felt his life slipping away, and he roared unwillingly. He was a condensing reality realm expert. Why couldn't he block the attack of a small martial artist? He was unwilling to accept this. Ah! A miserable scream came out. The old man's chest was pierced by the python sword. A dark aura drilled into the old man's body. Finally, the old man fell to the ground, dead. He's really dead. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen asked in disbelief. Cough. At this time, the python sword returned to Fang Chen's hand and a weak voice came. The attack this time has weakened my remnant will even more. I'm going to sleep. Chapter 316. Ancestor Bronze had fallen into a deep slumber. He didn't know when he would recover. Now he could only rely on himself. Fang Chen placed the python sword into his spatial ring. Then he took out the hidden star sword and looked around. At this moment, Fang Chen noticed that the body of the Yellow Spring sect disciple had turned into a pitch-black chi that drilled into the coffin in front of him. The entire palace was very small. At the very front was a coffin, and above the coffin was a pitch-black sphere. Countless pitch-black rays of light were scattered from the sphere, shooting in all directions of the palace. "What is this sphere of light?" Fang Chen asked in a low voice as he approached the ball of light and discovered that it contained a large amount of energy. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen guessed that this sphere of light had something to do with reviving the previous sect masters of the Sword Reverence sect. Could it be that this sphere of light is the central control of the ancestral land's various tombs? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's eyes flickered. Although the Yellow Spring sect disciple was dead, the central control hadn't stopped. He had to stop this sphere of light. Only then could he truly resolve the crisis of the ancestral land. Fang Chen's hand grabbed the pitch-black sphere of light. In an instant, the scattered light around the pitch-black ball of light stopped. Then, Fang Chen felt a wild aura enter his body. Bang! Fang Chen's body fell to the ground, unconscious. Outside, Zhenju City, Luo family branch. Yes, Fang Chen actually became the Sword Reverence sect's Heaven Sword Son, said Luo Hanshan icily. When Luo Hanshan heard the news, his heart trembled. Ever since the Heaven Sword Son, the Sword Reverence sect hadn't had a Heaven Sword Son for a long time. He hadn't expected Fang Chen to become the new Heaven Sword Son. Xiahou Wu also didn't fight over Fang Chen, muttered Luo Hanshan. The more Luo Hanshan heard about Fang Chen, the more shocked he became. He realized that Fang Chen's potential was too heaven-defying, so he couldn't let him continue to grow. He had to find a way to kill him. While Luo Hanshan was deep in thought, the Luo family branch welcomed a young master from the imperial capital's headquarters. "Young Master Luo Yu, I didn't expect you to personally come to Sword State City." "Ha ha ha, please come in." The head of the Luo family branch welcomed Luo Yu with a smile. In the Golden Crown Nation, the Luo clan was considered one of the top forces and was also the leader of the 9 Great Two-Star sect. The Luo clan had many branches in the Golden Crown Nation, and the Luo clan of the Sword State City was one of them. Luo Yu was one of the most talented disciples of the Luo family's younger generation. She had reached the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. Although she was not one of the strongest, all of the higher-ups in the Luo family believed that Luo Yu had great potential. In less than 3 years, she would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the strongest of the younger generation, Luo Tianhan. From this point, it was enough to see how strong Luo Yu's potential was. Every year, the Luo family's headquarters would send their younger generation disciples to the other branches to select some outstanding disciples and bring them back to the headquarters for training. And this year, Luo Yu was sent to Sword State City. In the Luo clan's residence, in the meeting hall, Luo Yu sat on a chair with a smile on her face as she looked at the head of the Luo clan branch. "I'm sure the head of the Luo clan already knows the purpose of my visit." Luo Yu asked with a smile. "Of course I know. This is a grand occasion for the Luo clan every year. I have already asked the younger generation to prepare. Young Master Luo, you can choose at any time." The head of the Luo clan branch said with a smile. "I don't want to waste time. Let's do it now," Luo Yu said. After that, Luo Yu began to select the younger generation disciples of the Luo clan branch. 2-on-2 battles. This was Luo Yu's order. In the square of the Luo clan branch, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless young disciples were fighting to attract Luo Yu's attention. After all, the Luo clan branch was not a 2-star sect. It did not have a deep background like the Sword sect. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Yu was bored watching. This year, the Luo clan branch in Sword State City did not have any outstanding disciples. The strongest disciple was only at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. But he was slightly older and Luo Yu did not approve of him. When noon came, the battles between the disciples finally ended. Luo Yu had selected a total of 3 disciples. Luo Yu did not choose disciples based on strength alone. She chose 3 disciples based on all aspects such as potential, age, and strength. From today onwards, the 3 of you will follow young Master Luo Yu to the Imperial Capital headquarters to train. After you arrive at the Imperial Capital, you must train hard. The head of the Luo clan branch said with a smile. "We will definitely work hard," the 3 disciples said in a deep voice. Head of the Luo clan, this time, only these 3 disciples meet the requirements. The others do not meet the requirements. Luo Yu shook her head slightly. Between her eyebrows, there was a trace of displeasure. Every time a disciple went out to the other branches to find an outstanding disciple, they would compete with each other. The more outstanding the disciple they found, the more face they would have. She originally thought that the Luo clan branch in Sword State City would have some outstanding disciples. But after coming here, Luo Yu was not happy. After an entire morning of selection, it was not easy to find 3 disciples. This made Luo Yu very speechless. Seeing Luo Yu's expression, the head of the Luo clan branch shook his head slightly. At this moment, he did not know what to say. At this moment, Luo Hanshan suddenly appeared beside Luo Yu and said in a low voice, "Young Master Luo Yu, before you came, there was actually an outstanding disciple in our Luo clan branch. His talent was very strong and his master was an alchemy master." But what? Luo Yu heard and asked. "But he was killed by a disciple of the sword sect," Luo Hanshan said. Luo Yu looked at the head of the Luo clan branch. The head of the Luo clan branch nodded. Although Luo Xian's cultivation could not be considered too strong, his potential was shocking. They had originally planned to let Luo Xian enter the capital to cultivate, but he was killed by Fang Chen. "A disciple of the sword sect dares to kill a member of my Luo clan?" As expected, after hearing Luo Hanshan's words, Luo Yu's face darkened and he coldly asked. Luo Hanshan's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. He deliberately said, "This disciple is extremely arrogant. In the inner area of the sword range, the inheritance originally belonged to Luo Xian. But he relied on his tyrannical cultivation to kill Luo Xian and steal the inheritance. Moreover, not long ago, he became the Heaven Sword Son of the Sword Sect." Luo Hanshan said. He wanted to borrow Luo Yu's hand to kill Fang Chen. "What is the cultivation level of the Heaven Sword Son?" Luo Yu asked. If it was an ordinary disciple, he could easily kill him. But he was very clear about the status of the Heaven Sword Son of the Sword Sect. "4th level of the Qi High Realm," Luo Hanshan said. "What 4th level of the Qi High Realm? How can he become the Heaven Sword Son of the Sword Sect?" Luo Yu was puzzled. Although his cultivation level is only at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm, he has a spiritual weapon and countless inheritances. He even has a very profound sword art. Combined, his strength is enough to fight against a warrior at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm, Luo Hanshan said. Hearing this, Luo Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of light. After hearing Luo Hanshan's words, he suddenly became very interested in this Heaven Sword Son. Of course, he was interested in the inheritances and skills that Fang Chen had obtained from the inner area of the sword range. The inheritances of the inner area of the sword range must be like this. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't be so strong. Luo Yu thought to himself. Although he lived in the central part of the imperial capital, he had heard of the legends of the Sword State City. He didn't expect that the inner area of the sword range of the Sword State City would be open to the public. Moreover, the Heaven Sword Son of the Sword Sect had obtained the inheritances from the inner area. Thinking of this, Luo Yu's eyes burned with passion. He thought to himself, that is the inheritance of the inner area of the sword range. If I can obtain it, this trip will not be in vain. Young Master Luo Yu, the Heaven Sword Son of the Sword Sect, has many treasures that came from the inner area of the sword range. Luo Hanshan exaggerated. Luo Yu nodded and said, "Show me his information." That night, Fang Chen's information appeared in front of Luo Yu. After reading it, Luo Yu was even more convinced that the reason why Fang Chen could become the Heaven Sword Son of the Sword Sect was because of the treasures in the inner area of the sword range. I didn't expect that I, Luo Yu, would have such luck. Luo Yu's face was full of smiles. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was in the ancestral land, didn't know that Luo Yu of the Luo clan had already made a detailed plan against him. He was unconscious and his body was filled with wild energy. However, during this period of time, the Golden Heart was beating rapidly, helping Fang Chen to absorb the energy. Early the next morning, Luo Yu was led by the Luo clan's branch patriarch to the Sword Reverence sect. Tian Zhenzi and Jian Wufeng came out to greet them. Patriarch Luo, why have you come to the sword reverence sect? Tian Zhenzi, I came this time because of young master Luo Yu, said the branch patriarch. Tian Zhenzi and Jian Wufeng looked at Luo Yu. To be called young master by the Luo clan's branch patriarch, he should be someone from the imperial capital's headquarters. Oh, this is? Asked Tian Zhenzi. I'm called Luo Yu. I heard that a Heaven Sword son had appeared in your sword reverence sect, so I came to exchange pointers with him, said Luo Yu. Exchange pointers with the Heaven Sword son, said Tian Zhenzi. You came at the wrong time. The Heaven Sword son is in seclusion in the ancestral land, so he can't exchange pointers with you. Seclusion? Luo Yu frowned. Since that's the case, I'll come visit another day. Luo Yu turned and left. The Sword Reverence sect was also a 2-star sect. Although they weren't as strong as the Luo clan, as a junior, he didn't dare be impudent in front of Tian Zhenzi. So when he heard that the Heaven Sword son was in seclusion, he turned and left. Young Master Luo Yu, what should we do? Asked the branch patriarch. Chapter 317. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen finally woke up. However, he discovered that he was in a dark space. Where is this? Fang Chen asked in a low voice. No one responded to him. The entire dark space was filled with an endless gloomy aura. Fang Chen stood quietly on the ground of the dark space, appearing particularly conspicuous. Whoosh whoosh, a gust of wind blew past. Fang Chen felt that there was a gloomy atmosphere around him. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble and a miserable shriek sounded. Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chen. The illusory figure didn't say anything and directly launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Water and fire sword art. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless. He took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 6th level of the water and fire sword art. A sword light instantly bombarded the illusory figure. Bang bang bang. The more intense the battle with the illusory figure, the more shocked Fang Chen became. This was because he discovered that the sword art used by the illusory figure was the sword art of the Reverence Sword sect. Could it be that he is the sect master of the Reverence Sword sect? The following battle finally confirmed Fang Chen's guess. The illusory figure in front of him was indeed the sect master of the Reverence Sword sect. He suppressed his cultivation and fiercely fought with Fang Chen. After fighting for a full hour, Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced through the illusory figure. In the end, the illusory figure dissipated in the dark space. After the illusory figure disappeared, a second illusory figure appeared. In this way, Fang Chen continued to fight. Even if he was tired, he couldn't stop. If he didn't fight, he would be killed by the illusory figures. After a day, Fang Chen was exhausted, but he still continued to fight. 3 days later, Fang Chen had already killed more than 30 illusory figures. At this time, he finally gained the upper hand. Moreover, during the battle, Fang Chen discovered that the power in his body was gradually increasing. Of course, Fang Chen didn't know that the reason for the increase in strength was because of the pitch-black ball of light. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, half a month, 1 month. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had been in the dark space for a month. In this month, Fang Chen's cultivation had increased from the early stage of the 4th level of the Qi High Realm to the mid-stage, then to the late stage, and finally to the peak stage. This made Fang Chen very excited. These illusory figures were fighting with him to help him digest the boundless energy he had absorbed. Of course, the peak of the 4th level of the Qi High Realm was not the end. Almost every sect leader had fought with Fang Chen. They all suppressed their cultivation and fought with Fang Chen. Finally, on a certain day 2 months later, Fang Chen faced a figure that was even more powerful than the previous illusory figures. Bang! This illusory figure just waved his hand and suppressed Fang Chen. This made Fang Chen very shocked. Fire and Water Sword Art Level 6. Fang Chen displayed the 6th level of the Fire and Water Sword Art, but he still couldn't block the illusory figure's attack. Poochie, the illusory figure flicked his wrist and a hand blade shot out. Fang Chen tried his best to block it, but in the end, he couldn't block it and was injured by the hand blade. At the same time, The energy that Fang Chen had absorbed from the black ball of light was completely absorbed by Fang Chen's body. Boom boom boom. At this time, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Qi High realm. After the breakthrough, Fang Chen's strength increased tremendously. The 6th level of the fire and water sword art was displayed instantly. The wild sword light pierced towards the illusory figure. While at this moment, in Fang Chen's mind, countless sword lights flashed. In the next moment, Fang Chen waved his sword again. The 7th level of the fire and water sword art. After 2 months, Fang Chen had finally reached the 7th level of the fire and water sword art. The 7th level of the fire and water sword art combined with the cultivation of the 5th level of the Qi High realm caused Fang Chen's strength to increase tremendously. With a thrust of his sword, he pierced through the illusory figure. I didn't expect that my sword sect would have such an excellent disciple. The illusory figure left behind such a simple sentence before dispersing. After the illusory figure disappeared, Fang Chen suddenly disappeared into the dark space. While Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. He was still in the tomb that he had entered. Everything that had happened in the past 2 months was like a dream. Was it a dream? Fang Chen thought to himself. He then checked his body and found that his cultivation had really reached the 5th level of the Qi High realm. After that, Fang Chen displayed the fire and water sword art and found that it had also reached the 7th level. This made him very happy. It's not a dream. Fang Chen said softly. Could it be that because I absorbed the energy from the black ball of light, the previous sect leaders of the sword sect appeared in the form of illusory figures? Fang Chen guessed in his heart. However, after thinking for a while, Fang Chen could not figure out the reason. So, he stopped thinking about it. Anyway, he had achieved his goal of entering the ancestral land. He had a breakthrough in his cultivation and the fire and water sword art. Now, he could challenge a warrior of the 8th level of the Qi High realm. No, to be exact, he could easily defeat an early-level Qi High warrior and challenge a mid-level Qi High warrior. In 2 months, his progress was so fast that even he himself felt it was unbelievable. Finally, Fang Chen calmed himself down and prepared to leave. At this moment, outside the ancestral land of the sword sect, Jian Wufeng and Tian Jianzi were anxious. It has been 2 months and Fang Chen has not made a single move. Could it be that he? Tian Jianzi was halfway through his sentence when his face turned gloomy. Senior brother, Fang Chen's talent is outstanding. Plus, he has that demonic long sword. He will be fine. Jian Wufeng comforted his senior brother. In these 2 months, Luo Yu has not left. She has been waiting for Fang Chen to appear. I am guessing that there might be some conspiracy behind this. Tian Jianzi changed the topic and said softly, "Who cares about the conspiracy? Let's wait for Fang Chen to come out first." Jian Wufeng said. Just as the two were talking, the ancestral land suddenly shook and the palace door opened. Seeing this, Tian Jianzi used his technique and opened the absolute heaven sword formation. In an instant, a figure flew out from the palace. Tian Jianzi closed the absolute heaven sword formation. Seeing that the person who came was Fang Chen, his heart was filled with excitement. "Fang Chen, you finally came out," Tian Jianzi said. "Fang Chen, how is the ancestral land?" Jian Wufeng asked anxiously. Fang Chen nodded at the two and said, "Fortunately, I did not disappoint. The ancestral land is safe." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Tian Jianzi felt as if he was dreaming. The Yellow Spring sect's remaining members in the ancestral land were extremely powerful. Even he could not deal with them, but they were actually dealt with by a junior. "Are you all right?" Tian Jianzi asked. "I'm fine," Fang Chen said. Fang Chen had gained a lot in the 2 months he had spent in the ancestral land. But all of this was because of Ancestor Bronze. If it weren't for Ancestor Bronze, Fang Chen wouldn't have been able to cultivate in the ancestral land. "As long as you're fine," Tian Jianzi chuckled. Tian Jianzi asked about the situation in the ancestral land. After learning that the ancestral land was safe, Tian Jianzi closed the absolute heaven sword formation and personally went in to take a look. When he came out, his face was filled with excitement. The ancestral land was indeed safe. The Yellow Spring sect's remaining members were completely dead. Fang Chen, I really have to thank you this time, said Tian Zhenzi. I'm the Sword Reverence sect's Tian Zhenzi. It's only natural, said Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you've helped the Sword Reverence sect greatly this time. What do you want? Just tell me. As long as the Sword Reverence sect has it, we'll give it to you. Tian Zhenzi laughed heartily. He was in a very good mood. Fang Chen said, Sect Master, I want to see the Luo family's branch head. I wonder if Sect Master can help me. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Tian Zhenzi looked at Zhen Wufeng and said, Fang Chen, why do you want to see the Luo family's branch head? I'm looking for someone. Fang Chen said. That's too easy. After you went into seclusion, the Luo family's branch head has already come to our Sword Reverence sect more than 10 times, said Tian Zhenzi. Moreover, he's looking for you. Zhen Wufeng added. Looking for me? This time, it was Fang Chen's turn to be surprised. Chapter 318. Challenging me? Fang Chen's face was filled with doubt. He did not understand why Luo Yu wanted to challenge him. However, he still nodded and said, the next time he comes, tell him to come see me. Luo Yu's cultivation has reached the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. He is not ordinary. The reason why he challenged you is because of your identity as the Heaven Sword Son. You can ignore him. Tian Zhenzi said. He was worried about Fang Chen. Yes, Fang Chen. With your current cultivation, I am afraid that you are not his match. Zhen Wufeng said. Fang Chen shook his head and did not say anything. He left the Ancestral Lands mountain and went back to rest. In the past 2 months, Fang Chen had made great progress in the Ancestral Lands. It also increased Fang Chen's strength. 2 months ago, Fang Chen's strength was enough to challenge Xia Hou. Now that his strength had increased, he could even fight against a warrior at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. Therefore, Fang Chen was not afraid of Luo Yu. He hoped that Luo Yu would come so that he could ask the patriarch of the Luo family if there was a girl called Luo Liuli in the Luo family of Zhenju City. On the 3rd day after Fang Chen came out of the Ancestral Lands, Luo Yu came again. This time, he came aggressively. He had been living in the Zhenju City for 2 months. The elders in the family were urging him to go back to the imperial capital. This was his last chance. If he missed this chance, he would have to go back to the imperial capital. I don't believe that he won't come out after 2 months of closed-door training. After waiting for 2 months, Luo Yu's heart was filled with resentment towards Fang Chen. Under the guidance of the patriarch of the Luo family, the group soon arrived at the Reverence Sword sect. Tian Zhenzi, I wonder if Fang Chen has come out of closed-door training? Luo Yu asked directly when he saw Tian Zhenzi. Before Tian Zhenzi could say anything, a voice came from afar. Luo Yu and the others were in a huge formation. Fang Chen had long known that Luo Yu and the others were coming. You were looking for me. Fang Chen walked over from afar, carefully sizing up Luo Yu. Luo Yu's cultivation level was at the early stage of the 8th Qi High Realm. Compared to the Luo family headquarters, her status was not low. You're Fang Chen? Luo Yu asked curiously when she saw Fang Chen. That's right. I'm Fang Chen, Fang Chen said softly. Seeing Fang Chen, the Luo family branch head's eyes flickered. This was also his first time seeing Fang Chen. He hadn't expected the Heaven Sword Son of the Reverence Sword sect to be such a young cultivator. I didn't expect the Heaven Sword Son of the Reverence Sword sect to be so young. Luo Yu laughed. Since you've come out of closed-door training, I want to challenge you. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Tian Zhenzi and Zhen Wufeng didn't say anything. Fang Chen nodded and said, You can challenge me, but before that, I have something I want to ask the Luo family branch head. En. The Luo family branch head looked at Fang Chen with a puzzled expression. Luo family branch head, is there a girl called Luo Liuli in Zhenju City's Luo family branch? Fang Chen asked softly. His heart was fluctuating greatly. After all, this involved his mother. He couldn't help but be excited. Luo Liuli. Hearing this, the Luo family branch head thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, Luo Liuli isn't in Zhenju City's Luo family branch. A dim expression flashed across Fang Chen's eyes when he heard this. Immediately, he shook his head slightly. He was a little disappointed. "You're looking for Luo Liuli?" asked Luo Yu. "Yes, you know." Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at Luo Yu. Luo Yu sneered. "If you want to know, you can give me something in exchange. For example, the inheritance of the sword range's inner regions, or a peerless treasure sword," said Luo Yu. Hearing this, Fang Chen finally understood. The reason Luo Yu wanted to challenge him was because he had obtained the inheritance of the sword range's inner regions. His eyes swiveled as he surveyed his surroundings. He did not discover Luo Hanshan's arrival, but he dared to believe that Luo Hanshan was definitely behind this matter. Luo Hanshan! Fang Chen roared furiously in his heart. This Luo Hanshan had tried to kill him time and time again. How infuriating. Unfortunately, with Fang Chen's current strength, he wasn't a match for Luo Hanshan. Otherwise, he would have already killed Luo Hanshan. However, even though Fang Chen wasn't as strong as Luo Hanshan, Fang Chen was still improving. He was confident that he would be able to kill Luo Hanshan soon. Looking at Luo Yu, Fang Chen clenched his fist and said coldly, "Didn't you want to challenge me?" "That's right," said Luo Yu. Boom! Just as Luo Yu finished speaking, a majestic aura suddenly emerged from Fang Chen's body. 5th level of the Qi High Realm. Feeling the aura around Fang Chen, Tian Zhenzi and Jian Wufeng's faces were filled with excitement. On the other hand, Luo Yu's face was filled with disdain when she found out about Fang Chen's cultivation level. A trash at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm can become the reverence sword sect's Tian Zhenzi. How interesting. Luo Yu sneered. Among the people present, only Tian Zhenzi and Jian Wufeng knew that when Fang Chen was at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm, he was able to fight evenly with Xia Houwu. Now that he had broken through to the 5th level of the Qi High Realm, he might be able to defeat Luo Yu, who was at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. Originally, Tian Zhenzi and Jian Wufeng were a little worried about Luo Yu's challenge, but now, they weren't worried at all. Instead, they were a little excited. "Fang Chen, just how strong are you?" Tian Zhenzi thought to himself. Boom boom boom! Dense spirit qi gathered around Fang Chen's body. Immediately after, in Fang Chen's mind, waves of majestic sword intent appeared. These sword intents constantly wreaked havoc in the surrounding air and finally surrounded Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, the hidden star sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand. The appearance of the hidden star sword attracted Luo Yu's attention. A high-grade spiritual weapon. Seeing the hidden star sword, Luo Yu's eyes widened. His face revealed a surprised expression. Fang Chen actually had a high-grade spiritual weapon. One must know that even as an outstanding disciple of the Luo family, he only had a mid-grade spiritual weapon that was given to him by the family. And this Fang Chen, who was only at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm, had a high-grade spiritual weapon in his hand. This caused a trace of greed to appear in Luo Yu's heart. Thinking about it, this high-rank spiritual weapon should be the peerless treasure sword that he obtained from the inner area of the sword range. If I can obtain this high-rank spiritual weapon, my strength will definitely rise again. Luo Yu inwardly thought in his heart. At the same time, his eyes were burning with passion. Crash! The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly let out a series of sword cries. Fang Chen's hand held the hidden star sword tightly. The wild sword qi around him was all absorbed into the hidden star sword. When the qi around Fang Chen's body reached its peak, suddenly, Fang Chen's wrist shook. The hidden star sword drew a strange trajectory in the sky. Pucci, as if the air was about to be pierced, Fang Chen displayed the 7th level of the fire and water sword arts. This was the first time that Fang Chen used his full strength after his strength increased. Because his opponent was a warrior at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm, he did not dare to be careless. After seeing Fang Chen display such an exquisite sword art, Luo Yu finally made his move. He suddenly stretched out his palm and gathered all the strength in his body into his palm. He then stretched out a finger. On this finger, there was a thick white light. Heavenly Deficient Finger. Following Luo Yu's shout, the Heavenly Deficient Finger was instantly displayed. A milky white light, carrying with it a destructive qi, shot out from his finger and directly bombarded the boundless fire and water sword qi in the sky. The heavenly deficient finger was one of the secret arts of the Luo family. When trained to the perfection stage, its power was extremely tyrannical. As the leader of the younger generation of the Luo family, Luo Yu was naturally able to train in this skill. Luo Yu displayed such a tyrannical, heavenly deficient finger right from the start. He wanted to defeat Fang Chen with a thunderous force, and then snatch the high-level spiritual weapon from Fang Chen's hands. But he was disappointed. Bang in the sky, the fire and water sword qi collided with the heavenly deficient finger. A deafening sound exploded and a wild qi instantly filled the entire square. Crack! Within the fire and water sword qi, a terrifying qi exploded and instantly crushed the heavenly deficient finger. The sword body became much dimmer, but it still continued to attack Luo Yu. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu's face finally became gloomy. He never thought that Fang Chen's sword skill would be so tyrannical. Even my heavenly deficient finger can't block it. Luo Yu cried out involuntarily. Looking at the fire and water sword qi in front of him, Luo Yu shot out 3 boundless heavenly deficient finger. These 3 heavenly deficient finger all bombarded the fire and water sword qi. Rumble. In the sky, a deafening sound rang out. Finally, under the continuous bombardment of the 3 boundless heavenly deficient finger, the fire and water sword qi dissipated in the air. Fang Chen's body took a step back, while Luo Yu's body uncontrollably took 3 steps back. Luo Yu, who had stabilized his body, widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. He couldn't understand how a warrior at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm could explode with such tyrannical power. It must be his sword skill and his high-level spiritual weapon. It can actually allow him to cross levels and fight. I must get it. Luo Yu's eyes were filled with greed. He believed that the reason why Fang Chen could cross levels and fight and block his heavenly deficient finger was because of his fire and water sword skill and the hidden star sword. The more he thought about it, the more Luo Yu wanted to get it. I must defeat him. Luo Yu thought to himself. At that moment, the head of the Luo family's branch family, who was standing behind Luo Yu, was also shocked. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded his expectations. Chapter 319. Catcher Luo Yu clenched his fists, and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. His whole body was emitting a wild killing intent. He was determined to get Fang Chen's treasure. The 7th level of the fire and water sword art is indeed powerful. Fang Chen thought to himself. After the short exchange of blows, Fang Chen had a rough idea of Luo Yu's strength. He was confident that he could defeat Luo Yu. Crash. Fang Chen used the 7th level of the fire and water sword art again. A strong sword light shot out from the hidden star sword and attacked Luo Yu. Missing heaven finger. Luo Yu shouted in a low voice as she unleashed the heavenly deficient finger. The 2 attacks collided once again. This time, Fang Chen unleashed his full strength. The water and fire sword light directly crushed the heavenly deficient finger and heavily bombarded Luo Yu's body. Bang. Fang Chen had the upper hand. Luo Yu's missing heaven finger was shattered by Fang Chen, and his body flew backwards. At first, the 2 of them were evenly matched. But in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen suppressed Luo Yu and even sent him flying. So strong. At this moment, the head of the Luo family finally understood why the sword sect chose a disciple at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm to be the Heaven Sword Son. This Fang Chen was too monstrous. If he did not die prematurely, he would definitely become the strongest person in the Jingguan country. It won't be long before he enters the Martial Marquis list. Such a young Martial Marquis, just thinking about it is scary. The head of the Luo family thought quickly. Bang. With a loud sound, Luo Yu's body fell to the ground. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with anger. I can't accept this. Luo Yu shouted with a hoarse voice. He really couldn't accept this. He was a warrior at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm, but he was defeated by a warrior at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. This made the arrogant Luo Yu unable to accept it. Damn it. Luo Yu was helped up by the head of the Luo family as he shouted angrily. Young Master Luo Yu, how are you? The head of the Luo family asked worriedly. I'm fine. Luo Yu looked ferociously at Fang Chen. Her eyes were red. If looks could kill, Fang Chen would have been killed by Luo Yu countless times. When he first heard of Fang Chen, Luo Yu thought that he could deal with Fang Chen with a casual attack. However, after seeing Fang Chen, he also noticed that Fang Chen was different. Therefore, he immediately used the heavenly scarce finger to deal with Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen's strength exceeded his expectations. Being at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm and being able to explode with the power of the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. This kind of monstrous talent, even the geniuses of the imperial capital couldn't compare to him. Luo Yu was furious. However, Tian Zhenzi and Jian Wufeng were beside Fang Chen. After thinking for a long time, he finally suppressed his anger. After a long time, Luo Yu finally calmed down. He stared deeply at Fang Chen and said coldly, Fang Chen, this failure is nothing. I will wait for you in the imperial capital. After speaking, Luo Yu turned and left. The clan head of the Luo clan's branch glanced at Fang Chen with a pensive expression before leaving as well. After the people of the Luo family left, Tian Zhenzi and Jian Wufeng's faces were filled with wild smiles. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded their expectations. Fang Chen, it seems that your strength has improved a lot in the 2 months in the ancestral land. Tian Zhenzi said with a laugh. With Fang Chen's current strength, he is qualified to enter the inner sect. Jian Wufeng said. Fang Chen didn't say anything. He squinted his eyes and thought about what Luo Yu had said. He seemed to know Luo Liuli. Could it be that his mother, Luo Liuli, was really in the Luo family headquarters? If that was the case, what should he do? The Luo family was one of the top forces in the Golden Crown country. With Fang Chen's strength, any elder from the Luo family could easily kill him. Strength is the most important, Fang Chen said to himself as he clenched his fist. The news of Fang Chen defeating Luo Yu spread quickly in the outer sect of the sword worship sect. Countless disciples were discussing it, but they were already used to it. When Fang Chen was at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm, he was able to snatch the title of Heaven Zhenzi from Xia Houwu. Now that he had broken through to the 5th level of the Qi High Realm, he was able to do so. Now, Fang Chen had become the most popular disciple in the outer sect of the sword worship sect. Even Mo Yiqing didn't dare to go against Fang Chen openly. At this moment, in an area of the sword worship sect, there was a quiet courtyard. This courtyard was very remote, and it was Elder Mo Yiqing's courtyard. In Mo Yiqing's courtyard, Mo Yiqing was sitting quietly and sipping tea. Zhu Yuan was standing beside him. Elder Mo, the current Fang Chen is not only strong, he is also the Heaven Zhenzi of the sword worship sect. We can't go against him openly, Zhu Yuan said in a low voice. If it was in the past, Zhu Yuan had many ways to kill Fang Chen. But now, even if Zhu Yuan was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to challenge Fang Chen. After knowing that Fang Chen had defeated Luo Yu, Zhu Yuan was even more frightened. He was afraid that Fang Chen would challenge him. He didn't believe that his strength could compare to Luo Yu's. Mo Yiqing's eyes turned slightly red when he heard Zhu Yuan's words. After thinking for a long time, he said icily, Fang Chen killed my grandson, Mo Han. I must avenge him. Elder Mo, do you have any countermeasures? Asked Zhu Yuan. Mo Yiqing replied icily, the Golden Guanggua's divine illusion space will open in a month's time. I want him to die in the divine illusion space forever. A trace of excitement appeared on Zhu Yuan's face when he heard the words divine illusion space. The divine illusion space was a rather large space within the Golden Guanggua. This space opened once every 6 years. Each time it opened, countless young disciples would rush in. There were countless inherited treasures within the divine illusion space. As long as one could obtain one of them, they would be able to soar to the sky. There were many martialists who relied on this to achieve meteoric success. Of course, only the various large sects in the 9 great cities of the central region had the right to enter the divine illusion space. The last time the divine illusion space opened, the sword reverence sect's disciples had been obstructed by the other sects and hadn't been able to obtain anything. This time, Elder Mo Yiqing wanted to kill Fang Chen in the divine illusion space. But Before Zhu Yuan could finish speaking, Mo Yiqing interrupted him. I've already contacted the other sects. When the time comes, they will cooperate with you to kill Fang Chen, said Mo Yiqing. If that's the case, then Fang Chen will definitely die. Zhu Yuan's eyes were full of smiles when he heard this. Fang Chen had naturally heard about the divine illusion space as well. Naturally, he also wanted to enter the divine illusion space. There was still a month's time before the divine illusion space would open. All the sects in the central region were nervously preparing. The sword reverence sect's Qian Jianzi had already decided that other than the inner sect disciples, Fang Chen would also be entering the divine illusion space. Fang Chen was the first outer sect disciple to enter the divine illusion space. Fang Chen had been resting for the past few days. One day, the little mouse suddenly started chirping. When Fang Chen saw this, he instantly understood that the little mouse wanted to eat spirit stones. Fang Chen immediately took out a few high-grade spirit stones and fed them to the little mouse. After the little mouse ate about 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, it finally quieted down. With a whoosh, it entered the special spatial ring and fell into a deep sleep. Its body was suffused with a purple glow. When he saw this, Fang Chen was filled with anticipation. He wondered how strong the little mouse would become after its transformation. After settling the little mouse, Fang Chen checked the python sword in his spatial ring. The bronze ancestor was still in a deep sleep and definitely wouldn't wake up anytime soon. There's still a month's time. Let's continue cultivating, Fang Chen said softly. In the central region of the Golden Crown Nation, there were 9 major cities and 9 two-star sects. They controlled all the resources in the central region. The other weaker sects could only rely on these 9 two-star sects. The opening of the divine illusion space was an extremely important matter in the Golden Crown Nation. Therefore, countless sects in the central region were nervously preparing. Imperial capital, Luo family headquarters. When Luo Yu returned, he was called to the meeting hall. 2 hours later, he came out of the meeting hall. The divine illusion space is about to open. This time, I, Luo Yu, will definitely soar. Luo Yu thought to himself. The reason why the Luo family had called him back was because of the opening of the divine illusion space. This time, the Luo family headquarters would send the peak experts of the younger generation to the divine illusion space. Almost all of them were at the 8th or 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen, with your identity as the Heaven Sword Son, you will definitely be able to enter the divine illusion space. As long as you enter the divine illusion space, I, Luo Yu, will definitely kill you. Luo Yu's eyes flashed with coldness. At this moment, a gentle man appeared behind Luo Yu. This man had a slight smile on his face. He looked at Luo Yu and said, Luo Yu, what are you thinking about? Brother Luo Han. Luo Yu saw this man and greeted him. I heard that the reason why you stayed in the Sword State City for 2 months was because you wanted to fight a disciple of the Sword Reverence sect. Luo Han asked. Luo Han was ranked at the top of the younger generation of the Luo family. He was very strong and had the best relationship with Luo Yu. He usually cared about Luo Yu a lot. Hearing this, Luo Yu nodded and told Luo Han about his fight with Fang Chen. You're saying that his cultivation is only at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm? And he's the Heaven Sword Son of the Sword Reverence sect? Luo Han asked in disbelief. That's right. His cultivation technique is very strange. I lost to him. Luo Yu said. After thinking for a moment, Luo Han smiled and looked at Luo Yu. He said, don't tell anyone about this. I think that Fang Chen must have some secret that he can't tell anyone. Once we enter the divine illusion space, I'll help you capture Fang Chen. At that time, his secret will be ours. Chapter 320. Every sect in the central region of the Golden Crown Nation was nervously preparing for the opening of the divine illusion dimension a month later. This was their chance. As the Heaven Sword Son of the Sword Reverence sect, Fang Chen was quietly cultivating in the Sword Reverence sect. One day, Fang Chen's cultivation reached a bottleneck. He stopped cultivating and remembered that he had been given a spot to enter the Sword Pagoda during the Outer Sect Grand Competition. Let's go to the Sword Pagoda and give it a try, Fang Chen said to himself. Soon after, Fang Chen found Jian Wufeng and informed him of his intentions. Jian Wufeng was overjoyed when he heard that Fang Chen wanted to enter the Sword Pagoda. He immediately led Fang Chen into the inner sect. The inner sect of the Sword Reverence sect was located in a secluded, isolated space. This isolated space wasn't too big, but it was built by one of the Sword Reverence sect's almighty experts. It had always been used as a place for inner sect disciples to cultivate. As soon as Fang Chen entered this independent space, he sensed that the spiritual energy here was very abundant. Furthermore, this place was filled with boundless sword intent. As expected of the inner sect, Fang Chen sighed. The cultivation environment here was much better than the outer sect. It was simply a holy land for cultivation. The inner sect was very quiet. Before long, Fang Chen followed Jian Wufeng to the Sword Pagoda. A tall pagoda stood in a square. From the outside, this pagoda looked like a long sword inserted into the ground. The Sword Pagoda had a total of 9 floors. Up until now, no one had been able to step into the 9th floor. This is the Sword Pagoda. There are many exceptional swords in the Sword Pagoda. These exceptional swords possess their own consciousness. Once a cultivator enters, they will be attacked by these exceptional swords. If they can last for an incense stick's worth of time, they can enter the 2nd floor, and so on. Jian Wufeng briefly explained the situation of the Sword Pagoda. Fang Chen nodded as a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Then, he took a step forward and entered the Sword Pagoda. As soon as he entered the Sword Pagoda, Fang Chen sensed that the first level of the Sword Pagoda was very spacious. The spacious ground was filled with majestic sword intent. The moment Fang Chen entered the Sword Pagoda, countless peerless swords suddenly appeared around him. 10. Fang Chen looked around and saw a total of 10 peerless swords floating in the air. Their tips were pointed at Fang Chen, emitting a terrifying aura. Bang! Suddenly, a peerless sword erupted with a wild sword essence and bombarded Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen's figure flashed. He took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 7th level of the water and fire sword technique. Bang bang bang! In an instant, Fang Chen began to fight with these 10 peerless swords. These swords only had a little bit of spirituality, but their offensive power was very strong. However, to the current Fang Chen, the first level's peerless swords didn't pose the slightest threat to him. As expected of the Sword Pagoda, Fang Chen sighed as he fought. It was no wonder the spots to enter the Sword Pagoda were so precious. Every time one entered the Sword Pagoda, the energy within the Sword Pagoda would be consumed. Over time, when the energy within the Sword Pagoda was completely exhausted, it would no longer have such an effect. Only now did Fang Chen know that challenging the Sword Pagoda could temper a cultivator's ability to survive. Moreover, it could also temper a cultivator's combat ability. Crack! By the time the last peerless sword disappeared into the sky, an incense stick's worth of time had already passed. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face as he dived into the 2nd level. At this time, there were several inner sect disciples gathered in front of the Sword Pagoda. One of them was Xiahou Wu, who had come from the outer sect. Martial Uncle Jian, who is the person challenging the Sword Pagoda, asked an inner sect disciple. To be able to become an inner sect disciple, one's strength had to be at least at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. They were the absolute elites of the Sword Reverence sect. Without waiting for Jian Wufeng to speak, Xiahou Wu had already guessed that the person challenging the Sword Pagoda was definitely Fang Chen. I wonder how many levels he will be able to reach. Xiahou Wu's eyes twinkled as he stared at the light above the Sword Pagoda, sinking into his memories. When Xiahou Wu had just entered the inner sect, he had challenged the Sword Pagoda once. That time, he had only reached the 2nd level before stopping. After bitterly cultivating for 2 months, Xiahou Wu once again challenged the Sword Pagoda. This time, he had reached the 4th level in a single breath. Just as he was about to reach the 5th level, he had been defeated. The inner sect of the Sword Reverence sect was different from the inner sect of other 2-star sects. The inner sect of the Sword Reverence sect strived for excellence. Although there were few disciples, the quality was very high. Within the entire inner sect, including Xiahou Wu, there were a total of 19 disciples. These 19 disciples, even if placed in the imperial capital, could be considered outstanding disciples of the younger generation. It's the first place of the outer sect competition, Jian Wufeng said. Hearing this, several disciples nodded their heads. They had heard that the first place of the outer sect competition was Fang Chen. It's that Heaven Sword Son. A disciple said. It's actually the Heaven Sword Son. I heard that his cultivation is very low. I wonder how many levels he will be able to pass. Won't we know when we see? After knowing that the person challenging the sword pagoda was Fang Chen, several disciples were unceasingly discussing. Although Fang Chen was the Heaven Sword Son, they did not have high hopes for Fang Chen. I think that at most he will be able to pass the 3rd level. It is impossible for him to reach the 4th level. That's right, I also think so. He is currently on the 2nd level. When Xiahou Wu first challenged the sword pagoda, he was also stopped on the 2nd level. Being able to pass the 3rd level is already not bad. If he can pass the 4th level, I will recognize him as the Heaven Sword Son. Several disciples were discussing with each other. None of them had high hopes for Fang Chen. Xiahou Wu did not speak from beginning to end. His eyes were fixed on the light spots on the sword pagoda. Hearing this, Jian Wufeng smiled. He also did not know how many levels Fang Chen would be able to pass. He was also looking forward to it. At this moment, in the 2nd level of the sword pagoda, 3/4 of the time had passed. As long as he could endure for a little longer, he would be able to pass the 3rd level. At this moment, Fang Chen was casually fighting with the peerless swords around him. Although the power of the peerless swords on the 2nd level was stronger, they were still no threat to Fang Chen. The power of the peerless swords on the 2nd level is comparable to the peak of the early stage of the Qi High Realm, Fang Chen said as he fought. Bang bang bang. After a series of attacks, the time limit for a stick of incense was finally up. Fang Chen entered the 3rd level in an instant. At this moment, outside the sword pagoda, after seeing the light spot move to the 3rd level, a few disciples exclaimed. They did not expect Fang Chen to really enter the 3rd level. He will definitely stop at the 3rd level. A few disciples said one after another. After entering the 3rd level, Fang Chen could clearly feel a little pressure. The power of the peerless swords on the 3rd level was comparable to the mid-stage of the Qi High Realm. So strong. Fang Chen thought to himself. But this was good for him as he could train his battle experience. Bang bang bang. Fang Chen continued to use the 7th level of the fire and water sword art. Occasionally, he would use his orange level soul and use the great Luo soul killer flame. The surrounding peerless swords could not even get close to him, let alone attack him. Bang. Fang Chen unleashed the great Luo soul slaughter flame, directly causing one of the supreme swords to disperse. Then, with a tap of his foot, he dodged, directly dodging the attacks of the other supreme swords. My current strength is equivalent to the mid-stage of the Qi High Realm, Fang Chen thought to himself. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Fang Chen successfully entered the 4th level. Seeing the light spot move on top of the sword pagoda, the faces of the disciples were filled with shock. How is this possible? It is his first time entering the sword pagoda and he has already entered the 4th level. The disciples were shocked. They often entered the sword pagoda and naturally knew the power of the peerless swords in the sword pagoda. Fang Chen was only an outer disciple. Although his talent was monstrous, being able to enter the 4th level on his first attempt was enough to attract the attention of the inner disciples. As expected. Seeing the light spot enter the 4th level, Xiahou Wu, who had been silent all this time, clenched his fists. When he was fighting with Fang Chen for the title of Heaven Sword Son, he felt that Fang Chen's potential was monstrous. It would not be long before Fang Chen's strength surpassed his. Now, Fang Chen once again proved that he was worthy of the title of Heaven Sword Son. At this moment, Jian Wufeng's face was filled with smiles. Fang Chen being able to enter the 4th level proved that his strength was equivalent to the mid-stage of the Qi High Realm. Monstrous. Jian Wufeng said. After half the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Fang Chen was ejected from the sword pagoda. His face was filled with helplessness. Fang Chen. Jian Wufeng called out when he saw Fang Chen appear. Martial uncle, I stopped at the 4th level. Fang Chen's words were filled with regret. Jian Wufeng roared with laughter when he heard this. Fang Chen, be content. It's the first time you've challenged the Sword Pagoda, yet you've actually ascended to the 4th level. You've made history in the sword worship sect. The other inner disciples looked at Fang Chen with sparkling eyes. At this moment, Xia Houwu walked in front of Fang Chen. He looked at Fang Chen and said in a low voice, Fang Chen, I will definitely surpass you. After saying this, Xia Houwu turned and left. Fang Chen followed Jian Wufeng and left the inner sect. For the first time, Fang Chen's name spread within the inner sect. In the courtyard, Fang Chen sat on a stone bench and said in a low voice, as expected of the Sword Reverence sect's Sword Pagoda, I only passed the 4th level, and my gains are so great. Fang Chen thought to himself. In the Sword Pagoda, he fought with the peerless sword. His battle skills became even more powerful, and his sword intent was constantly being refined. After his sword intent reached the 2nd minor realm, it had been stagnant. This time, in the Sword Pagoda, the stagnant sword intent finally began to grow again. This was good news for Fang Chen. I really want to continue cultivating in the Sword Pagoda, Fang Chen said. Chapter 321. In a certain city in the Golden Guan Nation, Bloodshed Tower. Bloodshed Tower was a very famous assassin organization in the north. It was said that this assassin organization had a powerful backer, and no one dared to touch Bloodshed Tower. As long as you could pay the price, Bloodshed Tower would do everything in their power to complete your mission. Today, a white-haired old man entered Bloodshed Tower. Mister, do you need anything? A staff member saw the white-haired old man walk over and asked in a low voice. I have already made an appointment with Elder Shui. The white-haired old man said. All right, please follow me. After a while, the staff member brought the white-haired old man into Elder Shui's room and left. Grandmaster Luo He, you have come. Elder Shui saw Luo He and smiled. Elder Shui, I want to kill someone. Luo He said in a low voice with an ugly expression. Oh, who? Elder Shui was confused. He did not know who Luo He wanted to kill. Jianju City, a disciple of the Reverence Sword sect. Luo He said coldly. When he thought of Fang Chen, his heart was filled with anger. Because Fang Chen had always been in the Reverence Sword sect, Luo He did not want to do it himself. He could only come to Bloodshed Tower to find an assassin. Disciple of the Reverence Sword sect, Fang Chen. Elder Shui said. After a while, Elder Shui found Fang Chen's information. According to the information, Fang Chen was an outer disciple of the Reverence Sword sect. His strength was comparable to the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. After reading Fang Chen's information, Elder Shui nodded and said, killing this disciple is not difficult. 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones will suffice. Hua La Luo He took out 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones and gave them to Elder Shui. As a Grandmaster blacksmith, no one knew how much wealth he had. 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones was just a drop in the ocean for Luo He. Great, Grandmaster Luo He. Just wait for the good news from Bloodshed Tower. Elder Shui took the 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones and laughed loudly. Luo He nodded. Bloodshed Tower's golden name, he naturally believed that as long as Bloodshed Tower accepted the mission, Fang Chen would definitely die. After Luo He left, Elder Shui began to arrange for assassins to head to Sword State City in the central region to assassinate Fang Chen. After a round of selection, Elder Shui selected an assassin and began contacting him. In a certain danger zone in the north, a black-robed man with a face full of vicissitudes was cultivating in the danger zone. Suddenly, his communication jade pendant vibrated. After taking out his communication jade pendant, this black-robed man discovered that it was Elder Shui of Bloodshed Tower contacting him. When he received the news from Elder Shui, a sinister smile appeared on his face. I picked up such a cheap task. Ha ha ha. A disciple of the Reverence Sword sect who is at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Although it is difficult to assassinate him in the Reverence Sword sect, it is not a problem for me, Jiyu Lang. Thinking of the 50,000 upper-rank spirit stones, Jiyu Lang was very happy. For assassins like him, as long as there was enough money, they would do anything to complete the mission. According to Jiyu Lang's information, Fang Chen was only a warrior at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Even if Jiyu Lang were to fight him head-on, he would be able to kill him in an instant, not to mention the assassins from the Bloodblade Tower who were all ambushing him. Soon after, Jiyu Lang left the danger zone and headed to Sword State City in the central region. 3 days later, Jiyu Lang arrived at the outskirts of Sword State City. Looking at the majestic Sword State City, Jiyu Lang's heart was filled with shock. One day, I will enter the central region as a king. Jiyu Lang thought to himself. He, Jiyu Lang, had the power to enter the central region, but he had stayed in the north because he wanted to earn enough spirit stones from Bloodshed Tower. As long as he had enough spirit stones, his cultivation would increase. In this world, power was the most important thing. Fang Chen, you are dead. Jiyu Lang said softly and entered Sword State City. At this moment, Jiyu Lang was like an ordinary person. No one would associate him with Bloodshed Tower. After entering Sword State City, Jiyu Lang first found an inn and drank some wine. This was Jiyu Lang's habit. Every time before he killed someone, he would drink some wine. After drinking, Jiyu Lang left the inn and went to the Reverence Sword Peak. Looking at the Reverence Sword Peak, Jiyu Lang went inside. It was broad daylight now. What Jiyu Lang wanted to do was to enter the Reverence Sword Peak and check out the situation in the Reverence Sword Sect. If possible, he wanted to sneak into the Reverence Sword Sect and kill Fang Chen silently. Time trickled by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already night time. Jiyu Lang's silhouette flickered as he jumped down from a large tree. At this moment, he was clad in a white robe, swaggering into the Sword Reverence Sect. When he arrived at the mountain gate of the Reverence Sword Sect, he was stopped by 2 disciples guarding the gate. But after the 2 disciples confirmed Jiyu Lang's identity, they let him in. So it's senior brother Jiyu Yun. The 2 disciples laughed when they saw Jiyu Lang's face. Jiyu Lang nodded and entered the Reverence Sword Sect without making a sound. So that guy's name is Jiyu Yun. Jiyu Lang thought. During the day, Lone Wolf came across an outer sect disciple from the Sword Reverence Sect. Lone Wolf killed him, changed into his clothes, and used his unique technique to remove the skin from the disciple's face and place it on his own. His unique technique was very powerful and flawless. Moreover, it was late at night, so the guards didn't notice anything. After entering the Reverence Sword Sect, Jiyu Lang went straight to Fang Chen's courtyard. During the day, he learned from Jiyu Yun about Fang Chen's courtyard and the geography of the Reverence Sword Sect's outer sect. Jiyu Lang arrived at Fang Chen's courtyard with ease. He glanced around before entering. At this time, the moonlight shone on the ground, illuminating the entire courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, Fang Chen's eyes were closed as he cultivated. Jiyu Lang's arrival disturbed Fang Chen's cultivation. Fang Chen opened his eyes. Senior brother Fang Chen. Jiyu Lang saw Fang Chen open his eyes and smiled. Jiyu Yun. Fang Chen naturally recognized Jiyu Yun and asked in a low voice. Senior brother Fang Chen, I'm sorry to disturb you so late at night. But I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation and would like to consult senior brother Fang Chen. Jiyu Lang said as he walked in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and said, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Jiyu Lang's face revealed a trace of joy. He then approached Fang Chen and said, Senior brother Fang Chen, I want your life. Just as Jiyu Lang finished speaking, a blood-red sharp blade appeared in his hand. This sharp blade directly pierced towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen seemed to be prepared. His figure flashed and directly dodged Jiyu Lang's sharp blade attack. Indeed, there's a problem. Fang Chen looked at Jiyu Lang and said coldly. The moment Jiyu Lang entered the courtyard, Fang Chen felt that there was a problem. This was because he felt a faint killing intent from Jiyu Lang's body. This kind of killing intent could only be obtained after countless life and death situations. Obviously, the disciples of the sword-worshipping sect would not have this kind of killing intent. Therefore, Fang Chen concluded that this person was not Jiyu Yun. I've underestimated you. Seeing that Fang Chen had dodged, Jiyu Lang stretched out his hand and tore off the human skin mask on his face, revealing his ferocious face as he laughed. But even so, you still have to die. Jiyu Lang's cold voice rang out. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Asked Fang Chen. A dead person doesn't need to know that much. Jiyu Lang coldly snorted. He wanted to end this battle quickly. After all, this was the sword-worshipping sect. Once the higher-ups were alerted, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. Swish. Jiyu Lang's blood-red blade fiercely swung towards Fang Chen. Immediately, a majestic red light surged out of the blade. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. Looking at Jiyu Lang, killing intent shot out of his eyes. The hidden star sword appeared in his hand, and he instantly used the 7th level of the water-fire sword art. Swish. A majestic swordlight instantly collided with the sharp blade, causing it to stop in mid-air. Immediately after, Fang Chen's hidden star sword fiercely slashed at the blood-red blade. With a cracking sound, the blade was actually cut in half by the hidden star sword. Seeing this scene, Jiyu Lang's pupils shrank and his body kept retreating. However, Fang Chen would not give him the chance to escape. He once again used the 6th level of the water-fire sword art. The majestic sword light directly attacked Jiyu Lang's body. Bang! Jiyu Lang's body was immediately sent flying and fell to the ground. Damn it, the information was wrong. In that instant, Jiyu Lang concluded that Fang Chen's strength was definitely above the early stage of the Qi High realm. Let's go. Jiyu Lang did not want to continue the battle and prepared to escape. But before he could step out of Fang Chen's courtyard, he was stabbed in the back by the sword light of the water-fire sword. His body instantly stopped moving. Ah! Jiyu Lang let out a blood-curdling scream. He slowly turned around and glanced at Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Bang! Jiyu Lang's body fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. Fang Chen checked Jiyu Lang's body, but did not find anything that could prove his identity. Finally, Fang Chen picked up Jiyu Lang's interspatial ring, but he found that there was nothing inside. Little did they know that every time Lone Wolf did a mission, he would put his wealth in another spatial ring and hide it in a hidden place, just in case. In the northern part of the Bloodshed Tower, the lights were brightly lit. In Elder Shue's room, a broken jade strip was placed in front of him. Jiyu Lang is dead. Elder Shue said in disbelief. The information was wrong. Could it be that Fang Chen's strength is stronger than Jiyu Lang's? Elder Shue said to himself. Before Jiyu Lang died, he sent back a message. There were only 4 words, the information was wrong. Based on these 4 words, Elder Shue judged that the target's strength should be stronger than Jiyu Lang's. Damn it. Chapter 322. If he didn't investigate, he wouldn't have known. 3 days later, the detailed information regarding Fang Chen was sent back to the Bloodshed Tower. After Elder Blood finished reading the detailed information, he was infuriated. Damn it. The information about Fang Chen that was recorded by Bloodshed Tower was from 2 months ago. 2 months later, Fang Chen's strength was comparable to the 8th level of the Qi High realm. More importantly, Fang Chen had become the Heaven Sword Son of the Reverence Sword Sect. The Heaven Sword Son of the Reverence Sword Sect. If Elder Shue had known about Fang Chen's identity, he wouldn't have agreed to Luo his request so easily. On this day, Elder Shue called Luo he over. How come the mission was completed? Luo he saw Elder Shue and asked directly. Elder Shue's face turned ugly as he said in a deep voice, the mission failed. Ian, how could it fail? Who did you send to carry out the mission? Luo he frowned and asked. Jiyu Lang, he died at the hands of Fang Chen. Elder Shue said. Luo he was shocked. She had heard of Jiyu Lang's name before. He had reached the 8th level of the Qi High realm and was very powerful. How is that possible? How can Fang Chen be so strong? Luo he asked in confusion. Not only that, we received the latest news that Fang Chen has become the Heaven Sword Son of the Reverence Sword Sect. You should know what this means. Elder Shue looked at Luo he and said. Heaven Sword Son. Hearing these words, Luo his face was filled with shock. Fang Chen had actually become the Heaven Sword Son of the Reverence Sword Sect. His face was extremely gloomy. If it was before, it would be easier to kill Fang Chen. But with the identity of the Heaven Sword Son, even Bloodshed Tower had to be wary of him. The Heaven Sword son of the Reverent Sword sect was a candidate for the next sect leader. He was the only candidate. If he killed Fang Chen, the Reverent Sword sect would be furious. Even Bloodshed Tower wouldn't be willing to face the wrath of a 2-star sect. Therefore, Elder Shui had called Luo He over to discuss this matter again. In such a short period of time, his strength has actually improved to such an extent. If I allow him to grow, it won't be long before his strength reaches my level. At that time, he will definitely come looking for trouble with me. I must get rid of him. Luo He thought to herself. You know what happened. If you still insist on killing Fang Chen, you'll have to pay 1 million upper-tier spirit stones, Elder Shui said. If it was a normal disciple at the 8th level of Qi Hai, they would only be able to get 1 or 200,000 upper-rank soul stones. But Fang Chen was different. He was the Heaven Sword son of the Sword sect. Even so, it was likely that only the Bloodshed Tower dared to accept this mission in the north. 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Luo He frowned slightly. This price had exceeded his expectations. However, after pondering for a moment, he finally agreed to Elder Shui's request. All right, 1 million high-grade spirit stones. This time, you must kill Fang Chen. Luo He took out 1 million high-grade spirit stones and said. Even as an alchemy grandmaster, 1 million high-grade spirit stones was not a small sum to him. But in order to kill Fang Chen, he could only reluctantly give it up. This time, I will send an assassin at the 9th level of Qi Hai. Elder Shui said coldly. The second assassin sent by Elder Shui was a 9th level Qi Hai assassin, codenamed Tian Gang. Within the Sword sect, Fang Chen had been searching for clues for a few days. In the end, he set his target on Luo Hanshan. Maybe it's an assassin sent by Luo Hanshan. Fang Chen thought. However, inside the Sword Reverence sect, Fang Chen wasn't afraid. The opening of the Divine Illusion dimension was getting closer and closer. All the disciples of the Sword sect were working hard in their cultivation. On the other hand, Fang Chen was walking leisurely. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck and he was unable to break through for the time being. Thus, he decided to stop cultivating. On a certain night, Fang Chen had just left Jian Wufeng's residence and was preparing to return home. The sky was very dark. Even the moon was not visible. Fang Chen quickly rushed back to his residence and passed by the square in a short while. Just as Fang Chen passed by the square, a dark figure suddenly appeared in a dark corner. In the darkness, it was impossible to see this figure. Fang Chen continued walking forward. Tian Gang, who was in the dark, concealed his aura and jumped behind Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen felt something and stopped walking. But after finding nothing, he continued walking. Boom! Just as Fang Chen was walking forward, a wild aura suddenly came from behind him. Fang Chen was shocked. He took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 7th level of the fire and water sword arts. At the same time, Fang Chen's 3-star Dao body was activated to the extreme. A layer of light appeared on the surface of his skin. The moment Fang Chen turned around, a blinding light lit up the entire sky. A metal hook appeared in Tian Gang's hand. This metal hook was a spirit weapon and was very powerful. Tian Gang instantly released the power of a 9th level Qi Hai warrior. He wanted to kill Fang Chen with one strike and then quickly retreat. Bang! The hidden star sword and the metal hook collided. Fang Chen's body was instantly sent flying. In the process of flying, Fang Chen vomited blood and his face was pale. 9th level Qi Hai realm. After a short exchange, Fang Chen was shocked to find that his opponent was a 9th level Qi Hai realm warrior. He could not block his opponent's attack at all. Damn it! Fang Chen tried his best to stabilize his body. He wanted to escape, but Tian Gang did not give him the chance. His body flashed and the metal hook in his hand pierced into Fang Chen's back. Immediately, Fang Chen's back was badly mutilated and blood flowed out. The majestic Qi alerted the higher-ups of the Reverent Sword sect. Jian Wufeng and Tian Zhenzi rushed to the square immediately. Aha! Miserable cry came out from Fang Chen's mouth. He was severely injured by Tian Gang's metal hook. It was very dangerous. No. Fang Chen shouted and waved the hidden star sword in his hand. He used the last of his strength to display the 7th level of the fire and water sword arts and forced Tian Gang to retreat. Bang! Fang Chen fell to the ground and fainted. His back was bleeding profusely. Just as Tian Gang was about to step forward and kill Fang Chen, a furious roar suddenly rang out from afar. Thief! Tian Gang's expression changed. He knew the higher-ups of the Reverence Sword Sect had come. Run! Tian Gang's figure flickered and disappeared into the darkness. At this time, Tian Genzi appeared in the square. Damn it! Tian Genzi was infuriated. He clenched his fist and punched at the darkness. A thunderous sound rang out. Tian Genzi glanced over and saw the assassin had already fled. Fang Chen. Tian Genzi originally wanted to chase after the assassin, but seeing Fang Chen unconscious, he was worried and directly carried Fang Chen. How is Fang Chen? Jian Wufeng also rushed over and asked anxiously. Someone tried to assassinate Fang Chen. I heavily injured them and they fled, said Tian Genzi. Take care of Fang Chen. I'll chase after them, said Jian Wufeng. At this time, Tian Gang's body appeared in a hidden place in the Reverence Sword Peak. He was coughing up blood and his face was pale. A condensing reality realm warrior is too powerful. Tian Gang endured the pain and disappeared into the darkness. Just now, Tian Genzi was so angry that he threw a punch into the air and landed on Tian Gang's body, which was enough to injure Tian Gang. If they were to fight face to face, Tian Gang would be instantly killed by a condensing reality realm warrior. This was the difference between the Qi High realm and the condensing reality realm. The news of Fang Chen's assassination was sealed by the higher-ups of the Reverence Sword Sect. Apart from a few higher-ups, no one else knew about it. Jian Wufeng chased after the assassin without success and returned to the Reverence Sword Sect. At this time, in a room in the Reverence Sword Sect, Fang Chen was quietly lying on a bed. The bleeding on his back had stopped, but one could still see the flesh and blood that had spilled out. It was extremely horrifying. Fang Chen was unconscious and his aura was weak. In the room, several elders were standing. Senior brother, how is Fang Chen? Asked Jian Wufeng. His life is not in danger, but his injuries are quite serious. He needs to rest for a while, said Tian Genzi. Who is it that wants to assassinate our Reverence Sword Sect's Tian Genzi? One of the elders said in a deep voice. Fang Chen was the Tian Genzi of the Reverence Sword Sect. Someone who wanted to assassinate Fang Chen was going against the entire Reverence Sword Sect. This assassin was at the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Unfortunately, we did not kill him. Otherwise, we would know who wanted to kill Fang Chen, said Tian Genzi. At that time, Fang Chen was in a critical situation. He could only choose to save Fang Chen first. North, Bloodshed Tower, Elder Shui's room. Elder Shui's face was extremely gloomy. Tian Gang had sent back a message saying that he had failed the mission and was severely injured. To fail a mission twice in a row, it was a great shame for the Bloodshed Tower. Even Tian Gang failed. Elder Shui said coldly. Tian Gang's failure made Elder Shui have to re-evaluate Fang Chen. Logically, with Tian Gang's strength, even if it was a frontal attack, he should have been able to kill Fang Chen before Tian Genzi arrived. According to Tian Gang's analysis, Fang Chen's strength was much stronger than a normal 8th level Qi High realm warrior. Otherwise, he would not have been able to last until Tian Genzi arrived. Chapter 323. Bloodshed Tower. After careful consideration, Elder Shui decided to temporarily give up on this mission. They had already lost Lone Wolf and almost lost Tian Gang for this mission. Elder Shui went to Luo He and informed him of the situation. Luo He's face was filled with shock when he heard the news. At the same time, Luo He became even more anxious. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. The latter's potential made Luo He feel fear. I must kill him, Luo He thought to himself. Soon, Luo He arrived at Elder Shui's room in Bloodshed Tower. Luo He, we're giving up on this mission, Elder Shui said. As for the reward, I'll give you a 50% refund. Elder Shui took out 500,000 high-grade spirit stones and handed them to Luo He. Luo He frowned slightly. Now that things had come to this, the 500,000 high-grade spirit stones were of no use to him. What he wanted was Fang Chen's life. Is there no other way? Luo, he asked unwillingly. Elder Shui shook his head and said, the price to kill Fang Chen is too great. Our bloodshed tower can't afford such a loss. Once the sword reverence sect finds out that this was done by our bloodshed tower, they will definitely vent their anger on us. It is not the intention of our bloodshed tower to go against a two-star sect. Luo, he nodded at Elder Shui's words. His eyes were scarlet and his body emitted a terrifying aura. He said coldly, doesn't your bloodshed tower claim that as long as the employer issues a mission, you will do everything possible to complete it? I issued a mission to kill Fang Chen. You gave up halfway. Isn't that a disgrace to the rules of the bloodshed tower? Luo, he questioned. Elder Shui frowned slightly at Luo his question. If it was an ordinary warrior, they would naturally continue to assassinate him. However, Fang Chen was different. He was the Heaven Sword son of the Sword Reverence sect. Killing him was too difficult. Moreover, they had alerted the enemy this time. Their future operations would be much more difficult. Killing Fang Chen requires a great price, Elder Shui said after a long time. No matter what price I have to pay, I only want Fang Chen to die, Luo, he said crazily. Elder Shui pondered for a moment, then said, 2 million high-grade spirit stones and a top-grade spirit weapon. This was the result of Elder Shui's careful consideration. The price to kill Fang Chen was too great. Therefore, the reward had to be astronomical. As long as we can kill Fang Chen, I'm willing to pay any price, Luo, he said coldly. After failing to kill Fang Chen twice, Luo, he felt a sense of danger. He could not allow Fang Chen to continue growing. Therefore, Fang Chen had to die, even if he had to pay a huge price. In the end, Elder Shui and Luo, he came to an agreement. Of course, Elder Shui would not be impulsive this time. He would choose the best time to send out the most capable assassin to complete this mission. Central Continent, Sword State City, Sword Sect. Fang Chen, who had been unconscious for more than 10 days, finally woke up. Furthermore, his injuries were basically healed. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough. Otherwise, if he was hit by the Big Dipper's iron hook, his life would definitely be in danger. During this time, Tian Zhenzi personally guarded Fang Chen, afraid that something would happen to Fang Chen. As time passed, the opening of the divine illusion space drew closer and closer. Countless sects in the central continent raised their heads in anticipation. The Sword Sect was no exception. The 19 elite disciples of the inner sect had all come out of seclusion. They were all prepared. Including Fang Chen, there were 20 disciples from the Sword Sect that had entered the divine illusion space. Although the number was small, they were all elites of the Sword Sect. The divine illusion space only opened once every 6 years. No one wanted to miss it. 3 days before the opening of the divine illusion space, the 20 disciples left the Sword Sect under Tian Zhenzi's lead. They headed towards the opening of the divine illusion space. In a certain cold place in the central continent, it was covered in ice and snow all year round. It was extremely cold. The legendary divine illusion space was hidden in that space. The divine illusion space was about to open. Every sect led their elite disciples towards the icy cold place. The Sword State City was a bit far from the icy cold place, so Tian Zhenzi left 3 days early. After leaving the Sword State City, the 20 disciples quickly headed north under Tian Zhenzi's lead. The icy cold place was to the north of the Sword State City. Divine Illusion Space. Fang Chen followed the group, thinking about the divine illusion space. Fang Chen's injuries had already healed. Beside him was Xiahou Wu. Of the 20 disciples, only Xiahou Wu had a good relationship with Fang Chen. Brother Fang, there's still 2 more days before we reach the extreme north, said Xiahou Wu. I wonder how many disciples from the sect will come this time, said Fang Chen softly. Xiahou Wu smiled. The opening of the divine illusion space is a major event in the central continent. All the elite disciples of the central continent sect will enter the divine illusion space. What's so special about the divine illusion space? Asked Fang Chen. He still didn't know anything about the divine illusion space. Xiahou Wu shook his head. I also don't know. This is also my first time entering the divine illusion space. I've heard that this divine illusion space is an extremely mystical space that has been passed down since the ancient era. It's said that within the divine illusion space, if you don't follow your heart, it's very easy to lose yourself, continued Xiahou Wu. Follow your heart. Fang Chen nodded slightly when he heard this. It seemed like the divine illusion space was indeed extraordinary. 2 days later, under Tian Zhenzi's lead, the Sword Reverence sect's disciples finally arrived at the icy lands. At this time, the entire desolate plain was covered in ice and snow. It was as if they had entered a world of ice and snow. Even the surrounding mountains were white. This is the land of ice, Fang Chen said softly as he looked around and sensed the icy aura in the air. The icy lands were covered in ice and snow year-round. At a glance, everything was white. Furthermore, the temperature was extremely high. Even a cultivator like Fang Chen would feel a trace of coldness if they stayed here for a long time. We've already arrived at the icy lands, smiled Tian Zhenzi. Following this, Tian Zhenzi led them deeper into the icy lands. After a while, an extremely dilapidated city appeared in the world of ice and snow. This city had been dilapidated for who knew how long. Normally, there was no one living in it. However, every time the divine illusion space opened, this city would be packed with people. The surrounding walls of this dilapidated city were all shattered. Standing outside, one could clearly see every corner of the city with a single glance. Why has this city been reduced to ruins? Asked Fang Chen, puzzled. Suddenly, Tian Zhenzi explained, a very long time ago, every single time the divine illusion dimension opened, experts from all over the Golden Crown Kingdom would come here. They would ceaselessly fight for a spot to enter the divine illusion dimension. The destructive power of the battles between experts was too great. In the end, this city was reduced to ruins. It was at that time that the 9 two-star sects took the lead, with the other 1-star sects acting as support. They established a complete order. Ever since then, there have been no more battles in the divine illusion space, explained Tian Zhenzi. Fang Chen and the others nodded. They hadn't thought that the competition would be so fierce when the divine illusion space opened in the past. Let's go. The divine illusion space will only open tomorrow. Let's go in. Tian Zhenzi led them into the dilapidated city. As soon as they entered, they saw that the city was packed with people. The streets were filled with disciples from the various sects. What surprised Fang Chen was that there were actually some cultivators setting up stalls to sell things on the streets. What? Fang Chen didn't understand. Normally, there's no one here, but when the divine illusion space opens, this place will be packed with people. Moreover, this will continue for half a year, so some martial artists will come here to set up stalls and sell things that martial artists need, Tian Zhenzi explained. No wonder, said Fang Chen. Tian Zhenzi led 20 elite disciples to find a quiet place to rest and wait. Just at this moment, a sinister voice rang out in their ears. Tian Zhenzi, I really didn't expect you to still be alive. Hearing this voice, Tian Zhenzi stopped and turned his head. To his surprise, he discovered that a group of martial artists had entered the city gates. The one leading them was a red-haired old man. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Tian Zhenzi, laughing heartily. If you're not dead, how could I die before you? Softly asked Tian Zhenzi. Tian Zhenzi, I heard that a new Tian Zhenzi appeared in your Sword Reverence sect a while ago. Did you bring him this time? Asked the red-haired elder. You don't need to worry about that, said Tian Zhenzi. Although the two of them were speaking calmly, Fang Chen could sense the tension in their words. They have enmity, thought Fang Chen. Just at this moment, Xiahou Wu whispered, that red-haired elder is the overlord of Iron Prefecture City, the master of a 2-star sect, the Iron Sword sect. Their Iron Sword sect has always believed themselves to be the most orthodox Sword Dao sect in the Golden Crown Nation, and they look down on our Sword Reverence sect. When Xiahou Wu said this, Fang Chen understood. No wonder there was a black metal sword embroidered on their sleeves. So they're also a Sword Dao sect, thought Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the red-haired elder sneered, Tian Zhenzi, your Sword Reverence sect has always been the weakest of the 9 2-star sects. Be careful that you don't get wiped out in the divine illusion space. At that time, Your sword reverence sect won't be able to maintain its status as a 2-star sect. Chen-ph, let's go. Tian Zhenzi frowned and coldly snorted. He brought Fang Chen and the others away. After a while, Tian Zhenzi and the others found a relatively quiet place to rest. You can move freely, but remember not to cause trouble. However, there's no need to be afraid. My sword reverence sect hasn't reached the point of being bullied by others, said Tian Zhenzi. Everyone nodded. Fang Chen originally wanted to rest, but Xiahou Wu pulled him back. Brother Fang, let's go take a look. Chapter 324. Xiahou Wu and Fang Chen strolled around the shabby city for a while. They found that the majority of the streets were filled with medicinal pills and weapons. To Fang Chen, those things were completely useless. He also didn't care about them. Finally, Xiahou Wu and Fang Chen left the shabby city and appeared on the icy plains. Brother Fang, what do you think of this icy land? Xiahou Wu looked around at the vast expanse of whiteness. Fang Chen was just about to speak when he suddenly closed his eyes and carefully sensed his surroundings. After a while, he opened his eyes. Do you feel it? You also feel it? Xiahou Wu's eyes widened. Fang Chen nodded. Xiahou Wu continued, I heard from the inner sect disciples that in this icy land, there are some snow-ground demon beasts. These snow-ground demon beasts' skin is like a vast expanse of white snow. They are hidden in the snow and are basically undetectable. They specialize in sneak attacks. If my guess isn't wrong, there should be snow-ground demon beasts nearby. Fang Chen said. He had just sensed a faintly discernible aura in the air. That aura was clearly the aura of a snow-ground demon beast. Let's go take a look. Xiahou Wu had never seen a snow-ground demon beast before. Hearing Fang Chen's words, he was naturally extremely curious. Fang Chen also nodded. In any case, they didn't have anything to do. Going to take a look wasn't a bad idea. The two of them chose a direction and quickly advanced. In a short while, they were far away from the shabby city. At this time, they were already very far away from the shabby city. What a vast expanse of whiteness. Fang Chen thought to himself. They saw that there was a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. From a distance, the mountain peak was also a pure white expanse. Let's go take a look. Xiahou Wu said. Fang Chen nodded and the two of them quickly advanced. Just as the two of them were about to reach the mountain peak, the white snow beside them suddenly loosened. Immediately after, a wild aura filled the air. Snow-ground demon beast. The two of them sensed this and both of them unleashed fierce attacks at the white figure in front of them. Bang! With a loud explosion, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu's bodies retreated a little. As for the white figure, it stood on the snow-white ground, glaring at Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu. After stabilizing himself, Fang Chen finally saw the appearance of the snow-ground demon beast. The snow-ground demon beast in front of him looked like a cheetah, but its body was covered in white fur. It was impossible to detect it when it was hidden in the snow. There is an extremely cold aura on the body of the snow-ground demon beast. Fang Chen said. The two glanced at each other. In the next moment, their figures flashed, surrounding the snow-ground demon beasts. Bang bang bang! With Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu working together, even a normal 9th-level Qi-High warrior would not be a match for them. After struggling for a while, the snow-ground demon beast lost its life. After killing the snow-ground demon beast, an icy aura instantly drilled into Fang Chen's body, causing Fang Chen's body to shudder. This aura is too pure. Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. The icy aura on the body of the snow-ground demon beast was too pure. Within this icy aura, there seems to be a trace of the concept of ice. Fang Chen instantly reacted. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. If he could absorb more of this icy aura, would he be able to comprehend the concept of ice? Come, let's go up. After Fang Chen finished speaking, his figure flashed and he directly stepped onto the mountain peak. In reality, there were quite a few warriors who had the same idea as Fang Chen, but they all failed. In the land of ice, although the air was constantly filled with the concept of ice, it was extremely difficult to comprehend the concept of ice in such an environment. It was almost impossible. Every time before the opening of the divine illusion dimension, There would be elite geniuses who would come here to kill the snow-ground demon beasts to comprehend the concept of ice. But without exception, they all failed. Fang Chen and Xia Houwu quickly stepped onto the White Mountain peak. In the process, Fang Chen had killed many snow-ground demon beasts and absorbed a large amount of icy aura. When Fang Chen stepped onto the mountain peak, he felt that within his dantian, there were 30 strands of icy aura. They floated above his dantian, emitting waves of icy aura. After absorbing 30 strands of icy aura, I feel that my understanding of the concept of ice has deepened. I wonder if I will be able to comprehend the concept of ice if I absorb enough icy aura. Fang Chen thought to himself. Not only Fang Chen, but even Xia Houwu had sensed this. He also wanted to comprehend the concept of ice. Therefore, in the following period of time, the two of them unceasingly killed snow-ground demonic beasts, absorbing the icy aura. 6 hours later, Xia Houwu stopped absorbing the icy aura. This was because at this moment, within his dantian, there was a large amount of icy aura floating. The icy temperature it emitted was enough to freeze his dantian. I can't absorb anymore. Xia Houwu made such a decision and said lightly. He sat down in a meditative position, beginning to dissolve the ice-cold aura within his dantian. Time slowly passed, and Xia Houwu finally felt that his body was a little better. The ice-cold aura within his dantian seemed to be under his control a little. However, Xia Houwu still felt as if his entire body had turned into an ice sculpture. He could be frozen at any moment. Fang Chen, let's go back first. Xia Houwu called out to Fang Chen. However, even though he called out, Fang Chen did not respond. He sat cross-legged on a white rock, not moving at all. Fang Chen. Xia Houwu frowned and continued to call out. Fang Chen still didn't respond. Only at this time did Xia Houwu realize something was wrong. He quickly walked in front of Fang Chen. He was shocked to see that at this time, Fang Chen's face was already covered in ice. His body was also unable to move. He was just like an ice sculpture, sitting cross-legged on the rock. Fang Chen. Seeing this scene, Xia Houwu stretched out his hand to pull Fang Chen. But just as his hand touched Fang Chen, he felt a majestic and suffocating cold aura emitting from Fang Chen's body. Even his soul was trembling. How terrifying. Xia Houwu pulled back his hand. He didn't dare act blindly without thinking. Seeing Fang Chen's aura weaken, Xia Houwu had no choice but to return first. In just a moment, Xia Houwu returned to the shabby city. He didn't even have time to greet his senior apprentice brothers. He directly went to find Tian Jianzi. Sect Master, cried Xia Houwu. Tian Jianzi directly placed his hand on Xia Houwu's body. His expression instantly changed and he icily asked, "You went to hunt the snow-ground demon beasts and absorbed their icy aura." Hearing Tian Jianzi's question, Xia Houwu explained everything to Tian Jianzi. Hearing this, Tian Jianzi's face was filled with anger. Nonsense, you two really are. Tian Jianzi waved his hand. The two of you really are stupid. You actually tried to absorb that icy aura to comprehend the ice concept. What nonsense! Raged Tian Jianzi. Sect Master, what do we do now? Fang Chen is still on the mountain peak, said Xia Houwu worriedly. Tian Jianzi still wanted to say something, but seeing Xia Houwu's expression, he directly sat down and placed his hands on Xia Houwu's body. A warm current immediately entered Xia Houwu's body. An incense stick's worth of time later, Xia Houwu found that the icy aura in his dantian's qi had completely vanished. His body had returned to normal. You guys wait here. I'll go save Fang Chen. Tian Jianzi tossed out a sentence and left. The shabby city was extremely small. Seeing Tian Jianzi hastily leave, the other sect leaders naturally noticed that something was off. Within the Iron Sword sect's territory, the red-haired elder's expression was unsightly. Oh, Tian Jianzi hastily left. Did he discover something? When he thought of this, the red-haired old man's figure flashed and he left the shabby city, following closely behind Tian Jianzi. Following the red-haired elder's departure, the other sect leaders also left the shabby city. Tian Jianzi sensed that someone was following him, but in order to save Long Chen, he didn't want to waste any time. In just a moment, He arrived in front of the mountain peak and quickly climbed it. After Tian Zhenzi reached the top of the mountain, he saw Fang Chen, who was like an ice sculpture. His heart sank as he quickly walked over to Fang Chen. At this time, Fang Chen's entire body was covered in ice. His aura was extremely weak, and a terrifying icy aura was emitted from him. At this time, the red-haired elder and the others also appeared on the mountain peak. When they saw Fang Chen's appearance, they finally understood why Tian Zhenzi had hastily left the shabby city. Ha ha ha, no wonder Tian Zhenzi's expression is so ugly. So it's because a disciple of the sword reverence sect has been turned into an ice sculpture. The red-haired elder laughed heartily. How stupid. How can the sword reverence sect have such a stupid disciple? Looks like this is the first time this kid has come to the land of ice. He couldn't resist the temptation and wanted to absorb the icy aura of the snow-ground demon beasts to comprehend the concept of ice. Laughable, truly laughable. Look at him. He must have absorbed a large amount of icy aura and now has turned into an ice sculpture. He won't be able to live. Trying to comprehend the concept of ice in the land of ice. Dream on. He deserves to die. When the leaders of the sect saw this scene, they all turned around and left. They had seen this kind of thing many times. Many disciples died in the land of ice. They didn't die in the divine illusion space, but here. When they came to the land of ice for the first time, they accidentally killed a snow-ground demon beast and discovered that by absorbing the icy aura of the snow-ground demon beast, they could comprehend the concept of ice. From then on, it was unstoppable. In the end, their bodies would be frozen into ice sculptures. They would lose their senses and even their lives. But any martial artist who came to the land of ice knew that comprehending the concept of ice in the land of ice was a taboo. After the red-haired elder mocked Tian Zhenzi, he also turned around and left. They couldn't be bothered to watch this kind of thing. After all, that kid was dead for sure. At this time, there was only the frozen Fang Chen and Tian Zhenzi left on the mountain peak. Tian Zhenzi's face was filled with anxiety. It's my fault for not telling you clearly. Otherwise, you wouldn't be like this. The amount of icy aura that Fang Chen had absorbed was much greater than Fang Chen's. Therefore, by the time Tian Zhenzi arrived, Fang Chen had already been frozen into an ice sculpture. Tian Zhenzi couldn't do anything about it. Tian Zhenzi's hands pressed against the ice sculpture that Fang Chen had turned into. He circulated his full strength, wanting to melt the ice sculpture, but it was to no avail. The ice sculpture would divert Tian Zhenzi's spiritual energy. He couldn't help Fang Chen. Chapter 325. The Icelands was a special place in the central region of the Golden Crown Nation. This place was filled with ice and snow all year round. Every inch of air here contained the concept of ice. Many people who came here for the first time would involuntarily absorb the ice chi here in an attempt to comprehend the concept of ice. But they didn't know that absorbing ice chi in the Icelands was a taboo. Even the disciples of the 9 two-star sects didn't dare to absorb the ice chi here so recklessly. If they absorbed too much ice chi, they would turn into an ice sculpture, lose their consciousness, and finally lose their life. Before coming to the Icelands, Tian Zhenzi hadn't told anyone that because of his small mistake, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu had absorbed a lot of ice chi. Xiahou Wu was fine. He had immediately noticed something was wrong with his body and had returned to the city. It was only because Tian Zhenzi had intervened that he was saved. But Fang Chen was different. Fang Chen was a bit stronger than Xiahou Wu. Naturally, the speed at which he absorbed the ice chi was much faster. By the time Xiahou Wu had noticed something was wrong with his body, Fang Chen's body had already stiffened. Now, he was completely frozen. Even a condensing reality expert like Tian Zhenzi was powerless to reverse the situation. So when he saw Fang Chen's current state, Tian Zhenzi felt extremely pained. How could it be like this? Tian Zhenzi roared furiously. After so many years, the sword reverence sect had finally produced a Tian Zhenzi. But as soon as he came to the Icelands, he was turned into an ice sculpture. He was unwilling to accept this. Fang Chen. Tian Zhenzi called out Fang Chen's name. But Fang Chen didn't move. He didn't respond. Tian Zhenzi racked his brains to think of a solution. But there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as Fang Chen gradually lost his life. At this time, the ice chi in Fang Chen's dantian had already frozen. It had directly frozen his entire chi si. Traces of icy aura constantly wandered through Fang Chen's limbs and bones, freezing Fang Chen's soul. However, within Fang Chen's body, the golden heart was beating rapidly. Wisps of formless aura were being emitted. Because of this formless aura, Fang Chen hadn't lost his life. Fang Chen hadn't completely lost his senses. He could still sense Tian Zhenzi beside him, but his body was frozen and he couldn't move at all. How could this be? Fang Chen thought to himself. He had only absorbed some icy qi. Why did his entire body freeze? Absorbing the cold air should have improved my comprehension of the concept of ice. Why did such a mistake happen? Fang Chen still did not understand why he was frozen. Time passed bit by bit. In the end, even Tian Zhenzi gave up on Fang Chen. He turned around and left dejectedly. For Fang Chen to end up like this was a huge blow to him. Who was Fang Chen? He was the Sword Reverence sect's heavenly sword son. If nothing unexpected happened, Fang Chen would definitely be the next sect master of the Sword Reverence sect. However, such a heavenly sword son had died so miserably in this land of ice. When Tian Zhenzi returned to his shabby city, the various sect leaders were all laughing up their sleeves. Xiahou Wu anxiously asked, "Sect master, how is Fang Chen?" Tian Zhenzi's face was filled with disappointment. He was in a very bad mood and didn't say anything. The other disciples also learned about Fang Chen's situation from Xiahou Wu. Many disciples expressed their dissatisfaction with Fang Chen. Because of Fang Chen's ignorance, the Sword Reverence sect had lost a disciple before they had even entered the divine illusion space. Tempage, such a disciple is worthy of being our Sword Reverence sect's heavenly sword son? What a joke. That's right, he's not worthy of being our Sword Reverence sect's heavenly sword son. It's good that he's dead. Such a heavenly sword son will be laughed at by the other sects. Several disciples who were dissatisfied with Fang Chen spoke disdainfully. Sect master, since Fang Chen is already dead, then we'll have to choose a new heavenly sword son, said another disciple. Some of the disciples who had been hoping for the heavenly sword son brightened. They looked at Tian Zhenzi, waiting for him to speak. Let's wait until the divine illusion space ends. Tian Zhenzi felt very tired and didn't want to say anything. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, night arrived. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the land in a snow-white color. The shabby city was completely silent. All the martial artists had fallen asleep. They were waiting for the divine illusion space to open the next day. At this time, not far from the shabby city, there was an ice sculpture quietly standing on a rock. In the dead of night, two black figures suddenly appeared on the mountain peak. These two black figures were very conspicuous on the snow-white mountain peak. After they reached the peak, they directly looked at the ice sculpture on the rock. "It's this ice sculpture, right?" One of the black figures said coldly. "That's right. I've already asked around. It's this ice sculpture." The other black figure grinned. "What an idiot. He didn't even wait for us to kill him and he killed himself." The first black figure sneered. "No matter what, we must confirm his death." The second black figure said faintly. These two black figures were assassins sent by the Bloodshed Tower in the north. Their strength was at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. They could be considered the top assassins of the Bloodshed Tower. The reason why they had come here was to blend in with some ordinary sect. They wanted to enter the divine illusion space and kill Fang Chen. This was also their goal for coming here. However, before they could open the divine illusion space, they heard a piece of news. Fang Chen had absorbed the cold energy here and was frozen into an ice sculpture. After hearing this news, the two of them were overjoyed. They immediately decided that when night fell, they would personally come and check it out. At this moment, when the two of them saw the ice sculpture on the rock, their faces were full of smiles. Being frozen like this, Fang Chen was definitely dead. However, in order to confirm whether or not Fang Chen was really dead, one of the black figures walked in front of the ice sculpture and extended his hand. Immediately, a cold light appeared. "Tan Lang, what are you doing?" The black figure saw a sharp blade appear in Tan Lang's hand and asked in a low voice, "I'm going to cut the ice sculpture into pieces and then kill him," Tan Lang said. In the next moment, Tan Lang's hand suddenly waved. Immediately, a majestic aura shot out from the sharp blade and slashed at the ice sculpture. Catcher! The ice sculpture on Fang Chen's body instantly shattered. Fang Chen's entire body fell to the ground. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was pale. There was no trace of life. Tan Lang checked and found that Fang Chen was already dead. His face was full of smiles. The target is already dead. Tan Lang laughed. In that case, let's leave first. Huixie said. I'm going to chop off his head. Tan Lang said. He was about to move, but was stopped by Huixie. Don't cause any more trouble. We still have to sneak into the divine illusion space. If our identities are exposed because of this, the sword reverence sect will definitely be furious. Since the target is already dead, let's hurry and leave. Huixie said. All right, I'll listen to you. Huixie. Tan Lang nodded slightly and said. The methods of a condensing reality realm expert were very tyrannical. If he used a sharp blade to chop off Fang Chen's head, Tian Jianzi might be able to find them through the clues. At that time, their bloodshed tower would have to suffer the wrath of the sword reverence sect. This was not the result they wanted. After all, once they confirmed that Fang Chen was dead, their mission could be considered complete. Tan Lang and extinguishing fire quickly disappeared into the darkness. Fang Chen, on the other hand, lay quietly on the ground. After an unknown amount of time, a biting cold wind appeared in the surroundings. Strong gusts of wind blew past, blowing against Fang Chen's pale face. Hoo. Deep into the night, the temperature of the icelands was getting lower and lower. The snowflakes on the ground were also gradually freezing. At this moment, a small shadow appeared beside Fang Chen with a su sound. When it saw Fang Chen's appearance, it chirped non-stop. The little mouse's little claws shook Fang Chen, but the latter did not respond. In the end, the little mouse panicked and directly drilled into the icy ground. After a short while, the little mouse returned. It was holding a sparkling and translucent stone in its mouth. The stone was about the size of a thumb. The little mouse placed the sparkling and translucent stone into Fang Chen's mouth. The stone melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a cold current that spread throughout Fang Chen's limbs and bones. When the little mouse saw that Fang Chen did not respond, it continued to search. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. The sun was about to rise. The little mouse had already found all the crystals in the surroundings and fed them to Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen still did not show any signs of life. This made the little mouse very anxious. At this moment, the crystals that Fang Chen had swallowed turned into a cold current that spread throughout his limbs and bones. These cold currents contained a majestic ice concept, which merged into his mind bit by bit. After the golden heart came into contact with the majestic ice concept, it suddenly started to beat. The golden heart beat faster and faster. In the end, it directly absorbed all the majestic ice concept in Fang Chen's body. Dong. When the golden heart absorbed all the ice concept, it suddenly beat fiercely. A heavy sound came from the golden heart. In the next moment, the pure ice concept instantly gushed out from the golden heart. Then, a formless aura drilled into Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen, who had originally lost all signs of life, suddenly moved his finger. Seeing this, the little mouse chirped non-stop. Its face was full of joy. Fang Chen's finger moved, and a thick ice concept appeared around him. The soul that had been frozen in his mind was awakened once again. Chapter 326. As Fang Chen's body trembled, his soul gradually recovered. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's orange-level soul recovered. After his soul recovered, a majestic ice intent was transmitted into Fang Chen's soul. Ice, frigid ice, penetrating within Fang Chen's mind, a frosty aura constantly revolved. Then, Fang Chen's energy center's sea of qi was completely unsealed. The majestic frosty aura disappeared into his sea of qi and entered his orange-level soul. A minute later, Fang Chen opened his eyes. His life force flourished once again. At this moment, 2 icicles shot out of Fang Chen's eyes. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Upon seeing this, the little mouse squeaked happily. The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, all the ice on the mountain peak gathered around him. The temperature on the mountain peak plummeted. After a long while, Fang Chen woke up completely. At this moment, a majestic frosty aura appeared in his mind. Ice intent. Fang Chen muttered softly as he looked at the frosty aura surrounding his body. Furthermore, he could control it at will. In the next moment, Fang Chen could finally confirm that he had indeed comprehended the ice intent. I never thought that I would be able to comprehend the ice intent this way. Fang Chen felt a little scared. After he had been frozen into an ice sculpture, he had heard everything that Tian Zhenzi had said. In this icy land, he couldn't absorb the frosty aura. Otherwise, he would be frozen into an ice sculpture and lose his life. He had been frozen into an ice sculpture and had been on the verge of death. Because of the golden heart, he had been hanging on to his last breath and hadn't died completely. It was also because of the protection of the golden heart that, although Fang Chen was still breathing, the Tanlang and Hu extinguishing hadn't noticed him. They had thought that Fang Chen had died long ago. At this moment, Fang Chen recalled what happened after he was frozen. His heart was filled with lingering fear. He heard the chirping and turned to look at the little mouse. He reached out and affectionately stroked the little mouse's head. The reason why Fang Chen was able to come back to life was because of the little mouse. After Fang Chen comprehended the concept of ice, he discovered the crystal that the little mouse had found for him. It was a great treasure. In the land of ice, there were special crystals called ice crystals. They were the crystallization of countless ice and snow in the land of ice. They contained a majestic concept of ice. It was because of these ice crystals that Fang Chen was able to comprehend the concept of ice much faster. When he was on the verge of death, he comprehended the concept of ice. It wasn't until he comprehended the concept of ice that Fang Chen realized that it was nonsense to say that one couldn't comprehend the concept of ice in an icy land. It was true that one could comprehend the concept of ice in an icy land, but it was very difficult. During the process of comprehension, it was like being reborn from the ashes. If one couldn't withstand it, they would die. The reason why Fang Chen was able to come back to life was because he had taken advantage of many factors. The ice crystals were essential for comprehending the concept of ice. He had swallowed a lot of them. Of course, the most important thing was the golden heart. The golden heart was too useful. If it weren't for the golden heart, Fang Chen would have died long ago. "I'm finally alive," Fang Chen said with a sigh. If he had known this beforehand, Fang Chen definitely wouldn't have blindly absorbed a large amount of icy aura, causing himself to be frozen and almost die. The concept of ice is too powerful. With a thought, Fang Chen's concept of ice surrounded his body. Under his control, the area within 100 meters was instantly frozen. If I suddenly use the concept of ice when facing an enemy, the area within 100 miles will be frozen instantly. It will definitely have an unexpected effect, Fang Chen said with satisfaction. Withdrawing the concept of ice, Fang Chen slowly stood up. His eyes looked at the dilapidated city on the snowy plains in the distance. "Tan Lang, extinguish the fire." Fang Chen muttered to himself. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. When he was frozen into an ice sculpture, these 2 people had actually tried to kill him. If it weren't for the Golden Heart's protection, he would definitely have been killed by them. Thinking of this, Fang Chen clenched his fists. The killing intent in his heart grew stronger. No matter what, he had to kill these 2 people. However, Fang Chen had also heard their conversation. They had mixed in with the other sect and wanted to enter the divine illusion space. "Everything can wait until we enter the divine illusion space," Fang Chen said. At this moment, the sky was already bright. In the dilapidated city, all the martialists were awake. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The divine illusion space was opening today. They stared unblinkingly at the snowy plains outside the dilapidated city. Fang Chen pondered this for a moment. Since everyone believed that he was dead, he wouldn't go back for now. He would enter the divine illusion space alone. In the dilapidated city, Tian Zhenzi's face was filled with pain as he looked into the distance. In the end, he helplessly shook his head. Just at this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out. Everyone's eyes lit up. The divine illusion space is about to appear, someone shouted. All the martialists walked outside the dilapidated city and stood on the snowy plains. They nervously watched the snowy plains. After the rumbling sound rang out, the snowy plains suddenly started to tremble. Then, a wild gust of wind howled, filling the sky with snowflakes. Wang! An ancient voice suddenly rang out. In the next instant, a stone door in the void silently stood on the snowy plains. Is that the door to the divine illusion space? A disciple cried out excitedly. Countless sects martialists excitedly looked at the door in the void, their bodies trembling. As long as they stepped through the door, they would enter the legendary divine illusion space. It's time to soar. Some martialists couldn't resist the temptation. With a loud cry, their bodies flashed and they directly entered the stone door. Crack! Just at this moment, a miserable cry rang out. A few drops of blood fell onto the snowy plains, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. What's going on? Someone asked. The door to the void hasn't completely stabilized. We can't enter, said the red-haired elder from the Iron Sword sect. That's right. Wait until the door to the void stabilizes, said the leaders of the other sect. At this moment, there was a figure hiding in the corner of the crowd, silently waiting for the door to the void to stabilize. He was Fang Chen. He had already noticed Tan Lang and Hua Hua in the crowd. But everyone's gazes were on the door to the void, so they didn't notice him. Roughly a minute later, the door to the void finally stabilized. The Iron Sword sect's martialists took the lead and charged into the void. Following them, the other sect's martialists also entered the void. Fang Chen blended into the crowd and disappeared into the void. In the blink of an eye, only a few sect leaders remained on the snowy plains. The disciples they had brought with them had all entered the void. Crash! All the martialists had entered, and the void disappeared. Tian Zhenzi, your complexion doesn't look too good, said the red-haired elder from the Iron Sword sect intentionally. After learning that the disciple who had been frozen into an ice sculpture was the Reverence Sword sect's Tian Zhenzi, he had been extremely happy. So he intentionally mocked Tian Zhenzi. Tian Zhenzi snorted coldly and ignored the red-haired elder from the Iron Sword sect. The divine illusion space would open for half a year every time. This meant that the disciples of their sect wouldn't be able to return during this half a year. After the void disappeared, some sect leaders stayed behind, while the majority of the sect leaders left the icy lands. After all, the sect couldn't be left unattended. The vast land was surrounded by green mountains and clear waters. Fang Chen stood on the ground and looked at his surroundings. His face was filled with astonishment. He couldn't imagine why the divine illusion space would be hidden in the void of the icy lands. The environment of the divine illusion space was completely different from that of the icy lands. I thought that this place would also be covered in white snow, said Fang Chen softly. This was the legendary divine illusion space. After Fang Chen entered the divine illusion space, he realized that he had been separated from the others. At this moment, he was standing on a vast plain surrounded by green mountains and clear waters. It was like a paradise, and he couldn't see anything good here. It's said that the divine illusion space is filled with hidden treasures. Let's walk around first, said Fang Chen softly. Then, Fang Chen picked a direction and quickly walked forward. After Fang Chen walked for 2 hours, he suddenly discovered a group of martial artists in front of him. These martial artists seemed to have discovered something. Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he quickly arrived in front of these martial artists. Senior brother, our luck is really good. I didn't think that we would discover such a treasure as soon as we entered the divine illusion space. A disciple laughed as he spoke to a man beside him. They were martial artists from the Starfire sect. After entering the divine illusion space, they had separated from the group and walked around casually. It was here that they discovered a precious spiritual herb. The exquisite flower was very important to Qi High Realm martial artists. It was said that after consuming the exquisite flower, it could effectively expand one's Qi. Of course, if it could be refined into an exquisite pill by a master alchemist, the effects would be even better. For Qi High Realm martial artists, the larger their Qi Si, the stronger they would be. Every martial artist hoped that their Qi Si could expand, and the disciples of the Starfire sect were no exception. At this moment, on a small hill in the plain, there was an exquisite flower. This exquisite flower was bright red in color, and it was obvious that it was a mature exquisite flower. It's actually a 100-year-old exquisite flower, ha ha ha. A disciple of the Starfire sect laughed wildly. Fang Chen naturally discovered the exquisite flower as well, and a smile appeared on his face. Although he was strong, his cultivation was low, so the exquisite flower was more important to him. Moreover, Fang Chen also knew that in the ancient Sword Continent, strength was everything. As long as he had the strength, he could take what he wanted. Just as the disciples of the Starfire sect were getting excited, Fang Chen spoke. Chapter 327. The Starfire sect was a small sect in Taiju City. The strongest disciple in the sect was only at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. The strongest disciple in front of him was at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. To Fang Chen, this was nothing. Thus, Fang Chen had his eyes on the exquisite flower. "I'm sorry, but this exquisite flower is mine," Fang Chen said softly. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the disciples of the Starfire sect all turned their heads to look at Fang Chen. Only now did they realize that someone had infiltrated their group. "Kid, who are you?" Xing Yuan said coldly. Xing Yuan was an outstanding disciple of the Starfire sect. He was also the strongest among this batch of Starfire sect disciples. For Fang Chen to be able to approach them without batting an eyelid meant that his strength should be very strong. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that I want the exquisite flower." Fang Chen looked at Xing Yuan without a trace of fear. "Kid, are you looking for death? You even dare to steal from our Starfire sect?" "Kid, I don't care which sect you are from. You're dead for sure. You can't touch our Starfire sect's things. Obediently accept your death. You actually dared to try and steal from our Starfire sect's exquisite flower." The disciples of the Starfire sect were all enraged. "This exquisite flower is an ownerless item. It belongs to whoever steals it. What right do you have to say that it belongs to your Starfire sect?" Fang Chen retorted. Hearing this, Xing Yuan narrowed his eyes. He realized that he could not see through the man in front of him. The exquisite flower did not have an owner before. But from now on, it belongs to my Starfire sect. If you want to steal it, you'll have to go through my Starfire sect first. If that's the case, then it'll be easy. Taking advantage of the fact that the Starfire sect was not paying attention, Fang Chen used the concept of ice. Within a 100-meter radius, everything was frozen. The disciples of the Starfire sect were also frozen. Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived at the small hill. He took the exquisite flower and placed it into his interspatial ring. Crack! The 100-meter ice seal shattered and the disciples of the Starfire sect woke up from the ice seal. Their faces were filled with rage as they looked at Fang Chen. "Brat, put down the exquisite flower and I can let you live." Seeing Fang Chen take away the exquisite flower, Xing Yuan said coldly. This exquisite flower was very important to Xing Yuan. Xing Yuan's cultivation had been stuck at the mid-Qi High Realm for a long time. If he could consume this exquisite flower, his Qi Si would expand, and he would be able to reach the late Qi High Realm. Therefore, he had to obtain the exquisite flower no matter what. "I am the current owner of the exquisite flower," Fang Chen said with a smile. "You are courting death." Xing Yuan roared angrily. Before he could do anything, the disciples of the Starfire sect all attacked, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Swoosh! The 100-meter ice seal appeared again. Fang Chen used the concept of ice. While using the concept of ice to freeze the martial artists, he waved the hidden star sword in his hand. In an instant, Fang Chen waved his sword more than 10 times, piercing the bodies of the Starfire sect disciples. Crack! The 100-meter ice seal shattered instantly. Xing Yuan was the first to rush out. After all, Fang Chen had just comprehended the concept of ice and could not maintain the ice seal for a long time. When the 100-meter ice seal shattered, Xing Yuan realized that the disciples of the Starfire sect that he brought were all lying on the ground. Obviously, this was all done by Fang Chen. "You are dead meat," Xing Yuan roared. A battle blade appeared in his hand and he attacked Fang Chen fiercely. Level 7 of the Fire-Water Sword technique. Fang Chen used the 7th level of the Water and Fire Sword art and clashed with Xing Yuan's battle blade. Originally, Fang Chen's strength was enough to fight against a mid-stage Qi-High warrior. Now that Fang Chen had comprehended the concept of ice, his strength had increased again. It was more than enough to deal with Xing Yuan. After a while, Fang Chen's sword stabbed into Xing Yuan's chest. Xing Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Fang Chen. He was unwilling to accept this. Crash! The hidden star sword was pulled out and Xing Yuan was dead. Fang Chen turned and left. Not long after Fang Chen left, a group of martial artists appeared. "Ian, there is someone in front." Suddenly, someone shouted from the group of martial artists. When they arrived, their faces changed. They realized that the dead martial artists were all disciples of the Starfire sect. "Who is attacking our Starfire sect?" The leader of the disciples said angrily. "Senior brother, could it be the Iron Sword sect?" A disciple asked. "Impossible. Although the Iron Sword sect is not on good terms with our Starfire sect, in the divine illusion space, we are both sects of the Iron State. We will not attack each other." The leader of the disciples said coldly. After a round of investigation, they did not find any clues. In the end, the disciples of the Starfire sect chased after Fang Chen. 6 hours later, Fang Chen found a secluded place and swallowed the exquisite flower. In the divine illusion space, the stronger one was, the greater the chance of obtaining the inheritance. Therefore, Fang Chen would not waste any opportunity to increase his strength. After Fang Chen swallowed the exquisite flower, his cultivation went from the early stage Qi-High realm to the mid-stage Qi-High realm. At this time, Fang Chen's strength had increased a lot. Now, he could easily kill a mid-stage Qi-High realm martial artist. He could even fight a late-stage Qi-High realm martial artist. As expected of the exquisite flower, Fang Chen thought to himself. The exquisite flower was indeed one of the rare spirit herbs. After swallowing it, his cultivation level increased by a small level. If he swallowed the exquisite pill, his cultivation level would definitely increase by a lot. However, every time the divine illusion space opened, it would only close after half a year. He did not have time to wait. Even if he did, it would be difficult to find an alchemy master after he left. After increasing his strength, Fang Chen continued to walk in the divine illusion space. In a certain area of the divine illusion space, 2 black figures were surrounding a young martial artist. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize that this martial artist was Xia Houwu of the Reverence Sword sect. "Kid, your luck is really bad." Tan Lang grinned. Looking at Xia Houwu's clothes, he knew that he was a disciple of the Reverence Sword sect. But this was the divine illusion space. Tan Lang was not afraid of the Reverence Sword sect. Before they had entered the divine illusion space, Elder Shui had warned them that killing Fang Chen was their top priority. After killing Fang Chen, the 2 of them could freely search for their own fortuitous encounters in the divine illusion space. However, there was one thing they had to remember. That was, if they encountered any Reverence Sword sect disciples, they would kill them without mercy. Elder Shui was still brooding over the matter of Tian Gang being heavily injured and Jiyu Lang's death. He wanted to take this opportunity to get back some interest. So when Tan Lang and Tan Lang encountered Xia Houwu, they did not hesitate to attack. Xia Houwu's cultivation level was only at the 8th level of the Qi-High realm. As for Tan Lang and Tan Lang, they had both reached the 9th level of the Qi-High realm. Xia Houwu was not a match for the 2 of them. Right now, Xia Houwu's face was extremely gloomy. Behind him was a cliff. He could not escape. "Who are you? I have no enmity with you. Why are you forcing me?" Xia Houwu coldly asked. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being a disciple of the Reverence Sword sect." Tan Lang coldly said. "Don't talk nonsense. Prepare to die." Tan Lang frowned and directly attacked. He wanted to kill Xia Houwu, but at this moment, Xia Houwu made a decision. He abruptly leaped up and directly jumped into the bottomless cliff behind him. Damn it! Tan Lang's attack did not hit and he cursed. If he falls into this cliff, he will definitely die, Tan Lang said. At this moment, far away from the cliff, Fang Chen was walking. Suddenly, he saw Tan Lang at the edge of the cliff. Them. Soon after, Fang Chen discovered Xia Houwu. Xia Houwu immediately jumped into the cliff. Xia Houwu was forced into the cliff. Fang Chen secretly said. He hid in the dark and looked at Tan Lang from afar. Finally, he quietly left. With his current strength, it was not enough to deal with Tan Lang. Wait until I have enough strength. I will definitely kill you, Fang Chen coldly said. After Fang Chen left, Tan Lang frowned. He turned around and looked behind him. Why did I feel that someone was spying on us? Chapter 328. It was said that the divine illusion space was a space created by a powerful being a long time ago. This space was originally used by that powerful being to train his disciples. However, for some unknown reason, that powerful being disappeared along with his disciples. Since then, the divine illusion space had been destroyed. After that, the divine illusion space was controlled by the Jin Guangua and became a training ground for the younger generation of the Jin Guangua. Within the divine illusion space, there were opportunities everywhere. As long as one was lucky, they could find their own opportunities. In the past, many of the younger generation of disciples had found great opportunities here and soared to the heavens. Even some of the marquis on the martial marquis list had entered the divine illusion space. There were also some warriors who were already at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. After they came to the divine illusion space, they found an unexpected opportunity that allowed them to break through their bottlenecks and refine their treasures in the Qi Sea. They formed their Dharma idols and became condensing reality realm warriors. In short, the divine illusion space was filled with all kinds of legends. Every warrior who entered the divine illusion space had a dream to soar to the heavens. Fang Chen had just entered the divine illusion space and he had already found the exquisite flower. This made him even more curious about what was in the divine illusion space. Of course, in the divine illusion space, the exquisite flower was nothing. But in the outside world, the exquisite flower was enough to attract the attention of all the big sects. At this moment, Fang Chen quickly disappeared from the plains. He had witnessed Xia Houwu being forced into a bottomless abyss by Tan Lang and Huixie. He did not dare to stay any longer and immediately turned to leave. Right now, he could at most fight against a late 8th level Qi High warrior. Against Tan Lang and Huixie, he had no hope at all. However, in Fang Chen's heart, his hatred for the two of them had deepened. Back then, on the mountain outside the old city, he had almost died at the hands of Tan Lang. One day, I will kill you, Fang Chen thought to himself. This was only the first day in the divine illusion space. Every time the divine illusion space opened, it would be half a year. Fang Chen was confident that he would be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter and achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation within half a year. By then, he would be able to fight against Tan Lang with his own strength. After Fang Chen left, Tan Lang and Extinguishing Fire also noticed that something was wrong. However, they did not say anything when they realized that there was no one around. The divine illusion space was extremely large. There had never been a single cultivator who had been able to traverse the entire divine illusion space. Moreover, it was said that the divine illusion space was extremely strange. Every region was constantly changing. What you saw before was a mountain peak, but it might turn into a plain after a while. This was too normal in the divine illusion space. Fang Chen had just left the plains and entered the forest when he suddenly heard the roar of a beast. Demonic beast. Fang Chen frowned slightly. He heard the cries of the demonic beasts and immediately looked ahead. Immediately after, Fang Chen felt a wild aura rushing towards him. The roar of the beast was getting closer and closer. Demonic beasts are approaching, Fang Chen said faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow pounced towards him. Fang Chen subconsciously took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 7th level of the water and fire sword technique. Swish! Boundless sword light shot out of the hidden star sword and pierced towards the black shadow. Poochie. After being struck by Fang Chen, the black shadow was sent flying. When it stabilized itself, Fang Chen discovered that this demonic beast was actually a Tieshi bear. Tieshi bears were considered a race with extremely powerful physical bodies among the demonic beasts. Their physical bodies were extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, an adult Tieshi bear's physical body would be comparable to a peak 2-star Dao body. Roar. The Tieshi bear was struck by Fang Chen's swordlight, and a small sword mark appeared on its stomach. This made the Tieshi bear look at Fang Chen with vigilance. The Tieshi bears were most proud of their physical defense. The man in front of them was able to injure their physical body with a single sword strike. This was enough to show that this man was very powerful. The Tieshi bear roared at Fang Chen and suddenly launched a powerful attack. The Tieshi bear clenched its claws into a fist and gathered all the strength in its body before it blasted towards Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in one hand and waved it in a domineering and sharp manner. His other hand was also tightly clenched into a fist and punched out. Fang Chen's physical body had reached the 3-star Dao body, so in terms of strength, he was naturally not afraid of the Tieshi bear. After he recognized the Tieshi bear, he understood that the Tieshi bear race was very clumsy. Under normal circumstances, they would only use brute force to attack. Bang! The two fists collided. The Tieshi bear's body was forcibly pushed back by Fang Chen's punch, while Fang Chen also retreated a few steps. Adult Tieshi bear. Fang Chen looked at the Tieshi bear and said in a low voice. The collision of their fists just now let him know the strength of the Tieshi bear. The Tieshi bear's physical body was infinitely close to the 3-star Dao body, but it was still a little lacking. If your physical body reached the 3-star Dao body level, my strength would be directly crushed by you. Fang Chen looked at the Tieshi bear and said faintly. But now, the Tieshi bear was still not his opponent. In an instant, the sword light in the sky once again bombarded the Tieshi bear's body, causing another sword scar to appear on the Tieshi bear's stomach. At this moment, the Tieshi bear finally knew the power of the human warrior in front of him. He roared at Fang Chen and kept retreating as if he was admitting defeat. Finally, he left in a flash. Fang Chen did not chase after him. The Tieshi bear was a group of demon beasts. The direction the Tieshi bear went in must have a large number of Tieshi bears. He did not want to waste time here. After repelling the Tieshi bear, Fang Chen continued to advance into the depths of the forest. However, he deliberately went around the Tieshi bear's range. After a while, Fang Chen arrived at the end of the forest. During this time, Fang Chen encountered demon beasts of other races. However, their strength was not strong. Fang Chen could completely deal with them. When Fang Chen arrived at the end of the forest, he suddenly saw a canyon in front of him. This canyon was separated from the middle, with towering cliffs on both sides. Standing at the edge of the forest, Fang Chen felt a powerful aura assaulting his face. This aura, when Fang Chen felt this aura, his expression changed slightly. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the mysterious canyon. Spiritual aura. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. The aura emitted from the canyon was clearly a powerful spiritual aura. Even Fang Chen, who possessed an orange grade soul, felt his heart palpitate when facing this spiritual aura. Even from this far away, I can feel my heart palpitating. Then what about the canyon? Fang Chen did not dare imagine. If he stood in the canyon, his soul would definitely be shattered by this powerful spiritual aura. Just as Fang Chen was pondering over this, a clamor came from the forest behind him. Following that, many people were talking. Senior apprentice brother, this time it's definitely true. Not long ago, I accidentally came here and luckily found this mysterious canyon. A voice rang out. This mysterious canyon is at the end of the forest. It's filled with powerful auras. I only glanced at it from a distance, but I felt my soul shake. So I think this place is definitely not ordinary. That voice rang out once more. If it's as you say, then there's definitely a precious treasure within this canyon. Another deep voice rang out. Fang Chen frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that just as he had stepped foot into the canyon, there would already be martial artists coming here. Just as Fang Chen was pondering this, a group of martial artists suddenly appeared at the end of the forest. When they saw Fang Chen, their expressions changed. "How could there be someone else here?" asked the leading martial artist coldly. "Could it be that he also accidentally came here?" whispered the first martial artist. Just as the leading cultivator was about to open his mouth to speak, he suddenly sensed a soul aura rushing towards him, causing his body to tremble. What a tyrannical spiritual aura! Even from this far away, my soul is still trembling. A golden light shot out from the leading martial artist's eyes as he greedily looked at the canyon. "Senior apprentice brother, look." The first martial artist reminded the leading martial artist, indicating that he should first deal with this unfamiliar martial artist. The leading martial artist nodded and turned to look at Fang Chen. He asked, "Brother, which sect are you from?" The martial artists that could enter the divine illusion space were all elite disciples of the various large sects in the central region. Some were even disciples of the 9 two-star sects. Although they were disciples of the Earthfire sect, the Earthfire sect was only a peak 1-star sect. There was still a bit of a difference between them and a 2-star sect. At this time, the Earthfire sect's disciple, Hao Yang, asked. He was afraid that Fang Chen was from some 2-star sect, so he wanted to find out the truth first. "The sword-worshipping sect," said Fang Chen directly. Hearing this, the Earthfire sect's disciples' expressions changed. Hao Yang took a step forward and smiled. "So you're a disciple of the sword-worshipping sect?" "I am the Earthfire sect's Hao Yang." After learning that Fang Chen was a disciple of the sword-worshipping sect, Hao Yang began to rapidly consider whether or not he should attack Fang Chen. Just as Hao Yang was thinking, a voice rang out from the forest once more. In just a moment, several martial artists appeared at the edge of the forest. "Yes, Earthfire sect," one of them said when he saw Hao Yang. "I was wondering who it was. So it's the Heavenly Star sect's Yuan Xin, ha ha ha." The Earthfire sect's Hao Yang cupped his hands towards the Heavenly Star sect's disciples. The Heavenly Star sect was the same as the Earthfire sect. They were both peak 1-star sects. Although the two sects weren't in the same city, their relationship was pretty good. The disciples of the two sects would often exchange pointers with each other. As a result, Hao Yang and Yuan Xin knew each other. "Brother Hao Yang, I didn't expect you to also find this place." Yuan Xin looked at Hao Yang. "You came here first. I wonder if you've discovered anything." Hao Yang said, "This canyon is extremely mysterious. I'm guessing that there's definitely a priceless treasure within. However, it seems that entering this canyon will be a bit difficult." Hao Yang winked at Yuan Xin as he spoke. His eyes were pointing in the direction of Fang Chen. "Oh, may I ask which sect this brother is from?" Yuan Xin directly asked. "He says he's a disciple of the sword-worshipping sect," said Hao Yang. Chapter 329. At this moment, Fang Chen was frowning as he observed the mysterious canyon. He could feel the majestic soul qi coming from the canyon. Hearing Yuan Xin's words, Fang Chen snorted coldly and said, "There are many disciples in the Reverent Sword sect. How many do you know?" Fang Chen's attitude made Yuan Xin unhappy. Yuan Xin and Hao Yang looked at each other. They wanted to test Fang Chen's strength and see if he was strong enough. "Kid, do you think we'll believe you're a disciple of the Reverent Sword sect just because you said so?" Yuan Xin snorted and said coldly. Fang Chen didn't say anything. The hidden star sword appeared in his hand. His intention was obvious. "If you want to fight, then I'll fight." Seeing Fang Chen take out the hidden star sword, Yuan Xin's eyes flashed. A mace appeared in his hand. Spirit qi surged out of his body and he waved the mace in his hand. Xiu, the sword of water and fire, shot out from the hidden star sword and collided with the mace. Sparks flew everywhere. Yuan Xin took a few steps back and gripped his mace tightly. The web between his thumb and forefinger hurt from the impact. His eyes were cold as he looked at Fang Chen. "Kid, with your strength, you want to fight with us for the treasures in this canyon?" Yuan Xin said coldly. Yuan Xin was an outstanding disciple of the Heavenly Star sect's younger generation, but he wasn't the best. He was at the late stage of the 8th Qi High Realm. When he fought with Fang Chen just now, He felt that Fang Chen's strength was at most at the mid-stage of the 8th Qi High Realm. So Yuan Shin wasn't afraid of Fang Chen. "You'll know if you try." Fang Chen sneered and used the 7th level of the Sword of Water and Fire. When he used the 7th level of the Sword of Water and Fire, Fang Chen also used the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame. If he only used the 7th level of the Sword of Water and Fire to deal with Yuan Shin, it would be difficult. But if he used the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame, Yuan Shin would definitely be at a disadvantage. Bang! The sword light of water and fire collided with the mace and exploded. The mace instantly charged out from the boundless energy and smashed towards Fang Chen. At this moment, Yuan Shin's body suddenly trembled. He roared and the mace in his hand fell to the ground. Bang! Fang Chen wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. He kicked Yuan Shin's body and sent him flying. Seeing this, Haoyang took a step forward and grabbed Yuan Shin, who was about to fall to the ground. He hurriedly asked, "Brother Yuan Shin, what's wrong?" He actually knows how to use soul attacks." Yuan Shin roared furiously. Hearing this, even the Earthfire sect's Haoyang was shocked. Among the younger generation, there were not many warriors who could use spiritual soul attacks. He never imagined that the man in front of him could use spiritual soul attacks. If he didn't know how to use soul attacks, it would be easy for them to kill him. But since he knew how to use soul attacks, this matter was troublesome. "Brother Yuan Shin, don't be rash." Haoyang whispered, "He knows how to use soul attacks. Even if we kill him, both of us will be injured. It will affect our entry into the canyon." Hearing this, Yuan Shin suppressed his impulse and nodded. "Once we enter the canyon, it will be the time of his death." "That's right. Once we enter the canyon, we can definitely kill him," Haoyang said. Then, Haoyang cupped his hands towards Fang Chen and said, "Brother, Yuan Shin attacked you just now to test your strength. With your strength, you are qualified to enter the canyon. Let's rely on our own abilities. The treasure in the canyon will belong to whoever obtains it." Haoyang continued. Fang Chen ignored Haoyang. He took a step forward and directly entered the flat ground in front of the canyon. As soon as he entered the range of the canyon's spiritual aura, Fang Chen realized that his spiritual aura had become even more powerful. So strong. Fang Chen felt that he couldn't move an inch. At this moment, Fang Chen released his orange level soul and it instantly surrounded his body. At this moment, the soul attacks on Fang Chen's soul were much weaker. Fang Chen moved forward with difficulty. After moving forward for a while, Fang Chen encountered another wild soul attack. Even if he pushed his orange level soul to the limit, he still couldn't move forward. After trying for a while, Fang Chen finally gave up. "It seems that the strength of an early orange level soul is not enough for me to enter the canyon," Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and released his orange level soul. He used the powerful soul aura in the canyon to refine his soul. Putting aside the treasure in the mysterious canyon, the flat ground in front of the canyon was definitely a good place to refine one's soul. Fang Chen knew that he couldn't move forward. He immediately sat down cross-legged and started to refine his soul. He felt that if his soul could be stronger, he might be able to enter the canyon. Seeing Fang Chen sitting cross-legged and refining his soul, Haoyang said in a low voice, "It seems that if you want to enter the mysterious canyon, your soul must be strong enough. I didn't expect this kid's soul to have reached the early orange level." Yuan Shin said. If he's really a disciple of the Reverent Sword Sect, this kind of soul strength isn't surprising. Haoyang said. "Let's go in." After saying that, Yuan Shin took a step forward and quickly entered the flat ground. He released his wild soul aura and moved forward quickly. Seeing Yuan Shin's action, Haoyang also activated his orange level soul and moved forward. The other disciples who followed them also stepped onto the flat ground. Although they couldn't enter the canyon, they could still refine their souls here. In the blink of an eye, Haoyang and Yuan Shin stopped moving forward. At this moment, they were only a few meters away from Fang Chen. Refine the soul. After Yuan Shin and Haoyang stopped moving forward, they sat down cross-legged and started refining their souls. Their souls had also reached the early orange level, the same as Fang Chen's. However, compared to Fang Chen, Their only weakness was that they didn't have any soul attack secret techniques. Time passed bit by bit. The spirit around Fang Chen's body continued to expand. At this moment, the orange-level soul in Fang Chen's mind was being refined by the majestic soul aura in the canyon. After an hour, Fang Chen realized that his soul seemed to have strengthened a little. However, there was still a distance to the mid-orange level, so he continued to refine his soul. However, at this moment, the little mouse suddenly appeared on Fang Chen's shoulder. It looked at Fang Chen, then at Haoyang and Yuan Xin behind him. Its little eyes blinked, then it left the place and entered the forest. Not long after, the little mouse returned. In its mouth was a very strange spiritual herb. Even Fang Chen didn't know what it was. The little mouse came to Fang Chen's side and handed the spiritual herb to Fang Chen, indicating that Fang Chen should swallow it. When Fang Chen saw this, he was a little puzzled. However, he still chose to believe in the little mouse. After the little mouse saw Fang Chen swallow it, it turned around and left. When Fang Chen swallowed the spiritual herb, his mind exploded. Immediately after, countless wild auras erupted from the spiritual herb, causing Fang Chen to be incomparably shocked. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. After swallowing the spiritual herb, Fang Chen could clearly feel that his soul was slowly strengthening. Just what kind of spiritual herb is this? Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. By the time the spiritual herb's medicinal effects were completely absorbed, Fang Chen's soul had already strengthened by 40%. A spiritual herb's medicinal effects are actually this strong. Fang Chen sighed. Of course, after careful analysis, Fang Chen found that although the spiritual herb's medicinal effects were very strong, the true reason for its effects was the boundless spiritual aura within the canyon. If it weren't for that boundless spiritual aura, the spiritual herb wouldn't have been able to display such a large effect. In short, Fang Chen had the advantage of time, place, and people. Just as Fang Chen was rejoicing, the little mouse returned once more. In its mouth was a spiritual herb that was exactly the same as the one from before. Fang Chen gently stroked the little mouse and then swallowed it. The little mouse turned around and continued searching for more spiritual herbs. At this time, Fang Chen's actions were noticed by Haoyang and Yuan Xin behind him. They could sense that Fang Chen's spiritual fluctuations were very strong. Oh, what is that spiritual herb? Why would it increase the strength of his soul? Asked Haoyang. All of you, quickly go to the mountain forest and search for that strange spiritual herb for me. The more, the better. Yuan Xin turned his head and roared at the disciples behind him. Many disciples were in the middle of tempering their souls when they heard Yuan Xin's roar. They all got up and quickly entered the mountain forest. It wasn't just the Heavenly Star sect's disciples. Even the Earth Flame sect's disciples entered the mountain forest to search for spiritual herbs. After consuming the second spiritual herb, Fang Chen's soul had already strengthened by 80%. As long as he consumed another spiritual herb, his soul would definitely reach the mid-orange tier. Following that, Fang Chen continued tempering his soul. After a full 6 hours, the little mouse returned. It was holding a young spiritual herb in its mouth. This time, it took the longest time. When it passed it to Fang Chen, the latter understood that this spiritual herb was very rare. Finding it would be very difficult. Thank you for your hard work. Fang Chen rubbed the little mouse's head. The little mouse directly jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. After that, Fang Chen consumed the young spiritual herb. At this time, the Heavenly Star sect and Earth Flame sect's disciples returned. They didn't have anything in their hands. Yuan Xin was furious. Senior apprentice brother Yuan Xin, we searched the entire mountain forest, but we didn't find the spiritual herb you spoke of. We even lost 2 disciples because of this, said a disciple. A bunch of trash. You can't even compare to a mouse. Yuan Xin pointed at the mouse on Fang Chen's shoulder and roared furiously. Senior apprentice brother Yuan Xin, time is of the essence. Let's hurry and temper our souls, said Haoyang. After another hour, Fang Chen finally finished absorbing the spiritual herb's medicinal energy. When the last trace of the spiritual herb's medicinal energy was absorbed, Fang Chen felt his head explode. Crack. Fang Chen opened his eyes. His face was full of joy. Mid-orange tier. His soul had reached the mid-orange tier as he wished. On the other hand, Haoyang and Yuan Xin did not improve at all. Fang Chen slowly stood up. He glanced at Haoyang and Yuan Xin, then took a step forward and rushed towards the canyon. The little mouse on Fang Chen's shoulder raised its paw and made a disdainful gesture at Haoyang and Yuan Xin. This scene made Haoyang and Yuan Xin furious. Damn it! This kid consumed the spiritual herb. His soul has reached the mid-orange tier, said Haoyang in a low voice. Chapter 330. In Yuan Xin's hand was a pitch-black elixir. This elixir emitted a terrifying aura. When Yuan Xin took out this black elixir, Haoyang also gritted his teeth and took out a jade pendant. His face was filled with anger. Yuan Xin and Haoyang were both outstanding youths of their respective sects. Before entering the divine illusion space, they had naturally made preparations. Originally, they weren't willing to take out their trump cards so early. However, Fang Chen's soul had reached the mid-orange grade. If Fang Chen entered the canyon first and obtained the inheritance treasure, they would be in great danger. Furthermore, how could they not be tempted by such a temptation? The inheritance treasure is mine. Yuan Xin growled and swallowed the black elixir in his hand. As the elixir entered his mouth, the soul aura around him rapidly grew stronger. Hiss! Hiss! Yuan Xin frantically absorbed the majestic soul aura coming from the canyon. He was using the elixir to forcefully break through. In the blink of an eye, the black elixir was completely absorbed. Yuan Xin's soul had reached the mid-orange grade. At this moment, his eyes flashed with killing intent. He stood up and glanced at Haoyang before walking into the canyon. After Yuan Xin left, Haoyang crushed the jade pendant. Instantly, a majestic energy drilled into his mind. This jade pendant was a jade pendant that he had obtained by chance. The jade pendant contained a vast amount of soul energy. Once the jade pendant was crushed, the soul energy would explode. Absorbing the soul energy would allow his soul to reach the middle of the orange level. Roar! With a roar, the jade pendant's energy was fully absorbed. Haoyang's soul had also reached the middle stage of the orange level. He then stood up and walked towards the canyon with a wild aura. At this moment, Fang Chen was walking step by step. After his soul had reached the mid-orange grade, he felt that the majestic soul aura in the canyon was suppressing him less and less. After walking for about 15 minutes, Fang Chen realized that he was very close to the canyon. At this moment, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that there was a yellow futon in the middle of the canyon. On the futon was a skeleton. The majestic soul aura in the canyon was actually coming from the skeleton. Looking at this scene, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Just how strong was this skeleton when he was alive? Even after being dead for so many years, the soul that was emanating from his body was still enough to instill fear in people's hearts. So strong. Fang Chen's eyes shot out a golden light as he stared at the skeleton on the futon. His intuition told him that there must be a secret behind this skeleton. Perhaps there was a peerless inheritance within it. At this thought, Fang Chen hurriedly entered the canyon. At this moment, Haoyang and Yuan Xin also appeared where Fang Chen had been. When they saw the skeletons in the canyon, they were even more shocked than Fang Chen. It's a skeleton. It must be an almighty from the ancient era. Yuan Xin said excitedly. Yes, this almighty has been dead for so many years, but he can still emit such a tyrannical aura. His inheritance must be very powerful. We must obtain it. Haoyang said. At this moment, Haoyang and Yuan Xin reached an agreement. The two of them would join forces to kill Fang Chen first. Then, they would compete for the skeleton's inheritance with their own abilities. Crash! Haoyang and Yuan Xin also entered the canyon. When they entered, they instantly discovered that the canyon was quiet. There was no pressure from the majestic soul aura. This, Haoyang and Yuan Xin were even more shocked. This skeleton had been dead for so many years, but he could still emit a majestic soul aura. Yet, there was no soul fluctuation around him. At that moment, Fang Chen was also observing the skeleton. He approached the skeleton one step at a time. He was very careful, afraid that he would fall into a trap. However, just as Fang Chen was about to approach the skeleton, Yuan Shin launched a tyrannical attack. "Brat, go to hell!" Yuan Shin bellowed. He waved the mace in his hand and aimed it at Fang Chen's back. At the same time, Hao Yang also launched a fierce attack. The two of them joined forces to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen sensed the powerful attack coming from behind him. He tapped his toes, turned his body, and brandished the hidden star sword. Whoosh! The hidden star sword emitted a cold light and collided with Yuan Shin's mace. With a bang, the two collided and Fang Chen's body was forced back. As Fang Chen retreated, Hao Yang's attack also came quickly. Fang Chen couldn't care about anything else. He pushed the 7th level of the water and fire sword technique to the extreme and blasted it towards Hao Yang. Catcher! Hao Yang's attack collided with Fang Chen's water and fire sword technique, causing Fang Chen to retreat again. Fang Chen steadied himself and squinted his eyes, looking at Hao Yang and Yuan Shin. At this moment, the two of them were also looking at Fang Chen with a strong killing intent. "Brat, with your strength, you are not strong enough to compete with us for the inherited treasure." Yuan Shin said coldly. "That's right. With the two of us joining forces, you will definitely die," Hao Yang said. Hao Yang and Yuan Shin were both late-stage Qi-Hai warriors. If it was one-on-one, Fang Chen wouldn't be afraid of them. But with the two of them joining forces, Fang Chen wouldn't be able to handle them in a short period of time. At this moment, Fang Chen squinted his eyes. His mind was thinking quickly, and soon he made a decision. Right now, there was only one way, and that was to kill one of them and then fight the other. Crash! Suddenly, Fang Chen's body was surrounded by a boundless ice concept. In the next moment, with Fang Chen as the center, everything within a 100-meter radius was frozen. Fang Chen knew that his 100-meter ice seal wouldn't last long. After using the 100-meter ice seal, he used the hidden star sword technique, the 7th level of the water and fire sword technique, and attacked Yuan Shin. Crack! Just as Fang Chen's hidden star sword was about to pierce Yuan Shin, the 100-meter ice seal shattered. Yuan Shin and Hao Yang's faces were extremely gloomy. Yuan Shin saw Fang Chen's attack coming and immediately waved his mace, preparing to block Fang Chen's attack. Seeing this, Hao Yang also wanted to attack Fang Chen. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's great Luo Soul Killer Flame was unleashed. After his soul reached the mid-orange level, the great Luo Soul Killer Flame's attack became even more tyrannical. Although Yuan Shin's soul was also at the mid-orange level, he was caught off guard and his soul was hit by the great Luo Soul Killer Flame. His attack stopped, and the mace stood in the void. Crack! The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly blasted the spiked club away. After which, the sword pierced towards Yuan Shin's body. At the critical moment, Yuan Shin finally woke up. He forcefully endured the pain in his soul and his body suddenly moved horizontally. Fart! The hidden star sword, which was originally aimed at Yuan Shin's chest, pierced his arm because of Yuan Shin's shift. Ah! Yuan Shin issued a miserable cry and furiously blasted a punch towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen pulled out the star-hidden sword and once again blasted it towards Yuan Shin. Suddenly, Yuan Shin's body was sent flying by Fang Chen. At this moment, Hao Yang's attack appeared behind Fang Chen. Fang Chen didn't have time to dodge. He could only use his 3-star Dao body to block Hao Yang's attack. Bang! Fang Chen's body was forced back. His back was in excruciating pain. Fortunately, his 3-star Dao body was pushed to the extreme, so his defense was incomparably strong. Hao Yang's attack was also weak, so it didn't pose much of a threat to him. Damn it! Yuan Shin roared angrily as he looked at his bleeding arm. In the following battle, Fang Chen continued to use the 100-meter ice seal. From time to time, he would release the ice concept. This made Yuan Shin and Hao Yang unable to attack, which made them furious. However, Fang Chen also knew that after using the 100-meter ice seal for a long time, the two would definitely be prepared. Therefore, he was looking for an opportunity. Finally, after using the 100-meter ice seal, Fang Chen found an opportunity and appeared beside Yuan Shin again. Even though Yuan Shin was prepared, he was still stabbed by Fang Chen's hidden star sword. In this way, Fang Chen used the 100-meter ice seal to constantly move between Yuan Shin and Haoyang's attacks. After a quarter of an hour, Yuan Shin's body was covered with injuries, while Haoyang was unscathed. As for Fang Chen, he was slightly embarrassed, but he didn't have any internal injuries. Yuan Shin went completely crazy. Fang Chen kept attacking him. That damned 100-meter ice seal caused him to be ambushed by Fang Chen time and time again. "Bastard, do you dare to fight me head-on?" Yuan Shin roared angrily. Fang Chen didn't care about Yuan Shin's roar. He had already achieved his goal. The two's cooperation wasn't going to go so smoothly. Fang Chen's plan was very simple. He would use the 100-meter ice seal to constantly sneak attack Yuan Shin. He would kill Yuan Shin first. After Yuan Shin died, everything would be easy to deal with. "Brother Yuan Shin, don't give him any more chances. Let's join hands and kill him directly," Haoyang said coldly. Yuan Shin nodded. The two of them used their most tyrannical attacks. At this moment, Fang Chen's 100-meter ice seal descended once again. The two of them were instantly sealed in ice. However, this time, the ice seal had no effect at all. Catcher. The moment they were sealed in ice, the two of them instantly broke the ice. Their faces were filled with incomparable anger as they launched fierce attacks. When Fang Chen used the 100-meter ice seal, he appeared beside Yuan Shin like a ghost. Just as Yuan Shin was about to attack, his star-hidden sword also fiercely stabbed out. This time, Fang Chen pushed the 7th level of the water-fire sword technique to the extreme. This was his fiercest attack so far. As long as this sword pierced Yuan Shin, he would definitely die. Crack! Yuan Shin's mace was instantly blown away by Fang Chen's hidden star sword. The latter held the hidden star sword and stabbed Yuan Shin with incomparable strength. At this moment, a trace of panic finally appeared in Yuan Shin's eyes. He kept retreating. At this moment, Haoyang's attack also appeared behind Fang Chen. Fang Chen was faced with a grim choice. If he turned around to block Haoyang's attack, then Yuan Shin wouldn't be able to kill him. If he chose to continue wielding his sword, then he would have to bear Haoyang's attack. Forget it.